Hello, happy Saturday. Hope your weekend's going well. And welcome back to more Brawlloween. This time continuing Resident Evil 3, which I gotta remember where I was at. Hold on. This happens every time. This happens every time. I just have a slight moment where I blank out for a second. Think, wait, where was I? What was I doing? Okay, there's the restaurant. There's the newspaper office. Right, I'm in downtown. I'm looking for something because there's a couple areas in uptown that I can't open. Hmm. So what all do I have? Okay, hmm, I have about, let's see, 15, 77, that's 87. It's about 92 bullets for the pistol, like six magnum shots and seven shotgun shots, and knife E3. So I'm gonna be using the pistol. Looks like I'm gonna be using the pistol. I'll probably save the should probably save the magnum for in case Nemesis shows up. Let me keep it in and out. But yeah. Yeah, for those joining, this is my first time. Well, I played a little bit of Resident Evil 3 on Tuesday. But yeah, this is my first time playing through this whole game. Oh, wait. I can grab. That's right. This has that. There's two areas there. I can grab the blue. I can grab that blue gem and just go ahead and put it in there. Let me go ahead and do that. So I need to find that gem and put it in here. Also, want to take a second to say thank you to Matt Bagshaw, who yesterday followed the channel, which brings me up to about 680 followers. So we are only 20 away from the 700 follower celebration, which is I'm still trying to decide between if that's either going to be like 7 mech games, because for those who are unfamiliar with me, I really like giant robots. Giant robots and giant robot adjacent things. So tokusatsu heroes, uh, kaiju, uh, sci-fi, the spaceships, but specifically spaceships that look very eccentric spaceships. That specifically. So, but I haven't played a lot of games. So I like all that stuff, but I haven't played mech games in a long any mech games on the channel for a long time because of just other stuff I've been doing, like playing through all these RPGs and playing through all these other games for the first time. So because of that, one of the potential things, and really one of the potential ways to celebrate me reaching 700 followers on Twitch, whenever I do that, would be getting a list together of like 7 mech games and then playing through them. The other idea I had, the other idea I had for potentially do for well, the other potential thing I'll do when I reach 700 followers is I might do, instead of 7 mech games, it'd be like play through 7 games with a completely different theming. It'd be 7 games to celebrate the celebrate 7 games to celebrate the life of Akira Toriyama, because when people when everyone was mourning Akira Toriyama, the main thing people were mourning was Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball's influence on like manga and anime, which is deserved. That is very much deserved. However, there's an entire other sphere of Akira Toriyama's influence on video games, from his work his artwork in the Dragon Quest games, to his artwork in being used in Chrono Trigger, to just how many Dragon Ball video games are there? I know I'm going back to Dragon Ball, but Dragon Ball are like one of the most financially successful RPG series is Dragon Ball RPGs. So like Xenoverse and Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. So that would be the other potential idea to do. The other potential idea to do, and I reach 700 followers, is play 7 games, 7 games from that that are either like Akira Toriyama worked on, or like based on stuff that he had that he that he worked on, or heavily influenced by him. See, it seems that this is not enough to make the device to work. Okay. Well, I put in one of those gems, so that's yeah, I put in one of those gems, so that's already there. But we'll but whichever one of those two ideas for the 700 follower celebration I decide, I will probably when we get a bit closer to 700 followers, or when I get a bit closer to 700 followers, I'll probably let y'all decide. It's locked from the other side. I'll figure out a way to let y'all decide which of those two ideas I do. Because I mean, I wouldn't. There's no way I'm not going to reach. I mean, the only way I'm going to reach 700. The only reason I'd reach 700 followers is because 700 people thought these streams were good enough to follow the channel or to follow the channel so they could watch them. Right, that stairway is on fire. We can't go there. So I can't go there. Um, Let me see if I can. Let me actually check the map. So that's areas all blocked off. There's a restaurant there. Hmm. Okay, I do remember that there was something I needed to get the fire hose. Like there was a fire hose bolted to a wall that I need to get, and I need to get something to get to open that up. And then oh, there's some ink ribbons here. Okay. That looks like yeah, I'm not gonna be able to go through there. Can I activate anything here? Nope. I feel like I shouldn't try. Wait, no, no, no. Yeah, I guess I could make my way past that fire, but I feel like I'm. Let me go toss these ink ribbons in the Let me go toss these ink ribbons in storage, and then I'll see if I can make my way past that fire. Hmm. I was saying like when I started this on Thursday that I'd be interesting because I'd played through all the Resident well I played through most of the Resident Evil remakes before getting to play the original versions. It was going to be interesting to see like how this compares to Resident Evil 3 remake. Oh hey Mordecai. Yeah, it's going to be interesting how this compares to my experience playing Resident Evil 3 remake because I did play that one. Well, I played that game off stream. I actually played that after playing Resident Evil 2. After playing Resident Evil 2 remake on stream, I decided to play that one off stream, and already it's kind of I can notice some things that are very different from the between this original version of the game and the remake. That yeah, this game's difficulty feels like it is a direct continuation of like where you're at either like at the midpoint or like near the end of Resident Evil 2 original with how quickly I've gotten all these weapons. I've already like how quickly I've gotten all of these weapons and items and how quickly and how many different monsters the game has thrown at me. Whereas the remake, I think it just kind of doesn't carry over that extreme difficulty, but that probably is because that might be because the remake was developed not well, we're not going through there. The remake was developed. The RE3 remake was developed by a separate team than the RE2 remake. So Straw Hat says, from what I heard, the original does deliver several things better than the remake failed to deliver. From what I heard that there was, from what I've heard, and I kind of even having not played the original, I kind of felt that I kind of felt this. Um, a big complaint I saw people say about RE3 remake was that there was a whole section of the original just not there. Are you human or zombie? Oh, you're human.
Hey,
Where where am I?
relax. You're fine.
Um,
If you say so.
you're you're in the middle of you're on the second floor of a burnt. On the second floor of a building that is currently on fire. But other than that, in the middle of a zombie apocalypse, you're doing pretty okay, all things considered.
But my head feels like it's about to explode. Anyway, name's Carlos. Glad to meet you, lady.
Jill, Alpha Team, RPD's STARS unit. Who do you represent?
Joe, we can see. Well, I'm guessing from the giant umbrella-shaped logo on his back.
Stars. I see. Well, I'm a member of the Biohazard Countermeasure Force sent by Umbrella Incorporated.
Sent by Umbrella?
Hey, don't look at me like that. What did I say? Do you have a problem?
Oh no. It's him!
Oh. Okay. Jump out of the window, hide in the back.
Come on!
Ow, that killed. Just so you know, I'm not into that pain is pleasure thing, okay?
Just
Oh,
go.
gosh.
That thing wants
Okay, one thing I can already say the remake did better. I already like the remake's version of Carlos a lot better than the originals. That vo that voice they gave him. That voice they gave him in this game.
me dead. We've got to get out of here.
You've opened the lock. Hooray. Okay, we just gotta grab these herbs. Sir Straw Hat says, generic Hispanic accent? Yes, but generic Hispanic accent circa 1999, so...
Ladies love my accent. It drives them crazy.
I have to know. Why did Umbrella send you here?
Because we're on a civilian rescue mission.
Oh, you're full of it. They're the ones who caused all this in the first place.
Look, we're just mercenaries, hired hands. Do you really think the master would tell his dogs why they have to retrieve the stick he just threw? Listen, if you want answers about Umbrella, you're asking the wrong guy. Believe it or not, we are here to rescue civilians. If you can trust me, join us. Think about it.
Okay, bye. Well, I didn't really get anything from there besides that one herb, but... Yeah, well, I only got one of the herbs there. I guess I probably shouldn't go back to that building because, well... I probably shouldn't go back to that building because Nemesis is stomping there, is probably causing that probably going to cause that entire building to crash down. Like, I'm just imagining that since we broke out of that building, Nemesis is going to act like one of the monsters from Rampage, where he's just climbing along the side of the walls and just bashing in the windows and causing the building to fall down. Okay, and stars, current, ink ribbon. Okay, got two verbs, one blurb. Don't got any glurbs to merge them with. So let's. So Straw says, I think you missed a red herb back there. Yes. I was well, I had to choose I had to make a choice between having two red herbs that I can't even use or not be or not being body checked by an 8 foot tall by an 8 foot tall zombie with a rocket launcher that is out to personally kill me. It was a tough decision. It was a tough decision to make, but I feel like in the but I feel it was a tough decision to make, but I feel like in the end I'm gonna prefer that I made the right choice. I guess maybe go check the restaurant, see how things are going there. Are those some zombies in here? Oh. Yep, zombies in here. Curses, they've learned how to open doors. Oh, jeez. Hmm. It's quite a. Okay, there's another zombie around here. Yep. Oh. Okay. Is there any? I don't think I interacted with this at all. Oh, okay, nothing there. Seems to be a switch for the drain. Hmm. Seems to be a switch for the drain. Okay, so that's just the same thing. All right. That thing is definitely still alive. Okay. Well, not alive. You know what I mean. It's still active. All right. Just for either the immunities. Okay, combine. Hmm. Any more zombies around here? The phone line seems to be disconnected. Oh shit! Well, I don't really know how I'm gonna. Okay, that's bad. Okay, if I can get a good shot at him. Oh shit! Oh, okay. Nope. Backing up. Okay, so I gotta be careful. Hmm. Gonna be using up the. It's gonna use up a lot of the magnum bullets. Sir Shia says, "Well, the good news is he doesn't have the rocket launcher anymore." No, he decided. No, he just got tired. He felt that it's not that he doesn't have it anymore. It's just he decided to put it away because he felt that it would be too. He would make the work too easy. Hmm. There's definitely some play. Okay, some of these places I'm supposed to go. He can't get through there yet. I guess let me try making my way around to Uptown. The fact that he's waiting right outside tells me that I might actually be on the right track to where I'm supposed to go. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Oh, okay. Well. Ow. Jeez. Ow. Oh gosh. Okay. No. Ow. Ow. Yeah, this isn't working. Hmm. Huh. I know I'm supposed to, like, mess with the, or constantly hit the buttons in order to get out of that. Okay, nope. Let me keep trying this again. Huh. Okay, let me just try running away from him completely, and then just see if maybe start trying to shoot him. Okay, no, no, that doesn't work either. Okay, nope. No. I know I'm spamming the rewind feature, but I would much rather do this than have to reset back to my latest save and repeat all that stuff, only to walk back out here and die to him again and again. Ah, dang it, I forgot that that's where that goes. Okay. Oh, wait, is this a map area? Or, no, maybe not. Hmm. Okay, well, that just goes back around here to there, so... Ah! So, it won't show him opening the door up, which is understandable, because that cuts off the different area. However, it will show, like, once I leave the, basically once I leave the area where I could see the door, the part of the map where I could see the door, then he will burst through. Which the real whole reason I'm meant to bring that up is because it does give me an idea of, like, maybe what I can do to try and avoid him. Okay, so I need to make a turn on the left. Yeah, I'm gonna need to make a turn to the left. But he could, but like always, he could come bursting through here. I had to pause there for a second because I was curious why that zombie body was still there. It's the downtown map. Oh, there was a map there. I just completely missed it. Dang it. Okay, so it's a substation, restaurant, gas station over there, trolley. Hmm. Okay, there's a couple of doors I haven't been to, or a couple of doors I haven't been through. There's a locked door over there that I could try go. Well, that's the door that's the park that I need that other jewel in order to get through. Then here's two other locked doors. Let me actually, since I'm right in here. Yeah, since I'm right in here, let me maybe go see. What's along this door? What's along with this path? And what do I need to get through this door? There's a slot into which a battery can be set. Okay, I need some sort of battery. Oh, the good old umbrella, the good old umbrella one person construction elevators. I love playing through this original trilogy. There's a lot of playing through this original trilogy games. There's a lot of elements I'm finding they just keep bringing back for some reason or other. And one of them is they keep bringing back those like one person cargo elevators. They've got them in the mansion. They've got them in the police station. They've got them underneath the police station. They just got them everywhere. I'm half expecting with the fact that that is a model and not just part of the pre-rendered background. I'm half expecting a Nemesis to like open that car door and reveal that he's in the police car before he starts doing sick wheelie before he starts chasing me in one of the police cars. But well, this is Resident Evil 3, not Resident Evil 7. At least I'm safe in here for now. So, I need to find something that'll allow me to unbolt that hose in Uptown, and I need to find another one of those gems that allow me to open up the park. It seems that there's no power for it. Okay, I might be able to open up. That looks like something I might be able to open up if I can just find the power for it. The gate is closed. I mean, yeah, but you could just go under it if you want. I mean, I know the map doesn't say that we have to go down. The map doesn't show that we have to go down there, which is fair. But I mean, it just like go underneath it. Oh wait, no. Okay, the fake. Okay, no, I see. I couldn't see it from that angle. I can see it from this angle, but there is a gate fully closed. Yeah, it's not just like the full garage door is closed. Never mind, we can't go through that. You're right, Joe. There might be something. Okay, the angle that this at makes me think that's something I might be able to interact with. Well, I killed all the zombie dogs around here, so shouldn't have to worry about them. Oh, wait, hold on. I just thought of something. He's apparently bitten in the neck until he died. Okay. That guy, I think, had something on him. Let me go check that other zombie that I walked by that was still lying on the ground. Maybe they have something on them that I could get, and I just didn't pick it up yet because my first because well this time I will defend myself and say that my first thought when seeing a body lying on the floor in the middle of a zombie apocalypse is not to rustle through its pocket. My first thought is not to rustle through its pockets. So back over here. Ah, it's you. You're back. I'm hearing something else walking around. Which likely means there's another one of these. Okay, let's just grab something from this. You take gunpowder 8? Yes. That's not exactly what I was expecting, but I'll take it. Okay, so some of the monsters can reappear in some of these areas. I have to keep that in mind. You can have, and it seems like, well, of course, also the Nemesis can appear. The Nemesis can just show up anywhere with anywhere where there's room that he can try and shoot or punch me. Okay, there's nothing around there. Let me try going. Hey, Sleepless. Okay, so yeah, I guess I'll just go back through here, go back into Uptown and see if I can find anything else. Hmm. There's that hose, which I can't get yet. Okay, I can go through here now. Fuck. Oh, hey, Scorcher. Welcome in. Slip says, I had a 2.5-hour call with my sister to help her calm down from emotions. I'm having another call tonight, too, so I'll be around. Good luck with that, Sleepless. I don't like those noises. I don't like those noises at all. Ah, come on! You know what? Fuck you personally. Maester says, how goes the Nemesis adventure? Well, I've got an 8 foot tall zombie who is hunting me down across this entire town. I found out that Umbrella has apparently made multiple variants of Zombie. The town's completely overrun with zombies. Nearly everyone I've met is dead. So average day in 2025. Really, I'll think average day in 2025. Okay, so now I'm kind of just searching around to see what I can find. I guess maybe I could try going back into the police station, see if there's anything I missed here. Oh yeah, just to let y'all know, there is a donation duel going on right now. I have no healing items. There's a donation duel going on right now. This is going to be the last donation duel of October. Just because, well, I'm currently waiting to hear back from some of the jobs I've interviewed with, and if they give me a positive note back, then I can have a job soon. But if I get a notice back from them that they don't want to hire me, well, then that means that I'll need to figure something out, and might even have to move back home with my parents temporarily. Um, so basically, because of that, because no matter like whether positively or negatively, things are kind of about to change for me around the start of November, and because there's already a lot of games that I need to play that y'all have chosen through the donation duels that I've already done. I don't want to build up too many of don't want to build up a list of too many games. So yeah, this is kind of the last donation duel of October, and it's going to be. I'll do another one when I get. I'll do another one when I get, or I'll bring the donation duels back when I feel the time is right. But because of that, the last donation duel for October is between Batman Arkham City and Metal Gear Solid 3. So whichever one of those two games has the most donations towards it, by the time I beat any game currently playing, um, that is that game I'll fully play through on stream. Also, thanks to Matt Bagshaw following the channel yesterday, I'm up to 680 followers. So I'm only 20 followers away from reaching 700. Which depend, like I said at the start of the stream, depending on how what y'all decide, or depending on how we decide, probably will be y'all who mainly decide that. But I'll figure out exactly how we're going to decide that when we get closer to when I get closer to 700 followers. But the two options we have there the two potential choices I have for celebrating 700 followers is either going to be a it's either going to be playing 7 mech games because it's just been a long time since I played any games with mechs in them, or it's going to be or 7 games to celebrate the legacy of Akira Toriyama. So 7 games that either inspired by stuff Akira Toriyama worked on, either like inspired by things that either games that Akira Toriyama worked on in some form or fashion, or like games inspired by or games that are like inspired by series that Akira Toriyama worked on. So like so that'd be like the first group is like 7 games with giant robots in it. The second group is like games from like Dragon Ball, Dragon Quest, Chrono Trigger, and a couple other games not from those major series that Toriyama has worked on, that might have had some work, might have been involved with. Okay, so now that I've mixed all these up, I'm not going to mix up this gunpowder just right now. Because I remember I'm going to stock up a bit more gunpowder right now. Also, let me try. There's this power cable and this rusted crane. Oh, I can use the power cable I can use the power cable in the at that one stand, in that one car park in that parking garage. Let's see. Okay, and let me go. Yeah, we're gonna leave here. 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 We're gonna go back out here. I did also at some point during this stream, I'm gonna talk. At some point during the stream, I'm gonna talk about or I'm gonna at some point during the stream, I'm gonna talk about some of my favorite demos that I played from Steam Next Fest. I didn't play through every demo I downloaded. There's still about 20. There's still about 20 left out of the 130 I've. There's still 20 demos left that I haven't played yet. However, I have played like 110, so there's quite a few good ones. There's quite a few good ones. Hey, Scorchers, there have been some good demos. You know, I might go ahead and do that now. Just to go ahead and get this done. Just go ahead and do that now. Here, I'm. Let me get near that part. Let me get near that parking. Back to that parking garage, and then I will. Let me get out of these streets and near the parking garage, and then we'll see. And then I'll go ahead and bring them up. Right, can't go through there. Maybe later. It is really interesting seeing. It is. I've mentioned this in like previous streams of this, but part of it is nostalgia. Like I do get that. Like part of the reason is nostalgia, but I do kind of really understand why a lot of indie games are kind of bringing back these like pre-rendered backgrounds with 3D models, like pre-rendered backgrounds with like early with like low polygon models. For one reason, I'm sure I've said this like a dozen times before. So sorry for repeating this for a again after I've said this so many times before. But for one thing, it's just it's a lot easier to animate. Like there is one game that I'll be mentioning when I talk about the demos that like it uses this like low polygon pre-rendered thing to really don't need to use this right now. Okay. It uses it to great effect in order to make it look to like it uses it to great effect to add to what the game's trying to do. Okay, so whilst I try and figure out what the heck I'm supposed to do with that, let me go ahead and pause that for a second, and let's. So I feel like because I am playing um a horror game right now, because I'm playing a horror game right now, I feel let me go ahead and start with all the horror games, which quite a few of the games that I just found really interesting from Steam Next Fest were a bunch of horror games. Um, and I'm going to start with one that I'm going to start with one that easily one of the scariest games I've ever played. Uh, completely bone chilling. Completely bone chilling. Uh, terrified me to my core. Made me do unspeakable acts that I just don't know. Made me do commit unspeakable acts that I don't know if I'm ever going to reconcile with myself. It made me playing this game made me look into a dark section of a dark part of myself I never thought realized was there. And that game, I have to get rid of this bot. Hold on. And that game is Humans, which is just okay. You know how in a lot of movies, a lot of horror comedy movies, there's like the thing where like everyone's getting freaked out, the tension is building, and then like especially when they're in like a woods, and then like a little care, and then like everyone's like, oh my gosh, what's it? Like, oh, what is the heck is that? And there's like a dark shape approaching, and then just like a tiny little creature jumps out of the bushes, and like and just kind of like as a joke as the punchline to a joke. And then it was like, oh, okay, it's just that little thing. And then something else gets and it's the real terror is right behind him. This game is that little joke as a game. You are a tiny little creature. Here, let me replay the trailer. You are a tiny little creature whose forest is being invaded by humans. And so what you do is you sneak around and you scare them out of the forest. It's a little stealth. It's a little stealth game, like a stealth horror game where well, not even a horror, but it's a little stealth game where you are the monster. You're basically just scaring humans out of the forest, and when you don't even die in the game. Like your loose state is the humans catch you, and because of course they think this creature is adorable, they just want to hug it. Well, it's so that one was just it was just a fun little demo. It's a really fun idea for a stealth game, just being like this little creature, just being like this cute little monster that just wants all the dang humans to get out. But so that's the first one of these I played. The next one, okay, now actually getting into the horror games. The first one, the next one is a horror game. It's a bit, it's a bit unique. It's basically the game is called The Island of Doctor Morose. Let me see if I can like zoom out of it. The Island of Doctor Morose, and it is a game that mixes H.P. Lovecraft with Doctor Seuss. Like it's a horror game where somebody's doing unspeakable where somebody's doing unspeakable experiments on an island that you have to go figure out what exactly they're doing. But the yeah, as you can see, the visual style is very heavily influenced by Dr. Seuss, even down to like all the dialogue is in rhyming. All the dialogue is rhyming, like from a Dr. Seuss story. And at first, when I saw that, I was like, "Oh gosh, it's one of." At first, when I saw this, I was thinking, "Oh gosh, this is one of those like, this is one of those low, this is one of those silly idea or those dumb ideas where it's like, oh, we're gonna take something like not scary at all or like some childhood thing, and we're gonna make it really scary, like all those Mickey Mouse or Winnie the Pooh horror movies." But then I like thought for a second, it goes, "Oh, wait a second, there's quite a few Dr. Seuss stories with some like darker subject matter in them." Not exactly like not exactly like horror not exactly like horror for a lot of them. I can't off the top of my head I can't really think of a Dr. Seuss story that it was like a horror story. But there were quite a few Dr. Seuss stories that dealt into like a darker, more serious subject matter. So upon thinking about it, I was like, this actually could work as a horror story. And the it's also not unlike all those also, unlike all those ideas I mentioned, like all those awful movies, those awful uh, Mickey Mouse and Winnie the Pooh horror movies, this is committed to like replicating the visual style of like Dr. Seuss. Like this is really dedicated to like actually trying to replicate that visual style of with like the odd shapes and all the colors that Dr. Seuss's books would have. But so that one is another one I'll keep an eye on. The next one, okay, getting into Slims says Star-Bellied Sneeches comes to mind as this is surprisingly dark, but we'll call it for kids because it's Seuss. So, okay, getting into the Resident Evil inspired games, because my goodness, I could do, and I mentioned this, I think last some point earlier this month, maybe even like on Tuesday's stream, that I could do an entire Brawlloween about Resident Evil inspired indie games that have come out in recent years, and also Resident Evil, and also Dino Crisis or like dinosaur indie horror games. There's a lot of dinosaur indie horror games. Uh, I guess people, I guess either people really liked, really missed Dino Crisis, or the new Jurassic Park films have been more scary than I thought. But anyway, going back to this, this is one of the this is an upcoming Resident Evil inspired horror game called Phase Zero, and it's got the whole like. Here, let me rewind the trailer. It's got the sort of pre-rendered backgrounds, the low polygon 3D models, but because this is made in modern day, it's actually like a bit more high quality Well, it's a bit more high quality than games like Resident Evil 3, like I'm playing right now. That's just because even though these games are in this like older style, this older animation style, because we still have like advancements in animation and and a bit like higher end computers, developers are able to get like replicate this style while also still making it look unique or really interesting. And that was this one was just a from what I played of the demo, this one looks like it's going to be really difficult and really bleak. Really difficult. Because like it start that whole thing where okay, that the clip right here in the middle of the trailer where it's like a guy wakes up and then there's like a guy wakes up in a hospital bed and there's like doctor and the all the nurses and doctors in his room are all zombies staring at him. That's where the demo begins. You start in a hospital room filled with zombies with nothing on you, and you got to survive. And like early on you get you get a shotgun, but it's a shot but you get like a shotgun in 5 bullets. So it looks like it's going to be a really difficult game. And it also also nails the atmosphere of it really does nail the atmosphere of of these early survival horror games. Although a couple more of these horror games I want to talk about, and one is going more into like the Resident Evil inspired, yeah, the Resident Evil inspired indie games. There's like one thing that's been like become very popular in recent years is like amongst Resident Evil fans is like Resident Evil randomizers that will it's basically mods for like the different Resident Evil games that will randomize all the items or equipment placements or enemy placements that allow you to basically like decide what you do, decide what randomizes. Well, this game here, Rogue Mansion, it kind of takes that whole like randomizing and it turns it into a full game. It's got like it's kind of inspired by like the gameplay wise it's more inspired it's kind of a mix between like third person over the shoulder third person over the shoulder Resident Evil 4 and classic low polygon Resident Evil 1. Like it's set in a mansion. It's called Rogue Mansion. It's set in a mansion. And your character starts off with their melee weapon, which is actually a bit more useful than in most Resident Evils. And then just every time you die, the rooms shift out of the mansion like they switch around. The weapons and items you can pick up shift around, and you have to like try and make progress through the mansion all the way from the beginning. So it's a normally I'm not big on roguelikes, except for like normally I'm not big on roguelikes, but because this one plays a lot like Resident Evil, it was really fun. Yeah, because this one plays like Resident Evil, it was quite a bit more fun. Although, still though, I would say out of all the Resident Evil inspired games, out of all the Resident Evil inspired games that I've tried out, the one that interests me the most is this next one. It's House of Necrosis, which actually has just released, I believe. Let me check. Yeah, it released early. It got a full release early this month, and this is basically this is Resident Evil plus Mystery Dungeon. So, if you've played the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games, well, Mystery Dungeon is a series before that. Mystery Dungeon is a series that has existed before Pokemon. Like, I think the most famous versions of it, or the versions people most know, are the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games. But there are other, there were Mystery Dungeon game, like Mystery Dungeon was its own series. And this is kind of like, yeah, it's a mix of Resident Evil and Mystery Dungeon. So where you like you have to like you have to get through the dungeon. Uh, Whatever you can pick up is like randomized, and all the enemies. And if you die, you get sent back to the beginning. But part of the reason why this one was so much fun is because it plays like a Mystery Dungeon game. Every time, like every movement you take, other enemies take. So it's got that fun bit of RPG planning where it's like if you stop for a second, you're allowed to stop for a second and kind of like try to plan out what you do. Try to plan out what you do, but as soon as you move, enemies are going to move or they're going to start attacking. And it does also really nail this PS1 dungeon crawler aesthetic. And also just some of the it does seem to be taking influence from a couple other things, like a bit of the like you can see here, a bit of the magic effects seem to be taking almost kind of seem inspired by Final Fantasy. Yeah, just there were a lot of fun. There were a lot of fun indie like indie horror games inspired by Resident Evil. But I would say out of all the ones I played, this one was the most fun. This one was the most fun and the most unique because it's not just we did our own take on Resident Evil. It's also we decided to mix Resident Evil plus Mystery Dungeon. And again, if I had the money, I would buy it right now. But because it's only like $12. But well, for right, even then, like the den, even then the demo is available. So as far as I know, so as far as I know, all those games are coming out there. I don't know if they're gonna. I don't know when, or I don't know when they're gonna get like a console release, or if they're gonna get a console release. But they are available, going to be available on PC. Okay, and then getting to one more. There was one more um horror game that I played. Like I think it was one more. Yeah. Okay, yeah. There was one more horror game I played, and this one is also really intriguing. This one is also inspired by like PS1 horror. Not specifically Resident Evil. It's got the style of like PS1 horror, but it is a this is Darkbound, and it seems to be a bit more inspired. It seems to be inspired by a couple other things, but it doesn't feel exactly like Resident Evil because you're all cats. You are all like it's a horror game set where where you're trying to figure out what happened in a hospital, but everyone is like a cute little cat. And it's everyone's a cute little cat, and they've all got names like Neandrew and Meowkle. But so it's but still which actually just kind of makes the horror hit a little bit harder because they're all these cute little cats and they explicitly show in the game that like your player character like is only like 10. They are a kitten. Um but the game is both very clear that something like the game is clear very clear from early on that something very wrong is happening. Your main enemy at the start from what I played in the demo, your main enemy at the start is darkness. You need to make sure to like if you stay too long in the dark, then something's going to happen to you. And then there's other clear signs that something awful has happened to this hospital. However, this demo is real. The demo is very clever because it showed just enough to like get me interested in what was happening, but there was no monster reveal. Everything that you see in this trailer is like a thing from the demo. So none of the promotional material for this game makes any reveal about like what's going on, what's happening, who is what's going on, what's happening, what happened to everyone in the hospital. None of it. Just like every one of these images here is also from the demo. So the game is being very secretive about what exactly is happening in it, which just made it more intriguing. So that is one thing about this game is that if you don't want to see cute little cats get uh potentially I mean it's very clear that some of them meet some very horrible ends, and I don't even know how horrible it gets, but say if you're not a fan of seeing like cute cats get go through horrifying situations, this might not be the game for you. But it was from what I played, it was really good. It was really good. It was good enough to where I'm interested in continuing it. So those were the horror games. So those are the horror games I tried out. Which again, that's like Darkbound. That is House of Necrosis, Rogue Mansion, Phase Zero, and the Island of Doctor Moreau, and then also Humans is not really a horror game, but felt like including it there. And then also a couple other games that I thought were really fun. So Let me go and mention. Let me close down some. I'm going to close down some of these tabs, but also, okay. So another thing, I just because I download, I basically when I download demos for Steam Next Fest, I just download like whatever looks interesting. Well, okay, I download whatever looks interesting, and then also what I've had to start doing is like check its page to see if there's generative AI used in it. Because if there's generative AI used in it, I have to like I immediately kick it out. So all these games I recommended, as far as I can tell, they do not have generative AI in them. Their Steam page makes no mention of using generative AI. There are no signs of generative AI in them, so you're safe. If you play these, you're safe. You're safe from that. Okay. One thing I did check, I decided to download it. I downloaded quite a few puzzle games because I feel like those are worth trying, and I did find a couple I really liked. One of them, the first one, is this game called The Bestest Alchemist. In complete stark opposition to that scary cat game, we have a very cute cat game. Also, this cat is a witch, and it is basically this little witch cat is completing her witch tests by by mixing and with alchemy, by mixing matching little objects or ingredients. And it's this one. It took a bit of getting used to because it took a bit of getting used to because you only have like a few moves, like five moves. You, depending on like the turn, I'd only have like five, like three to five moves. But the thing is, you actually it's not just you move one in with one position. You could basically, as long as you're holding on to one of these, as long as you were like pick up and hold on to one of the ingredients, you can use that ingredient to shuffle around all the other ingredients in your potion. And it's basically instead of like mixing, it's a little deceptive, I will admit, because it instead of like what's far more important than mixing like getting like five like a bunch of ingredients in the same color together, it's actually more important to get like multiple groups of different colored ingredients together, because getting multiple groups of different colored ingredients will actually multiply your final score. And so you depending on how you do, you can end up getting a big multiplier, which just rockets up your score really quickly. So it was a bit tricky to get used to, but it was once I figured it out, it was a bit fun. And also just the aesthetic is really good. I mean, it's a cute cat which like mixing potions. It's just really cute. That's really nice. Then the next one of these puzzle games I tried out that I really liked is a game called like Pancito Merge, which is it is okay. If you've seen the game Suika game, where it's like fruits fall on top of other fruits, and then like if two of the same fruits fall on top of each other, they combine. It is kind of similar to that. The difference to this one is that it's all baked goods instead of fruits. And you'll have customers that visit the bakery, and then they'll ask for like specific ingredients. Which if they when you have these customers, you can actually like give them a piece from your collection of different baked goods. So you can actually like kind of if there's like one thing there that you haven't been able to combine into another into like a bigger ingredient or a bigger baked good, you can actually just like go and give it to a customer and like kind of just remove it. So it is a very again pretty it is a pretty simple it's a pretty simple game overall, but I mean it's got like Bestis Alchemist, it's got a really good art style, and just even though it is even though it is like clearly heavily inspired by another game, and from what I've found out through this, there are quite a few games inspired by Suika games. This one is just different enough to think where I think it like stands on its own. And then the last of these puzzle games I played, this one is okay. This next puzzle game is completely different from all the other two. This is it's another roguelite, and it is like roguelite Tetris, where you have a character on the board. Your character is actually using the Tetris blocks to kind of try and ascend. The to Your character is like using the Tetris blocks to kind of ascend the tower, So you actually need to like keep stacking up Tetris blocks as much as possible. And then bombs will keep dropping. You need to clear out the bombs, and like other different obstacles will keep happening, and you need to pick up those obstacles in order to like clear them out of the way. Sometimes things will be falling right on top of you. You have to jump out of the way to dodge. So it is, I guess, in a short way of saying, it is platformer Tetris. You need to keep building. You actually need to keep building up the blocks in order to like keep your little in order to keep your little character alive. But you are just constantly rushing. Yeah, you need to keep building up the blocks in order to keep your little character alive. But creating a full row of blocks does help you out. And like the game says, it is a roguelike. So every couple, like after you beat a stage, you'll be able to get like it'll like mix up a couple of upgrades, and you can choose which upgrades to pick. And then if you die, you're sent all the way back to the beginning. So those are a couple of puzzle games, and then lastly, these games don't fit anywhere else. But okay, just a recap of what those puzzle games I thought were good. So that's like Gummy Ascend, Pancito Merge, and The Bestest Alchemist. And then these last couple of games, they don't really fit. Well, a couple of them are RPGs. Actually, yeah, they don't exactly fit anywhere, so I'll just go mention. But they don't exactly fit anywhere else. But I'll go ahead and mention them. So there was one of them. The first one of these I also tried out was Little Rocket Lab, which this is it's a building game. You got like a you break down machinery, you build up machinery, you create your own little factory. You create your own factory. This this one I decided to try out because the devs basically I mentioned this in a previous stream, but basically like there were some bad reviews of the game which came out, and the bad reviews were just like lo- losers angry that this game dared to have like people of different races and women wearing hijabs in it, or hijabs. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that word in the in the game. And so the game developers, like the publisher, actually fired in a the publisher, No More Robots, actually fired it back and said like, yeah, well, we don't care. Like, yeah, we don't care that you don't like these things. We wanted these to be in the game, and we thought this was important. So that actually got the game a bit more attention, and including me. That's how I found out about the game, and so I decided to give it a try. And yeah, from what I tried, pretty fun little factory game. Kind of similar to yeah, but pretty fun little factory game. And there's even a bit more to the game. Like there's this overall mission of like trying to rebuild a giant rocket, which I didn't get to try too much of. But just for what I played a game of like building stuff, it was quite a bit of fun. The next one of these, okay, next one of these is a this is a game I tried. This is a strategy RPG I tried out, and I just this one blew me away with how good it was. This is a Dobble Dungeon. Let me make sure I got that right. A Dobble Dungeon, and it's a strategy RPG where like every turn your characters roll dice, and they can add those dice to their different attacks to like give the attacks extra little effects, like boost an attack, allow you to move more spaces, buff your character. But you're only got like each character, but every time you roll dice, you only have so many dice. So you got to be careful about what you decide to use, or what you decide to boost or buff. And then also, but despite like with all the simple mechanics, it was a lot of fun. And also, as you can see here, it's got this little clay figure aesthetic to it, which is just it is adorable. Like all these characters, little clay figure aesthetic, it looks adorable. It was a really fun strategy RPG. And I only got to play. And then already the another fun thing was that when you get skill points, your skill points, you don't just like skill points aren't specific to one character. You can actually like use the skill points to build up like you can spread the skill points you gain amongst the party members. So you can like choose to either focus heavily on building up one character or like upgrading focus heavily on building up one character or upgrade like every character. Yeah, this one was a lot of fun. I'm I was kind of blown away by just how fun it was. And then, but I will definitely be keeping an eye. But I'll definitely be keeping an eye on that as I play. As I will definitely be keeping an eye on this because it's just how enjoyable it was. Then okay, next one. There's like two more games to mention. One of them is this. This is a game. As this is a game called. It's called The Fable Manga Build Roguelike, and it looks like it's based off of a manga because it looks like it's based off of an actual manga. I'm assuming called The Fable. I've never heard of this manga before, but it looks to be like a modern crime. Like it looks to be like a modern crime manga. Like I'm guessing from what I can tell from what I played of the game, like about like a retired hitman. However, what makes this game really interesting is that you build your turn. So he says, "Oh, this thing, I watched 3 episodes with Jay. It was not for us." Ah, I don't know anything about the manga or if it got an anime, anything about the anime. So this is very slapstick humor. Oh, that's interesting though because the panels make it like look very serious. But yeah, the thing about this game is that you build your turn with manga panels. So you have like this. Let me actually go back. Let me actually go back a little bit. You have a 3 by 4 grid here for every turn, and you build your turn with manga panels. And you basically instead of instead of like you taking damage, and if you take enough damage, you lose the game. It's more so you have like 5 turns to beat all the enemies, or else you lose. So you need to build the right deck of So it's basically a deck builder, really, now that I say it out loud, because you have a deck of different manga panels that you can build your actions with, that you can build your turn with. But the thing is because it's designed like this, it's almost like you're building a manga action scene, which you then play out in the game. Yeah, it's almost it's almost like a an action a turn-based RPG where you basically build the a manga action page. And I didn't really get anything about the story of the Fable. At first I even was curious if like the Fable was like a at first I was even curious if like the Fable was like an original thing and it wasn't a and it wasn't like an original like it was just an original thing they made up like it was a manga they made up for this. But then, like after looking up, found out they're like, oh no, this is an actual manga. But as a far as like adapting a manga into a game, this is a pretty great way to do it. And for what I played of the game, it was a lot of fun. Didn't really interest me in reading the manga itself, just because again, like all the I didn't really get any knowledge of the manga except from the manga story to the point where I just thought that this might have been like an original work that they were making a game of and just kind of stylized it heavily like a manga. But the idea of like building your action scene the, with like manga panels, that reminds me of another game that I should definitely try to play on the channel at some point. That being like Jump Ultimate Stars. Which gosh, I wish we could get like some sort of port of that game because that was a delightful fighting game. Would love if we could get like some sort of port of that. And then okay, last of these games, and I mean, this is a game. This is not really something special. This is not really something unique. I've been talking about this game. We've talked about this game, obviously. Marvel Cosmic Invasion. There's a demo out for this. You can play the arcade mode. And from what I played of the arcade mode, a lot of fun. There's so much freaking fun. It's got like a wide and really varied character roster. Like, of course, I'm interested. I was interested in the game as soon as they showed off. I was interested in the game as soon as they showed off Muscle Mommy She-Hulk. But even if they hadn't announced her, even if they had she wasn't included in this game, just with how good the character sprites look and how good the yeah, with how good the character sprites look and with how fun the beat 'em up action is, I would be playing this. It is a there's also the story like you from what I played of the demo, it didn't really show much of the story because we didn't like the demo only included like an arcade mode, which the arcade mode just takes you from stage to stage. It doesn't really include a story. But the story, from what I did get to see the story, it did look kind of funny, but like kind of a kind of okay. It was the story looked like comic book like in a very comic book fashion, but as a compliment, like the story of the first stage, from what I could tell, was like this minor villain called Ambush Bug is like being hunted down by Annihilus's minions because he wears like a bug themed suit. Annihilus's minions think that he's a deserter. And so Ambush Bug was trying to use like the chaos of Annihilus's invasion to try and rob a bank, but because he looks like a bug and Annihilus's minions are bugs, they think he's a deserter and are chasing him down. So you, as like whichever superheroes you play as, have to actually go save this guy. It's also it also looks like I'm curious about like where the plot's exactly going to go because it shows it's making some deep cuts into like Marvel character, like with what characters are being featured. Like there, yeah, it's got some deep cuts with those characters being featured. Like they went for I'm really like the roster itself is a good mix of like famous characters like Spider-Man, Iron Man, Wolverine, Storm, characters that are like not as big as like those characters everybody knows, but they're characters that a lot of people really like She-Hulk and gosh, and like no and Nova or the Silver Surfer. And then there are picks that are like or a better Beta Ray Bill. And then there are picks that are like these characters are not really known at all they're not really well known at all outside of like again just like character like even lesser known than like other people's like cult classics favorites. So that'd be like so like again Beta Ray Bill. Just Beta Ray like characters like Beta Ray Bill and like Cosmic Ghost Rider getting in here kind of shows me that like okay there's already some deep cuts being made and then like some of the other references being made in the background like Swamp like a Man Thing. I forgot Swamp Thing is DC. uh yeah, but Man Thing being like in a being like getting in a tube and then like Jeff the Shark being in the background tells me that this is definitely going to look like a fun cartoony-esque like game. So Storm is one of the top five most popular X-Men. Oh no, that's what I was saying, like I was including Storm in the characters everybody knows. Yeah, I was including Storm in the characters everybody knows. This does also, from what I played of this game, between all the like the really nice character design, like a lot of the design changes they made to the character designs, like making She-Hulk. They made as if it wasn't enough that they made She-Hulk, that they made sure to make She-Hulk muscular, which I'm very glad they did. They basically made her a pro wrestler. A lot of her moves in the game are very much like taken or inspired by pro wrestling, and her outfit even looks like a pro wrestler's. But then even just that, some of the other ways they like some of the other changes they made to character designs, like giving Nova this long mane of hair, and then like some of the other changes they made to character designs in the sprite work as like as someone who's getting more into like pixel art, it's that whole like artistic side of it is really getting me interested. It's also a bit interesting. It's this game is also a bit interesting because it basically usually Marvel games will wait till like the usual Marvel games will have like they might have one of the big cosmic level supervillains as the main threat or like as like the main threat or as the like the big overarching villain. This game is like they're just throwing in all of them. Thanos is in here, Galactus is in here, Annihilus is in here. Just it looks like it's gonna be just they threw in they threw in everyone they could from every different level. So it looks almost like it's going to be it looks like kind of like how TMNT Shredder's Revenge was like a love letter to really everything, like everything from to like all different eras of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. It looks like this game, Cosmic Invasion, is going to be kind of like a love letter to like all of like both the parts people like about are basically the more classic Marvel aspects of Marvel Comics and the newer aspects. Like like a lot of these characters I know, but I don't know but I'm not entirely sure what's been going on in comics recently. So I don't know why Thanos is like a clergyman. Like I'm not okay. I'm gonna need to play one of these. Like I'm gonna need to show this part in one of the trailers to show this off. It's like maybe this. It might be this trailer that shows it off. Yeah, hold on. Let me fast forward to this. Let me fast forward to the part I'm talking about because I saw that it's like there's a boss fight against Thanos, and he's like, sorry, I'm gonna see if I can show you what I mean. Okay, okay. I'm not sure I can reach that part. We won't focus. We won't focus on this. Hmm. So yeah, the so yeah, a out of a of course I've been talking up this game and how excited about it I am, but yeah, this for a fan of beat 'em up games for a beat 'em up fan like me, this is a really good game. And this is exactly what I was hoping this is exactly what I was hoping Emu and Tribute Games would be working on. They'd be doing what they did with TMNT Shredder's Revenge. I forget exactly who it was that they that's Emu, but let me go to okay, specifically Tribute Games. Emu is the publisher, but let me mention specifically Tribute Games. Well, like after their work on like how good a job they did with TMNT Shredder's Revenge, this is exactly kind of the thing I'd hope they'd be given. Like they'd be given more properties to do kind of like what they did with that game with this, or what they did with that game with those other properties. Strategy Canary says Emu is really starting to get popular. It's because they publish yeah after they published Streets of Rage 4 and then TMNT Shredder's Revenge, and then they've gone on to publish a bunch of other games. Those games got a lot of attention for them. And then they've gone on to publish like a lot of other games. Like they've managed to get some good deals with publishing other games. Like I mean, they just recently released Absalom. They most recently released like Absalom and Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. Yeah, and then also the studios that developed um Predator's Revenge and Streets of Rage 4, they're also getting to get a bit more work. Like the Streets of Rage 4 devs, I know that they went on to make Ninja not Ninja Gaiden Rage Bound. They wanted to make the new Shinobi game that released earlier this year. So yeah, those aren't all. There's still a couple more demos I have to play from Steam Next Fest, but those are the ones that really interest me. That those are the ones that I played that I liked playing the most. If I had to pick and I mean, there's still a bunch more demos I need to play through, but yeah, there's still a bunch more demos I need to play through. But if I had to pick my top five out of those I played, and this is just demo. This is just demo, so this is not the full game releases. They could be even better, or they could be worse or even better when we get to the full game comes out. But if I had to pick my top five, Marvel Cosmic Invasion is definitely on there because that is just a game I've been wanting for some time. A fun Marvel, like a small like cartoony fun Marvel beat 'em up game. Um, Positive Necrosis is probably on there because again, like I said, I've played a ton of Resident Evil indie games inspired by Resident Evil, and there's a ton more coming up that I haven't even tried yet. But out of the ones I played in this Steam Next Fest, House of Necrosis's take on it was the most unique, and I did like it giving like a very unique take on it. Then third I would say probably Double Dungeon. Again, that was like a smaller scope strategy RPG, but it was a very good. it handled its smaller scope really well. Then for I would say humans. Human like in my top 5, humans was also a lot of fun. Just this like this stealth game where you get to scare people out of a forest as like this little creature was adorable and adorable and also kind of a fun inversion of like a lot of other horror games I've seen. Well, it's not even a horror game, but you know what I mean. And then fifth, I would say maybe Darkbound. Yeah, maybe Darkbound. Just because like how it had like how both sides of that game, it being like a PS1, a like classic survival horror influenced game, or a horror game influenced by classic survival horror games on one hand, while also being a very cute, also being a game that starred very cute cats with in a world filled with cat puns on the other, and how like they just how different those two sides were, like how the clash between like how the game handled the clash between those two sides, and also how like well paced the demo was, and that it didn't even like the demo actually gave me more questions than answers as to what was going on, but in a good way. To where it was like, oh, they knew just when to cut the demo. They knew just when to cut the demo right as I was about to start figuring out what was going on to get me interested in playing the game, and it worked. But okay, thank you all for indulging me as I just went and talked about a bunch of demos from Steam Next Fest. Let me return to. I'm going to return to Resident Evil 3. So I need to use. Stop engine before breaking. Okay, maybe I can use this cord somewhere to restore power. Oh, also, this isn't a Steam Next Fest. This isn't from the Steam Next Fest, but I did see that that Tekken 3 is now on PS5 because as part of the like the classic as part it was the latest PlayStation classics added to PS5. I should try that some. I might want to try that sometime, maybe on stream. I have a couple of Tekken. I have like I'm building up a collection of Tekken games on my PS5, but I haven't gotten the chance to really play through a lot. I haven't got the chance to like really play like any of them. Not even Tekken 8, which I a large capacity power for use power cable for use large machinery. Which not even Tekken 8, which I do want to play a bit more on the channel. Okay, I'm gonna look up. Hold on. Okay, I'm guessing since I can't have anywhere I interact with this power cable, let me put this back then. And I'm gonna check my files here. So, ammunition creation system, reloading tool, gunpowder, relating tool, gunpowder, how to mix gunpowder, handgun bullets, shotgun shells, grenade rounds, grenade flame rounds, grenade acid rounds, grenade freeze rounds. Okay, it's probably I was saving this I was saving that gunpowder, but it's probably best to just go ahead and use it to make pistol bullets or handgun bullets until yeah, for right now. Just so that I can just because I don't have the grenade launcher right now. And I'm definitely going to need grenade rounds once I get it, but right now I really need pistol rounds. Okay, so let me see everything I have in here. Because I'm not exactly sure where I'm supposed to go from now. I've got the lockpick. I could try using the lockpick again. Okay, there's some places downtown that I could try using the lockpick on. Yeah, let me bring the lockpick with me because there's a couple doors in the downtown area that I could maybe try using the lockpick on. But this is heading back into where the Nemesis. Yeah, this is heading back to where around the Nemesis is. Also, hey, Brad Carey, hope you're doing well. Hmm. So Straw Hats just got back from lunch. You managing okay? Do you want some help? I'll try to figure it out. I'll try to figure it out myself. That means one of those bugs is still around. Okay, let's check here. There is a door right there. I need to restore power to it. There's a door right here if I need to restore power to it. Let me go. Okay, that needs one of the gems. There's actually not many areas I could use this power. Okay, there's actually not many areas I could use this lockpick on. So I guess let me go to a save room and drop it off. Those noises tell me that there's more zombies around. Hmm. You know, I might take a short break to get some more tea. Yeah, let me drop. Okay, let me drop this lockpick off, and then I'll take a short break to get some more tea. I'll, then when I get back, I'll try to figure out where I'm going. Hey, Fanboy Brian says, sure, that's what they said when they went out for cigarettes and milk and headlight fluid. Well, the good news is that I don't need. Well, the good news is that I don't smoke, so I don't need cigarettes. Um, okay, well, this is not good news for me, but it's good news for you specifically in this instance, Fanboy Brian. I am slowly getting lactose intolerant, so I cannot go out for. So I probably won't go out for milk. And then and headlight fluid. Well, I've got plenty of that stored away. I got plenty of that stored away in case I need it for my headlights. Also, like I was saying there, yeah, any donations are really appreciated right now whilst I'm looking for a new job. And if you do donate, make sure to let me know whether you want me to play Metal Gear Solid 3 or Batman Arkham City. This is going to be the last donation duel I do for a bit of time. So, and also this donation duel will end when I beat any of the games I'm currently playing. I don't like those noises. I think I might have gone the wrong way. Hold on. Okay. Let me actually go. I'm going to go back into Uptown. Ah, fuck. The bug zombies are back. Yep, there they are. Yeah, let me go back into Uptown. And I have this crank. I had this crank on me that I've had for some time. Let me check to see where I can use this crank. Because yeah, welcome in if you're just tuning in. Yeah, this is the final Resident Evil I'm playing. The final Resident Evil game I'm playing for Brawlloween. The original Resident Evil 3. I played through the original Resident Evil 1 and the original Resident Evil 2, so now I'm doing 3. Okay, let's go. So, is there anywhere that I could try using this? Okay, there's this area here. Well, hold on, no. This is still in downtown. Let me go into the let me go to the uptown map. I'm gonna need another gem in order to get to that get through that park in the downtown map. Okay. Well, also, I'm still kind of trying to decide what I'm gonna do for Halloween night next weekend. I'm I'm I was considering streaming on Halloween night itself, but my friend instead of on that Saturday, which is like November 1st. But I the very next day, but I also have some friends who are planning on doing some stuff or like celebrating Halloween on that night, so I might hang out. So I might hang out with them and just do the stream on November 1st. And well, I might. I'm also still considering if like I want to use that date to start like as the big finale of Brawloween. I start Devil May Cry 4, or if I do something else. I lo- Always, as difficult as things get, at least there's that friendly red barrel there, always ready to explode in case I need it to. Okay, let me take a look around here. Okay, there's this area here that I haven't been to with the sales office. It's blocked off by the fire, which I need the fire hose for, so I can't go through there just yet. Hmm. So Straw Hat says they've already remastered the first 4 games, so when are we getting a remake of Code Veronica? I've heard people say that they want that. I've also heard people say that they would like a remake of Resident Evil 5, which, I mean, either or I'd be fine with. I know that there are like quite a few people who have problems with all the games get with of so many video games getting remakes, but I mean, in some of the cases, at least for me, in some of the cases, a lot of the remakes I've really enjoyed some of the remakes. Although I will admit, I will admit, I feel like I might have a more positive outlook on video games on recent video game releases, just because well, I haven't gotten to. This is the most video games I've gotten to play, or this is the most I've gotten to play video games in my life. I never will like a large number of my streams right now are me playing through a bunch of older beloved games that I never got to play through before because I just never could play them. Or I would have never, or I didn't have the system for them, or I would have never been allowed to play them. So I'm getting, because so many games are easily available on like modern systems, I am able to play through so many things I've never gotten to play for the first time. I mean, that's the part of the reason I'm doing like First Fantasy. I'm getting to experience all these Final Fantasy games for the first time. Okay, so I need to go. Okay, let me check. I guess let me check around here. I never opened up that door, and I guess I could open that up. Sir Shriah says five desperately needs a remake, but do they really want to risk the controversy that went through the first time it came out to resurface? I mean, they can't avoid that. They can't avoid that controversy. So if they make a remake of it and they handle what was the controversial parts of it better, then Sleeper says, I think the main issue with remake slash remasters comes in cases like Silent Hill 2, where if that version was bad, it's not feasible for more people to try the franchise in a better spot, or Last of Us Part 1 and 2, where they're already playable in great condition on current hardware. I kind of agree. I agree with you there, Sleepless. I will admit that I've been enjoying remakes slash remasters, so I've been like more positive to remakes slash remasters because a lot of the remakes slash remasters I played are for games like Resident Evil, which like a lot of these games are like Final Fantasy. Like in the case of the Final Fantasy remakes and the Final Fantasy VII remakes, Final Fantasy VII is easily available on everything. Or like for Resident Evil, well, Resident Evil 4, the remake of that was like the original version of that is easily available. Got some more zombies. Damn it! Damn you, zombies! Can't y'all just stay dead? This is why zombies are the worst party guests. Okay, let me check around here a little bit more. But that's a zombie. Or like, okay, in the case of the Resident Evils, I will admit that like, yeah, this is I don't mind all the remakes for Resident Evils being around because you can play the originals. However, it's only in certain cases. It's only on certain systems. Like Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3 are available on PS5. That's how I'm playing them. But for their PC releases, GOG kind of recently revealed that, like, yeah, when we asked Capcom if we could re-release the original Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3, Capcom said, "Why would you want to release those? We have the remakes." Or the Capcom the representative from Capcom they talked to said, why would you want to release those versions? We have the remakes." Which, of course, as you can imagine, that really didn't people didn't like that at all. I feel like I should be able to use this here. There's a square hole. This is a rest. Okay. I feel like I should be able to use this here. Oh, this is a hex-sided crank. But yeah, I do agree with you, Sleepless. Like the cases where it is a bigger problem is in a case like for. I thought I had the square crank. This is a hex crank. Yeah, it is a bigger problem in cases where like Silent Hill 2. Like I had when I played Silent Hill 2 just back in September, I had to hold on. When I played Silent Hill 2 back in September, I needed to I had to go get I had to like get an emulator. I had to use my PS2 emulator in order to use the PS to play the PS2 version of it because that game isn't easily available online. And like one of the things that like in the case of the Final Fantasies, I've been really helped. One of the reasons why I've been having such a good time going through that series is because I was easily able to get so many of the games. Like those Final Fantasy 1 through 6 pixel remasters were those were a big help. Okay, this is not really going. Okay, so this is the wrong crank. I need this crank somewhere else. Hmm. I'm okay. I am getting kind of confused about what I need to do here. I d- am no I am noticing as much as I've enjoyed this game, as much as I've enjoyed this game's more open environment a bigger environment of you actually getting to explore the streets of Raccoon City in the middle of the zombie apocalypse. It does suffer from the fact I do think it might suffer from the fact that because this is a bigger, more open area, it's not as it's a lot it does seem like it's maybe a bit easier to get lost around here compared to like the Spencer Mansion in Resident Evil 1 or like the police station in Resident Evil 2. Where like because those were smaller, more contained environments, I could like okay, if I was confused about where to go, I just needed to look at all my stuff I had and then like kind of take a guess and just go out to a place and see what's out there. Basically, limited number of paths I could take kind of meant that it was easier to kind of figure out where I needed to go. Slip says, or Last of Us Part 1 and 2, where they're already playing in great condition of current hardware. Yeah, Last of Us has definitely not helped matters. It's an in Last of Us is such an interesting thing where it's like it was one of the definitive games of the PS3 era, and like it was considered one of the great and it was considered when it came out one of the great new cinematic games. But originally when it came out, I couldn't play. I had no interest in playing it because I didn't have a PlayStation when it came out. When it came out, it was kind of a similar situation to Metal Gear Solid, where I had no interest in Metal Gear Solid because I didn't have a PlayStation and had no idea when I had no and never thought I could get a PlayStation. Whereas now that I have a PlayStation, it's actually sort of a different scenario. Where now that I have a PlayStation, now that I have a PS5. Well, I had a PS4 and now PS5. I'm like, oh heck yeah, I want to try out Metal Gear Solid. Whereas Last of Us, anytime I look at him, like, not really interested. It might be maybe it's because okay, maybe it's because for Last of Us seems like it's at least to me, and I will admit I have not played either Last of Us 1 or 2, so I could be wrong here. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. But for me, it feels like Last of Us is trying to so hard to be a movie that it doesn't really interest like it kind of feels like if I wanted to experience it, that maybe the best way to experience it would be to watch the show. Whereas a series like Metal Gear Solid or Resident Evil, those are also trying so hard to be movies, but those are also trying like heavily inspired by movies. Resident Evil and Metal Gear Solid are also heavily inspired by like movies, but they're clearly also like very video gamey. Like Metal Gear Solid has like its apparently in Metal Gear Solid 4 it's got its multi-hour long cutscenes, which oh boy. We'll just have to see what that is. But it was also doing interesting things with the gameplay, like with how fun and challenging at times the stealth gameplay was. Slim says, "I don't think that's the case with the first game, since it just very much carried forward what Naughty Dog was working on with Uncharted 1 through 3. That is true. Uncharted 1 and 2 were very much Uncharted 1 and 2 were very much like he like movie inspired games. Oh, Poria Sephirin on watching on YouTube. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. If you're on YouTube or on Twitch, this stream is happening on both YouTube and Twitch. So it's happening on both YouTube and Twitch. So I'll try to make sure to talk to both chats. The main it's I just heard footsteps. Hold on. For those watching this on Twitch, this stream is still this is being streamed to YouTube, so that once the Twitch VOD expires, you can still watch it on. You can still go watch this or any of the streams I do on YouTube. That bug's still around there. Gosh dang it! Ah, Umbrella, you and your freaking bug zombies. Slip says, I don't think that's the case with the first game, so it's just very much carried forward what Naughty Dog was working on with Uncharted 1 through 3. You know, I'm going to go kill that bug zombie. And I sure as shit can say that's not the case with Season 2 of The Last of Us show, lol. Curses, the jump behind. Jill! Oh! Jill, why'd you wave there? Okay, you know what? I can't judge. I would make as bad decisions. How you feeling, Jill? You're not feeling great. Sir Straw says, no, the problem is they keep re-releasing and remastering the games in different versions and ignoring any potential of the games they could be making. Slip says, I'm willing to give a slight pass on the remaster of Last of Us 2 only because I understand why it was done. A lot of the recent Sony remasters are quick efforts to try and recoup money after they wasted time and money for half the console cycle developing live service games that all got axed behind closed doors. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right. Okay, that does make sense. That is why they do. That is definitely that is why they do keep doing all those remasters. Gosh, it is funny looking at just how many of those remasters were okay, let me check to see just how many of those remasters they were planning out that what oh, sorry, hold on, let me respond. Maria Sefron says, well, I played this masterpiece since I was 9. I'm 30 now playing on my phone using cheat codes. I'm kind of lazy. I can't say anything. I can't judge. I cannot judge at all. I'm using the PS5. I'm playing this on PS5, which has the it has the rewind and it has a rewind and save slot features. So I can't judge. So it says Naughty Dog doesn't actually have the rights to Jack and Daxter. Yeah, I think that was a kind of a similar situation to where the developers. I'm sorry, I know this is obvious, but whoever developed Crash Bandicoot, I think it was also that might have also been Naughty Dog. They didn't have the rights to Crash Bandicoot. Sony just had them develop Crash Bandicoot. Future is in our hands. Sure. I think I can't take. Yeah. This activates the water, so which injures Jill. So I need to do. Yeah, I need to do something. Yeah, I need to put something else there. I can hear those. I know that there's just ambient zombie noises, but still, I hear them, and I always think there's enemies around. For those who are new to the channel, this is actually this is my first time playing through this game. I played through the original Resident Evil 1 and the original Resident Evil 2 for the first time earlier this month, so I decided to finish that off by the original trilogy off by playing the original Resident Evil 3. So Straw Hat says, "Do you like that hint now?" You know what? Sure, I guess. I am a bit lost as to where I'm supposed to go. When did the restaurant get this sort of creepy music? Tori Sever says, you need a stone book, bro. It's located in the mayor's statue in Raccoon Hall. Oh, okay. Every looking cover, there's a hole to hook something else. You need to get the fire hook in the restaurant kitchen and use it with the hatch. Oh. Okay, let me go find Firehook. It's locked with a simple lock. I get the feeling that it might be there. Hmm. Heavy looking cover. There's a hole to hook something onto. Yeah, you need the lockpick to open it. Okay, well, let me go get the lockpick. Alright. Yeah, let me get the lockpick. Slim says, heck, Brawl played the remaster Jack and Daxter on the channel a few years ago. Sometimes I do consider if maybe I should go back and give Jack and Daxter another chance, because I really didn't like Jack and Daxter when I tried it out. When I tried it out originally, but maybe I feel like, I feel like I'm a lot different of a stream. I'm a lot better at playing games now than when I originally tried it out. Sleep says Jack and Daxter are the only ones that got dedicated PS4 remasters of that PS2 3D platformer set. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, yeah. Let me go to my save point. Let me go to my save point, grab the lockpick, and I'll go use it. Hmm. Yeah, it is gonna be. Gosh, so many of those like attempt at live services that failed, or live service games that failed, and so it seems like the only ones that you know what? Okay, well I don't know where I can use the crank. Let me go and just store that. Let me just store that crank away. Sleeves says, and while we're bemoaning things, please give me working versions of Ratchet and Clank Future Series on PS5. I would gladly pay $60 for Tools of Destruction and Crack in Time as a two pack. I am surprised at how there hasn't been like with how well Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart sold. I am surprised that there was really no one said, you know, maybe we should re-release some of these older games. Like Rift Apart sold pretty well and was like from the list of from the PS5 launch games, it was like one of the most highly praised. So it's because as good as Rift Apart sold, it sold peanuts compared to Spider-Man. Okay, that is yeah. I can understand. I can kind of understand how that happened because okay, well actually let me just go back. Okay, I'm gonna go back through here and then we go to the restaurant. I can kind of understand how that happened because I mean the first Insomniac Spider-Man game was like one of the highly. I mean, I really love that game, and it was one of the most highly praised superhero games to come out in recent years. Slave says, and Insomniac has been massively waylaid by dev trouble on Wolverine. Ah, dang, that sucks. Like this a block, we use lockpick. Yep. Not we're kind of worried about that music. I'm kind of worried about that musical sting. I'm gonna save right here. A robot says games need to do gangbusters in order for main studios to take further interest in them. Oh, hey, a robot. Sleep says, remember, we saw PS5 Wolverine at the PS5 reveal event. We're just going to see it release, and we're just going to see it release in 2026 Brawl. I know I said that. I know I said this very recently on stream, but yeah, if you want to, yeah, yeah, you want to, gosh, if you want to bemoan the fate of something, bemoan the fate of DC video games, of DC comics-based video games. Marvel's got Marvel Cosmic Invasion. If you weren't here when I talked about my favorite demos from Steam Next Fest earlier this stream, the demo for Cosmic Invasion came out. That was amazing. The demo for Cosmic Invasion was really good. Very excited for that. But besides just that game, We got Marvel Rivals. Marvel Rivals has just added like a zombies a mode where you can fight zombies, making it instantly my favorite thing ever done with Marvel Zombies. We go down the ladder. Yes. We got Tokon. We got Marvel Tokon being worked on by Arxis, who is also apparently still working on Dragon Ball Fighters. Oh damn it! Oh, I've used up so much ammo. Well, this is my own problem. And we got that new Wolverine game that's coming out. That's being worked on. Meanwhile, from DC, the only game we've had recently is Suicide Squad: Kill the Justice League. Oh, and then that Wonder Woman game that they canceled and closed the studio that was working on it. So he says, "Man, Warner Bros. Just needs to license it out at this point." Oporia Sephiron says, "I recently heard that Zero remake is about to release soon." We haven't heard anything about an a Resident Evil Zero remake, to my knowledge. Yeah, I haven't heard anything about a Resident Evil Zero remake. I think Capcom is currently working focusing heavily on a Resident Evil 9. Oh, there's that thing, which is going to release early next year. Seems like that's going to be their big release for Resident Evil's 30th anniversary. Which is also another reason I'm doing this, is because Resident Evil's 30th anniversary is early next year. So I decided it would be good to play these games. Rashi Carey says, and Toxic Crusaders. Oh, that's okay. I was mentioning earlier, like, what TMNT Shredder's Revenge did for Tribute Games, and how, like, it's allowing them to now make Marvel Cosmic Invasion. Gosh, if I had the time to make video essays, there are quite a few video essays I would do, and one of them would probably be what TMNT Shredder's Revenge has done for beat 'em ups. Because now, thanks to TMNT Shredder's Revenge, just thanks to how good that game is sold, it's funny how so many great game ideas will happen just because somebody has a great idea first, and then everyone else is like, "Oh, we can do that." Like, basically, the idea I'm mentioning is that because of Shredder's Revenge, so many like less like old cartoons are now getting like really well made 2D beat 'em ups. Okay, so I've got this gem. I can use that on yeah, I can use that over there on the front of the park. But like Toxic Crusaders is getting a beat 'em up. He-Man's getting a beat 'em up. Power Rangers got a beat 'em up, which from what I've heard is actually kind of mixed. It was kind of mixed in its reception, but still, the fact that it got something is also was a beat 'em up based solely on Mighty Morphin, which is that's not exactly what people want, but still, it's something. It's the most that's been done. It's the most that's been done to Power Rangers. It's the most respectable thing that's been done with Power Rangers in a long time. Oh geez, yeah, I'm running out of pistol ammo. So Straw Hat says, I thought it pronounced gem. That's what I said. A gem. An emerald gem. Okay, yep, I'll save right here. Although actually, okay, it's not. Although I will say, as much as we're talking about like how games need to sell incredibly well just to be successful, it's not just that. There is something a little bit more because this actually goes into because what I'm saying here actually ties into another one of Warner Bros. Recent failures, which is with Mortal Kombat, which is with Mortal Kombat 1. Since ever since Ever since that new Dragon Ball Fighters trailer released announcing another character, and of course it's a new Goku, there has now been a joke been made. Like there's now been a joke kind of made. I've been seeing people make, specifically Wooly from Castle Super Beast, who was like, um, with that new update, Dragon Ball Fighters has outlasted 2 Mortal Kombat games. And in fact, Mortal Kombat it kind of feels like Mortal Kombat is getting that new it's getting a collection of classic games releasing soon. But as far as like a new upcoming game, it's not doing well. More like development on Mortal Kombat is kind of like shut down, and now they're trying. NetherRealm was kind of trying to figure out. I'm guessing NetherRealm was trying to figure out what they're going to do next. For some reason, I'm kind of getting reminded of Parasite Eve going through here. I'm not sure why. Let me check to see what this is. The door is stuck on the other side and won't open. But the thing where I'm going with this is like how money, like sales aren't actually everything. Is that if you look at sales, okay, like a few months ago, it was announced that Street Fighter 6 passed 5 million sales, which is understandable. It's one of the most popular fighting games right now. It's still like uh, uh, people are still playing it a lot. However, it was then announced, like only a little bit later, that Mortal Kombat 1 had sold 6.2 million. It actually had sold even like a million sales higher. And yet no one's not people aren't even really playing Mortal Kombat 1 because despite all those sales, despite like being like overall probably the highest selling overall probably the highest selling fighting game franchise outside of like Smash Brothers. Oh, this is where I need that crank. There's a hex-shaped hole. Oh, yeah, this is where I need that crank. Yeah, despite being the highest selling fighting game franchise, uh, because Mortal Kombat's had a problem for some time, and like I'm saying this as someone who tried Mortal Kombat 1, ran into these problems or tried Mortal Kombat 11, ran into these problems which made me decide to stop playing through those games, and then lost all interest in the series. Mortal Kombat's got a thing where it's got an issue going on where the big thing everyone remembers about Mortal Kombat 1 is the fatalities. And that's actually like kind of the thing that drove me away from the game was like the game had all these really gruesome visceral fatalities that I just didn't like I just didn't want to see. And like videos making like videos of compilations of like all fatalities in like Mortal Kombat X or Mortal Kombat 11. Everyone, you make a video like that on you want an easy way to make a million views on YouTube? Go well okay, maybe easy way. You will still have make a all fatalities in certain Mortal Kombat games on compilation. I say sort of easy because you're still gonna have to deal with YouTube's content moderation, so you might you might have to you might not get as many views. Your views might get cut short. But that actually kind of ties into the issue with like why recent Mortal Kombat games don't really stick around as far as like being popular for people to play. Like because of how like because of how because of how gruesome those fatalities are. Like body horror is like it's for a specific audience of people. When I was playing Look Outside just a few weeks ago, I myself was like, "Hey, I don't really like body horror, but this game is so but Look Outside has a fun RPG underneath the body horror that's like keeping me invested." Whereas a lot like there's the thing with Mortal Kombat is like it's got an issue in that it's trying to appeal to like a really a massive audience with like I mean just look at who they get for for cameo characters or collaboration characters, guest characters: Terminator, RoboCop, Rambo, Spawn. They're appealing to like a very specific audience there. Okay, let me use that. Oh, well then. Poria says RE3 remake really was heartbreaking. For instance, how could they remove the church part and also Nemesis looks like a clown? I do think that Nemesis looked plenty, and definitely still intimidating in the RE3 remake. And I did like playing through RE3 remake, but I do agree that it felt like it was missing some stuff. Sir Straw Hat says about the real. I personally think the issues for the series started around MKX. I feel like the issues Mortal Kombat was kind of dealing with were kind of bubbling below the surface. Were like bubbling below the circus, the surface for some time. Because just like when they're in like when it was in like the really early era, those like the fatalities were like they were kind of when it was like when it was early three when the games were like their first versions, like their 2D versions. The fatalities were like really cartoony. So yeah, they were like people getting their heads ripped off or people exploding. But it was like very cartoony because of the stylized graphics. But when they switched over to like really heavy, like hyper realistic graphics, it just gets at least for me, and I feel like this might be the case for quite a few other people. It reaches a point where it's just like really hard to look at. Oh. Shit. Okay, 7 bullets, damn it. Also, the biggest thing, really, I haven't mentioned this yet, but the biggest thing was just that the gameplay didn't really feel that, when I played Mortal Kombat, 11, the whole, like, the gore was a factor. Or the heavy amount of gore with the fatalities was a factor. And there's also just the fact that, the game just didn't feel as fun to play. Which I think is actually like which I think that's really the big reason. Sleep says, I would love to see a Capcom style. Sleepless says, I would love to see a Capcom Devil May Cry style game in the Superman line. Or I'd love to see a Team Asano Octopath style game in the far future Justice Society headlined by Supergirl game. I was saying when they were when the Wonder Woman game was first announced, I would love when the Wonder Woman game was first announced, I remember seeing that I would have loved if they had said like if they announced like if they were working on like a character action game like Devil May Cry or like Devil May Cry or some other series, like this big fun action game where you could just where you fought monsters, like inspired by Greek mythology, or even like DC villains, DC like super villains, as Wonder Woman. She would be the perfect for like a like character action game. She would kind of be like the perfect character for that. Okay, I'm really getting tired of this guy. She would kind of be the perfect character for that because of all the different weapon. Well, she's stated to be like basically DC Comics like in more recent things, she's become like the best swordswoman in DC Comics, and like every version has now started giving her like really heavily leaning in. A lot of the more recent versions of Wonder Woman have really started leaning into like her being a swordswoman. Slim says, "Hell, I'd be interested in a core Justice League style Muso game. That could also be really fun." I'm trying to stun lock the Zambi, but it's not working. Sleep says, if you want to see what that Wonder Woman game would play like, please play Shadow Mortar and Shadow War. They're actually pretty fun games. I remember those being pretty fun games. And yeah, that was one of the heartbreaking things about it was like after 2 games where they had worked on that Nemesis system, where they had used that nice Nemesis system, because Warner Bros. Like copyrighted it, that system was not hadn't been used for many years until like they announced that, oh, it's gonna be in the Wonder Woman game. but because they canceled that game and they copyrighted the system, we're not going to get to because they copyrighted that system and canceled that game. Well, no more Nemesis games. I know I've said this. I think I've brought this up quite a few times on stream, but that's a real shame because if they hadn't copyrighted that Nemesis system, there could be so many cool game ideas they made with that system. Like, take I made a joke earlier that I know I said like only like not even an hour ago that it seems like a lot of games are made because someone has a great idea and makes a game, and then a lot of other studios realize, oh, we can do that too. But that's how the video game industry has thrived. Is like that's where a lot of its great games came from. I mean, just look at Resident Evil. Resident Evil 1 came out, and then after that came out, a lot of other studios like, oh, we want to do something like that. But when they gave it to dev teams and they allowed those dev teams to try to do something different, or they allowed those dev teams to try and make something different, and that's how we got like Parasite Eve, Silent Hill. We got a lot of great games out of people trying to because Capcom didn't do something stupid like try to copyright the Resident Evil formula, like the formulas that make up Resident Evil or the style of gameplay that make up Resident Evil. We got a lot of great games. Heck, I showed off a bunch of cool games that are being worked on right now. Let me actually save right here. Slave says, but yes, Warner Bros. Just needs to be fucking license out the DC games at this point, especially since their in-house studios can't seem to hack it. Yeah, that really would be. Uh-oh. Zambi dogs. Slave says, I do think that part of the problem, especially in AAA space, is how expensive games are to make now. Yep. Oh, I'm really screwing up here. Okay, we're gonna go back here. Yeah, that is definitely the case. That is definitely the case. I've one of the great ideas that indie game developers have had, which is why like indie games are overall doing really great right now, is because a lot of indie devs realize like, oh, we can just keep games looking in like this low polygon or like PS1, PS2 styled graphics, and people will be okay with that. Or we're just make it like or we can still just make like a 2D game, like with sprite art, and like sure it'll cost quite a bit for us to make that. It'll take quite a bit for us to make that. It'll still cost a lot of money to make that. But it's going to cost significantly less than trying to make like a hyper realistic game and try to sell that for like $70. Sleep says, if you're pumping 120, 130, 300 million game to a game, you're limited in how many risks. Ow. If you're pumping 120 to 300 million a game, you're limited in how many risks you can take because it's a lot worse if you fail now than if you failed when budgets for 15 to 20 million. Oh, hi, Red Septic. Welcome in. There, okay. How bad am I looking? Pretty bad. Pretty bad. Sleep says, people give Pokemon so much shit, but it's insanely profitable, especially in light of the reported development cost of those games being under 25 million a pop. I mean, another example, look at Digimon Story Time Stranger. That game, I don't know how much that game costed to make, but it definitely didn't cost as much as something like a Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Or like Final Fantasy 16, or sorry, I'm just always thinking of Final Fantasy. Ever since I started First Fantasy, I'm just always thinking of Final Fantasy. But then or The Last of Us. Last of Us 1 or 2, or
You're one of the survivors from the rescue team, right?
oh, hello.
I just ran into your teammate, Carlos.
Like it definitely still took quite a bit of money to make Digimon Story Time Searcher, but it was nowhere near as much as like it was nowhere near as much as like the newest God of War.
How did a girl like you manage to survive?
Hey, I'm no ordinary civvy. I'm a member of STARS.
Stars? You mean the RPD Special Force Team?
Hey, is someone wounded back there?
You just now noticed him? So we do know that Ghost of Yote was made with a modest budget of 70 million. That is something I heard recently. That is something I heard that yeah, Ghost of Yote was just like, yeah, we could just Ghost of Yote, the Insomnia Sucker Punch was like, yeah, we could just like, why don't we just reuse a lot of our assets? I mean, it's how Yakuza, the Yakuza series, is doing so well. Is like, and it's how they're able to release like a game a year, and how they're still making a bunch of money. How they're able to release like a game a year, and not be in as big a problem as any other studio trying to do that. Because like they're just like, yeah, let's just reuse a lot of our assets. Slave says The Last of Us 2 was 20 million, and God of War Ragnarok was reportedly 200 million. Jeez. I'm hoping that well, I say that reusing assets. I'm hoping that the third Final Fantasy VII remake trilogy game, that one's gotta they also have to be they've got to be reusing assets for that too. Because I mean, they already have the models for like all the character for most of the characters, like the majority of the party members. So they've got to be reusing assets for those games as well. I know that you're intimidated by your new job, Kevin, so let me tell you how to make sure that you and your trains get along just fine. You see, these carriages were made in 1968 and then imported from Europe. Oh boy. Sometimes they get rickety, but they still work because they are simple, stubborn, and strong. We can always depend on them. If they have a bad day and are malfunctioning, you'll need to take a good look at their circuits for any trouble. Once you discover what's wrong, you'll be able to fix it easily. Sleeve says, there's bound to be some reused assets, but there's bound to be some new assets too. North Crater, Wutai, Rocket Town, etc. Oh yeah, you're right. Well, I'm sure that they're gonna have to use new assets because they have to make new areas. And like those areas have to be a lot bigger than how they were in the original Final Fantasy VII, but still it feels like they should be able to reuse quite a bit of assets from like FF7 Remake and Rebirth. I'm sure that enemy assets as well. Like a lot of the enemy assets. Really, it seems like most of the character models and animations for the character models they should be able to reuse. I'm sure that you'll be able to avoid those nasty little malfunctions if you check the parts every day. These old trains will surely have problems if you don't remember to check them out. Just remember that if you need to replace anything, you have to choose a suitable part. When I say suitable, I mean that even if you can't find another original part, you better find something that works good enough. Even with regard to oil, you must always prepare some good quality oil for these trains. Never forget, Kevin, that a man may betray others, but a machine won't. I don't know about that one. So if you want just a slight, this is going a bit off, going on a bit of a tangent here, but if you want a good summary of just how weird things are in the job application, reading that, I went to just quickly check my email to see if I got any emails back from any of the jobs I applied to, and apparently the job I applied to at Best Buy turned me down. Even jobs as low as Best Buy are like, nah, we don't want you.
Oh, this looks bad.
They're coming. Get ready. Fire. Fire. Stay together.
Calm down. You're safe now.
Uh,
Everything is gonna be okay.
I have expected Nemesis to just kick down the door right after she said that. So funny enough, there actually wasn't a ton of overlap between Monsters and Remake and Monsters Rebirth. There were a few overlaps like the Shinra Goons or Shinra Mechs, but otherwise there wasn't too many. Well, when you return to in like as part of the third remake game, they're gonna have to do like the return to return to Midgar. So I'm guessing a lot of these Shinra enemies will come back. Well, I mean, you already said that Shinra Goons and Shinra Mechs will come back, but I mean, like a lot, like all the Shinra enemies will come back. Oh, and also for those who are newer to the channel, just to let y'all know about what I do here. My name is Brawl Kaiser. I tend to play a lot of I'm willing to play nearly anything on the channel, but I tend to play a lot of like lesser known. I tend to play a lot of RPGs, like turn-based RPGs, strategy RPGs, action RPGs, a lot of games like that. I also really like to play games that feel deserve more attention, or maybe even y'all deserve more attention, as well as just well, I didn't get to play many games when I was younger, so I'm really taking just playing through a bunch of games right now, like playing through a bunch of classic games for the first time right now. And then as part of that, just to mention the big event I'm doing and why I'm talking about Final Fantasy so much, I decided like back in 2023 that because I really like RPGs, but I'd never fully played like I really like RPGs, but I'd never fully played through a mainline Final Fantasy game. And so also I realized that the 40th anniversary of Final Fantasy is in 2027. So I decided the simple and very clearly very same thing to do was to make a list of 40 different Final Fantasy games and try to play through all of them before the 40th anniversary. So that is like all the mainline games, 1 through 16. The like any sequels, spin-offs any sequels or remakes to the mainline games. So like Final Fantasy 14 is on the list and all of Final Fantasy 14's expansions. FF7 is on the list, and Crisis Core and the remake trilogy for FF7 is on the list. Final Fantasy 13 is on the list, and its 2 sequels. And then also in addition to that, I'm including a bunch of spin-off games like Tactics Advance, and yeah, Tactics Advance, and a bunch of other spin-offs like Stranger of Paradise and Vagrant Story, and then also some games that are that are not fully considered Final Fantasy games, but they're either set in the same world as Final Fantasy games, or they're published by Square Enix and developed as like spiritual successors to Final Fantasy games. Like for example, Vagrant Story, the Bravely Default trilogy, so Bravely Default, Bravely Second, and Bravely Default 2, Triangle Strategy, Neo Fantasian Dimension, that one is on there. Sir Strias, is X on the list? Yes, X and X2. Actually, here, just to list off, like, here, I'll just go ahead and list off, like, every game that's on this list. So, I've already played through Final Fantasy 6, 9, 7, 7 Remake, the very first Final Fantasy, and Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. Those 6 I've played through. Then there's also Final Fantasy 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Stranger of Paradise. Vagrant Story. Crisis Core. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Whatever the sequel to the whatever the third Final Fantasy remake trilogy game is, that one's already on the list. Whatever that game is, yeah, I'll be playing it as well. 10-2, 13-2, Lightning Returns Final Fantasy 13, Triangle Strategy, Fantasia Neo Dimension, Bravely Default, Bravely Second, Bravely Default 2, Dissidia Final Fantasy, and Dissidia 012 Final Fantasy, so the first 2 Dissidia games. I mentioned Final Fantasy 14, and that includes all of its expansions, and each of its expansions is kind of the main game, and each of 14's expansions are a separate entry on the list, because they are like, from what I've seen, they're all like games on the list, or they're the length of a full game. So like A Realm Reborn, Heaven's Sword, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, Endwalker, Dawntrail. And then that equals up to 39 right now, and there is one more spot open. And I'm leaving that spot open in case Square Enix announces something new Final Fantasy related that I want to check out. But if they don't, then I do have a couple of backup options that I would add there as the last game that I could add there as the 40th game. It's really just going to depend on it's going to depend on like how long it takes me to get through a bunch of these other games, and then what I decide to how long it takes me to decide how long it takes me to get through a bunch of these other games, and then like what I decide, or if they've announced anything. So it says, "Don't take Best Buy rejecting you personally. They are a dying
So,
store."
Jill, did you decide to help us out? It looks
Oh, hey,
like we're
Carlos.
the only ones who survived. We should work together.
No, we can't trust her.
Why? But Sergeant, we need her help. Our unit's down to you, me, and Lieutenant Mikhail. That's it. And Mikhail's hurt bad. If we don't cooperate, we won't be walking away from this mission.
Fine. Then let's go over our plan. We're moving to the clock tower area, which is the designated landing zone for the extraction chopper. Once we get there and give the signal, the chopper will fly in and pull us out.
That's a lot of ground to cover. I don't think we can make it on foot.
The main problem we have is that the landing zone is cut off from here by the fire. So we have no choice but to use this cable car to navigate through it. Fortunately, we can also use it as a moving shield to get us through the worst areas.
That works for me. Good plan, sir.
Okay, people, let's get moving.
Jill, put this on.
Okay. Oh, he gave her 2 extra inventory spots. Thanks, Carlos. So it says, "Don't take Best Buy as rejecting you personally. They're a dying store for most parts of the country, and they can barely afford to keep a full staff out there." Yeah, they were like one of the last back. They were like one of the. Oh, there's the wrench. I'm gonna need that. They were like one of the backup jobs that I've tried applying to just because I need something. You open the lock. Hooray! I can see. Oh shit! So yeah, just feel I should mention any donations are really appreciated right now. Whilst I yeah, any donations either through direct donations, bits, subs, or gifted subs are really appreciated right now. Damn it. If you aren't able to donate or don't feel like donating, I understand, and thank you for at least watching the stream. That alone is very helpful. But if you are able to donate, make sure to let me know whether you want me to play Batman Arkham City or Metal Gear Solid 3. Okay, there we go. But I'm nearly dead. Oh no. The classic Brawl Kaiser playing classic Resident Evil experience. Almost dead. No more bullets. Sir Straw Hat says, "Why don't you save us a lot of trouble and shoot him now?" Because I only have 5 Magnum bullets. I would use the knife, but unfortunately, Jill does not have Resident Evil 4 Leon Kennedy knife. Resident Evil 4 Leon Kennedy or Resident Evil 4 remake Leon Kennedy knife skills. So Straw Hat says, "Not the dog, Nikolai." No, I know you're talking about Nikolai. But the answer is the same. I only have 5 Magnum bullets. And Magnum bullets are worth more than gold out here. Ah, zombies! Okay. Was that Zambi just waiting in that car? That Zambi was just waiting in that car. Okay, well, we're kind of screwed. I'm kind of screwed here. So yeah, all those okay, so that means that all those cars I saw Zambi's getting out of will be a. So yeah, all those cars that I saw with like car doors as separate objects, that means there's zombies waiting in them, which is kind of to be expected. So just thinking of good news though, I think it was a GameIndustry.biz article today that reported EA was discovering how inept AI is replacing coders for game design. How inept AI is at replacing coders for game design, and it costs more to use the AI and have a coder fix it than it does to just have the coder right in the first place. Gee, wow, it's exactly what everyone was saying. That is a good thing. Yes, we can let it come, everyone. Let us all, come, everyone. Let us all point and laugh at EA for making the obvious mistake. Hmm. All right. Well, I do not have. EA, you're gonna. EA, you're. Meanwhile, meanwhile, me just like looking at them, thinking like, "You're gonna die." I'm just looking at EA like, "You're gonna die." Like, like I am. I have. I have one. So I am in dangerous amount of health with no bullets to defend myself in a zombie-infested town with an 8 foot tall biomutant hunting me down to kill me, and yet I am in a yet I am still in a better and yet I am in a more survivable space than EA, and yet Jill Valentine is in a more survivable space than EA is right now. So it says, I mean, EA is being looked at by the Saudi Arabian kingship. They're in danger regardless. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's safe to say that there better not be a zombie just waiting right behind you. I freaking swear. So Straw Hat says they were already sold, weren't they? Yeah. So yeah, the current, from what I remember, the current status is that EA was bought by or assuming the deal goes through in 2027. Oh, never gonna understand business deals. Never gonna understand business deals. Like I know there's a lot more reasons to it. Oh, oh, hey, it's you.
I'll check over there.
Why are you following me? Sliv says, much how like how Microsoft announced their intention to acquire ABK and it didn't go through until 2024. Yeah, I really don't understand business deals because I would think like, there's just there's something hilarious there's something hilarious and yet so confusing about EA, the company that is famous. Like you probably know EA more for them buying up well if you play a lot of video games or you're interested or you have an interest in gaming news, in news related to games and game companies, you probably know EA more for being the company that buys up small other companies, ruins them, and then closes them than you do for any of the games they make. And so, for the same thing to happen to EA, they're about to be bought up by a Saudi Arabian kingship, get ruined. They weren't doing the best spot already, but I mean, like, there's fewer lower places you can go than deciding to get rid of transition most of your working into generative AI as a generative AI is like is collapsing. There's something both hilarious and confusing about that. It's like, oh my, haha, because it's like, haha, karma, but it's also like, did none of y'all look at exactly what you did to other people? So if you know EA, you know them for being annual sports games and only those sports games. I am truly the wise see, I'm truly the gosh, what's the word I'm looking for? I'll think of it a second. I am truly the enlightened knower of EA games because I know that they are responsible for Peggle. Or that they own Peggle. Brashy Carey says nobody understands business deals. I say that to be funny, but it might be a serious question in this case. B. C. D. Wait, did I do it? The storage to maintain the temperature level of the oil. Will you operate the electronic lock? Yes. Wait, didn't that... Oh. Do I need to turn them all off? An untidy counter. Okay. I thought I maybe need to turn them all red or turn them all off, but I guess not. Let me take a look around. I love how no matter where I go in Resident Evil, no matter where you go in no matter where you go in Resident Evil 1 through 3, you always find you can always count on one thing. Not the police. Not the police, not the city itself, but you can always count on there being poster. You can always count on there being at least 5 posters of ladies in swimsuits hung up in different places. Here, let me look. Maybe this is a note here. Nope. No, it is not. An untidy counter. Okay. Sim says, I'd argue there's lawyers that do, but given the case that was put forth against the ABK Activision for the FTC, I'm inclined to agree, Brad. But yes, there's minimal assumption that within the current administration, who 40% of his net worth. But yes, there's a minimal assumption that with the current administration, who 40% of his net worth is backed by a Saudi investment into his cryptocurrency, there's a minimal belief that the FTC will prevent or even demand an override of the deal. Ah, great. Painting equipment is stored deal. Which, on the one hand, it's EA, so we can all point and laugh at them as they fall to the exact same thing that they did. They fall to the exact same thing they did to so many other companies, or to so many other game developers. But this is like the third push into like this is like the third push into trying to get like. This is the third push the Saudi Arabian's government has made to try and like kind of get them to be more publicly received. And their main push has been just get involved with like media, like companies that make media, in order to like have those companies serve as propaganda, like basically be propaganda for them. Like there's WWE and that was like the last straw for a lot of wrestling fans, including myself. Well, it was one of the many straws that kind of broke the camel's back and made me leave. Then there's the one, then there's the SNK, which all of us SNK fans are still sad about. And now it's EA, so basically, I am a little worried that what other companies is Saudi Arabia's government going to try to take ownership of, and B, if some other government also decides to start doing that. It's a machine that supplies the gasoline. Now, I will say, this is a talking point I'm picking up from Castle Super. I will admit that this is a talking point I saw first mentioned on Castle Super Beast. when they brought it up. And I will also mention the point that there are definitely some companies who would not who would not let themselves be. There are definitely some game developers or game publishers who would not let themselves get bought by like Saudi Arabia. Like one example, Nintendo. Nintendo is such a weird company because they are like they will both do the stupidest, just in their idea of defending their what they perceive. In the case of like in their Nintendo will do sometimes the stupidest and sometimes the smartest things, in just to protect what they perceive as a threat to their brand identity. So I was pretty sure Nintendo is something like 99% Saudi investing. Oh, well, never mind. Never mind. Although it might be a case where like Nintendo's actually, well, let me taking a second to think about it. It might be a case where Nintendo's like, yeah, we'll allow that, but if Nintendo's like, hey, but I'm willing to bet if the Saudi Arabia government was like, okay, now we want to increase our 9% investment to to over 50%, and we want to start having a say in what you make, Nintendo would be like they. I would not be I would not be surprised if Nintendo would like then turn around and said, get out. Oh, let me actually check. Okay, nothing special. Okay, and so it says, I don't think it's enough to actually mess with something, but it's probably helping keep something afloat at Nintendo. It's like how Sony, I think, has 5% investing from Tencent. Oh. Okay, that says BAC over there. Let me try BAC. So I need to get it in that order. Okay. BAC. No? Hmm. I'm guessing I need to. Okay, so the first thought was BAC. Okay, wait, hold on a second. Because there was like. Because those three lights in the top kind of lit up once I did it correctly once, so. Okay. Did I? Yeah, BAC. Hmm. Straw Hat says, I think you might need to do it 3 times. Okay. Okay, so B. Well, the letters also light up, so. Oh no, I guess just C only lights up. Okay, I'm just gonna look this. Okay, I'm gonna look this up. I got no clue what it's wanting here. Okay, wait, hold on. That's the correct one. Wait, hold on. That did it correctly. That did something correctly. Maybe I need to only have that one lit up. Okay, yeah, I just need to have that one be the only one that's split up correctly. So I was wrong, actually. Tencent does not invest in Sony. Ah, good. I've heard the horror stories of Tencent, what they're like. Okay, so whichever letter is lit up, I need to get it to where only the light shines on that. You take the machine oil? Sure. Untidy counter. Okay. Wait, what are you doing? Nikolai, you idiot! You idiot! Why the fuck did you do that? That's not a good noise. So it's because he's evil. I was about to make I was about to say, well, even if he's evil, he just blew up that gas station with himself in it. However, I do have to remember he's not just evil; he's umbrella evil. And there is no. And when it comes to being a company that is both evil and completely life-threateningly stupid, when it comes to having employees that are both evil and life-threateningly stupid, no one can match up to Umbrella. There's been a couple of times where actually let me try using this wrench here. Ah, zombies. Dang it. Okay, well now I don't want to use that wrench on there. There's been a couple of times where like Resident Evil was like, "Hey, what if you got to play as an Umbrella agent?" And every time I've seen it, it felt a bit off because it's like, well, no, the Umbrella agent did die immediately, like they always do. Like I feel like, oh, that's right. There's this zombie here. I might have to use my magnum bullets. Sir Straw Hat says Hunk didn't die in his story. Exactly. And that's why it feels like it wasn't a proper story for an agent of Umbrella. Because every single person who works for Umbrella is not just completely evil, they all suck at their jobs. One of the most competent, I guess I'm going to have to use my magnum bullets. One of the most competent people that have worked for Umbrella was probably William Birkin. Look what he caused. So Straw Hat says Wesker technically survived the death blow from the tyrant. Yes, but you have to remember. Yes, but you have to remember. Wesker wasn't act like he was working. He was working for Umbrella. I'm saying that in quotes, but he was actually like working against them. It's even shown like it was mentioned even in like some of the files in Resident Evil 2 that it was mentioned in some of the files in Resident Evil 2, the original Resident Evil 2 when I played it earlier. That that like they were like, hey, Wesker's working against what Umbrella Corporation wants. Thanks to Wesker, things have really been messed up. So really, if Capcom wanted to make a Resident Evil game where you played as members of Umbrella, but actually make it feel like you are playing, but makes it feel like you are truly playing as members of Umbrella, they'd institute they'd make it like that one zombie game called Zombie U, where like you try to survive a zombie apocalypse, but every time your character dies, they become a zombie, and so you have to you have to like start as a new character who has to then go get your stuff from the previous character you played as, like that. A bunch of umbrella play as a bunch of masked umbrella agents. Oh, hello. Play as a bunch of masked umbrella agents in the zombie wood thrown into the zombie wood chipper. Strashers, check the body by the door. Well, I opened the door. I think that was a bad... Okay, let me just... Yes, okay. Hooray, shotgun shells. Wait, can I...
Don't come any closer!
I don't think they're listening. Dude, use your good friend, the red barrel. It's what they're there for. Good job.
Mikhail, do you have some kind of death wish?
My people, they were wiped out by these monsters. I can't stop just because I'm wounded.
But can't you see those monsters are also the victims of Umbrella?
Are you accusing me of taking it out on them? You don't seem to understand something. We're not really involved with the company. There's no reason for any of us to take responsibility for this mess.
I know that. And right now, that's the only reason why I'm trying to cooperate with you.
Yay, teamwork.
Sorry. I feel so useless.
Don't. You fought hard and have the wounds to prove it.
But do you have any spare bullets that I could use?
Still alive. My men aren't.
Don't think about that now. Just rest.
I could not save my men.
Oh, sorry. I was definitely not trying to loot his body to see if maybe he had any bullets on him. Definitely wasn't trying to do that. Nope, no sir. Some of the parts seem to be out of order. Power cable is disconnected. Oh, I need the power cable. Okay. Power cable is disconnected. The mixed oil has been used up. The fuse has been disconnected. Okay, can I use this? Oil additive alone does not seem to be enough for this machine. So the parts seem to be missing. Power cable is disconnected. The fuse is broken. Okay, so I need to get okay, so I need to get that power cable and the fuse. Well, thank you for clearing those zombies out of the way. Okay, I have the wrench, which means I can get that fire hose. Hmm. Okay, so... Let me save right there. Now, if I do beat this game tonight, then that means that the donation duel between these two games will end tonight. Oh, some gunpowder. Hooray! Okay, good. I can make more shotgun shells with that. Bit of a shame that I had to use up a magnum bullet on that zombie, though. Okay, this goes here. I need to get to a... Let me get to a save point and, like, use up some of these items. Oh, dang it. Okay, to get out of here, I'm gonna have to clear out those zombies. Yep. Hmm. Okay, let me wait until they get a little bit closer. Damn it. Okay. That's 3 of them. Oh, there's another. Let me reload the shotgun. Hmm. Okay. I don't hear any more around. I've got 2 spots left. Oh, what's this? A bronze statue of Raccoon City Mayor Michael Warren. There's a switch. We put it? Sure. It's holding something in its hand. Will you take the bronze book? Okay. Let's see what this is. A bronze-made book-shaped object. It says given knowledge on it. Okay. Maybe I can replace that disc with this book? It's worth a try. I did see that it was mentioned that they're both made out of bronze. Yeah, let me get to that save point so I can get some more shotgun shells. Hmm.
No!
Wait, what was that? Ah, well, we'll see it. We'll find out in a little bit. Okay, so I'll need to stow away these 2 for right now. I'll stow away these 2 right now, and then let me grab... Let me combine those 2. I guess, okay, now that I think about it, since checking some of those bodies did get me some stuff, maybe I should check some more of the... Yeah, I probably should be checking more of the bodies that are lying around. They might give me some more stuff. I'm just... Everything in a Resident Evil game has told me never to check when I see a body, prepare to shoot it. Okay, let me stow away that Book of Wisdom for right now. I guess let me go investigate. Oh. I feel like I missed something. Okay, I'm gonna go back. Let me go back by that entrance to the park and see if maybe I could check the body there and find something. Well, this is a pre-rendered body. Oh, okay. So there is some okay, so yeah, I will find stuff on even these pre-rendered bodies, so I should be checking them a lot more. Yeah, I should be checking these even the pre-rendered bodies because I can find some stuff on them. Okay, another at least one more zombie over there. Let me go use the wrench to grab that hose, I think. Yeah, it's a bit of a way down there, but it'll open up the path to the, it'll allow me to open up that path past the fire. What's up? Okay, let me combine those 2. Ah, there's definitely more of them. Okay, let me go south there, then through there, then down through there, then down through there, then into the uptown area. Hello. As long as I don't run into the Nemesis, I think I'll be fine. Oh, I'm back in the restaurant. Okay. It's not exactly where I wanted to go, but... Yeah, let me leave here and then head back out. Hmm. Also, I can grab more stuff now that I've got 2 more inventory spaces. Okay, there's definitely something around here. Let me just walk through here. I think I've already... Yeah, his expression shows intense agony and pain. See, I've already checked that body. Nothing else I can get from it. Ah, shit. So, yeah, I'm still in downtown. See if I can hit this thing. Let me see if I can hit this thing. Nope. Not from there, at least. Hmm. I don't think I can... Try to judge the distance to see, like, how close I have to be. Okay, that might be close enough. Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me. Okay, that's it. I'm getting tired of those things. I've about had enough of them. Oh, there's gonna be another zombie that breaks through there. Or not. Okay, at some point, there's gonna be a zombie that breaks through there. Anything else I need to grab from here before I leave? Um... No. Okay, hopefully there's no enemies that are... Hopefully no enemies that respawn through here. I'll need to get a few... Okay, I've got the power cable and the oil. I just need to get a fuse, and then that we can activate the cable car from there. And... Alright. I think I've looted that one... Oh, yeah, I remember looting that one body over there. Can I... Okay, no, nothing on this one. Nothing on there. And then... Let me use this. You take the fire hose? Yes, you've taken the fire hose. You no longer need this wrench. Will you discard it? I don't. I feel like I could get a lot of use out of a wrench, but if you feel there's no more use for it, Jill, okay, fine. If I've learned anything from Bioshock, is that a wrench can be pretty useful under the right circumstances. Okay, let me check this body. You take the handgun bolts? Yes. Okay, so I really should have been checking the bodies. He's holding something. Mercenary's diary. Okay, so I really should have been checking the bodies a lot sooner because a lot of them are carrying stuff. September 1st, following 6 months of intensing training, my body's edge had returned. I was a good soldier, but they ordered my execution with no reason given. I was tortured and forced to give a false confession. But on the morning of my execution, a miracle happened. The company had helped me out, giving me a second lease on life. September 15th, I ended my vacation short return to the HQ office. It looks like my Ubicus's unit's been called into action. Umbrella maintains its own paramilitary unit to counter corporate terrorism and VIP abduction. In addition, they have nightmen who specialize in handling problems caused by illegal products. I'm currently a member of the latter. September 28th. Dawn's here, but we're still slogging through this nightmare. There are no provisions of any kind here. The undead walk the streets, feeding upon the flesh of the living. Given the choice again, I would rather have been executed. Death row is a heavenly asylum compared to this place. I've chosen to pull the trigger myself in the hope that my dead body won't come back to life. Jeez. I actually feel kind of sorry for that guy. All right. Let me check. Ah, zombie dogs. Ah, but I have no. Too many zombie dogs. Too many zombie dogs right now. Okay. Can activate this. I could also go. So try says maybe there's some bodies back at the police station. Okay. Yeah, I guess I could go back and check at the police station, see if there are any bodies there. Ah, 4 zombie dogs. But I'm gonna have to walk back through those zombie dogs when I leave here. Now that I think about it, I wonder if I could have checked Brad Vickers' body after Nemesis killed him. But, I mean, even if I did try to, there really wouldn't be. Even if I did try to check his body, it would have been very difficult to when Nemesis was trying to kill me. I don't know. Okay. I don't know if there's any more bodies left around here. Hmm. Well, I guess let's walk up here, although there might be some more zombies here. Jeez. Music is still really amazing in these games, my goodness. How good, like, how even when I'm not, even when I'm in a bad even when there's, like, no danger to me, I'm still a little worried because just how good the music is. And it makes me think, like, oh gosh, oh god, there might be something around the corner. Okay, hold on. Just checking something. Just have to check something. Saw barricade has been set up here. I don't know if there's really any bodies for me to check here. I don't really come across any. I think I've kind of fully explored, like, everywhere around the, Raccoon City that I can. Which means that there really wasn't any point to come back here, so... Let's just... Yeah, let me just go back here. Save myself a bunch of time. Alright, so... Yeah, there it is. Let me... There's a fire hydrant. If I had a fire hose, I might be able to extinguish fire. Well, lucky for us. Well, I just hope no zombies are about to bust through there. Hooray! Oh, I guess... Should I take the fire hose as well? Or... No, I guess not. I guess that's all the only use I had for it. Let me keep this. Let me equip this. And then also let me save. Just in case. Alright, what monsters are waiting for me here? I know it's gonna be something. See? Can I pick up this okay, let me... I'm trying to pick up this blurb here. Yeah, okay, there it is. There. 2 blurbs. There's definitely a zombie around here. Ooh, another crank. Ah, these fuckers again. Great. And I'm low on health. Okay, can I not pick this up? It's a 3D model. It's a 3D model, so that usually denotes an interactable object. I guess just not yet. Fuck. Okay, no. I've really got to start being harsher towards people who try to backseat me during these streams. I think for sure I had it mentioned as like the for sure I had it mentioned as like you have to as like a
No!
I thought for sure I have it mentioned when
Murphy, I
oh wait,
don't
hold on.
want to shoot you. Kill me. I finished. Not human. Wait, we don't have to do this. Please hurry. Before I lose conscious.
Oh no, Carlos, no.
Too late. Kill me. Yeah!
Slim says, I don't think he's feeling too good, bro. Nope. No, he's not.
Murphy,
I don't think anyone's feeling too good in Raccoon City.
why? No.
Okay, throughout. Oh,
Carlos!
sorry. Bye, Carlos. Okay, I have to tell y'all, for every single second I've been playing through Resident Evil 2 and this game, I'm my constantly playing on repeat in my mind is a win quote from Rocket Raccoon. If Rocket Raccoon beats Albert Wesker in Marvel vs. Capcom 3, where he'll say that's for Raccoon City. I should play more Marvel vs. Capcom 3 on the channel at some point. Gosh, that is a. You just have a big stream where I just play through a bunch of fighting games I really like. Marvel vs. Capcom 3. It is a broken game. It is a broken mess of a game, but it is a fun broken mess of a game. Manager's report. Before you begin your new position, please allow me to give you some advice. Advise. Some of the medicine in the storage room are unstable, and their quality will deteriorate under changing temperatures or humidity. It's me. Oh, excuse me. Therefore, you must remember to keep the temperature the same in the storage room at all times. You should personally check it every day. Although the computer checks around the clock, the machine is not perfect. Well, ain't that the truth? Try and remember the machine is no more than a tool to be used by people. You must check all personnel coming and going to the storage room. Many dangerous drugs are stored there. If any of them are missing, you have a serious problem on your hands. The door to the storage room is always locked, but when you let personnel into it, you will need to have them handed their documents. Above all else, remember that if you find anything suspicious, contact your boss immediately. If you forget the password to lock the door, try and remember that it is a word that everyone is familiar with. Don't forget that once a new product is shipped, the password will be updated again. You can always enter the new password for the terminal or the PC for administration. We use remote control. Not right now. Sales overview of this quarter. Okay, so there's a door back there. Anything here? He's carrying anything? No? Darn. You take first aid spray? Yes. Business facts. Order sheet. The liquid medicine named VTJ-98 is suitable to cultivate the NET type virus. Therefore, we'll need to order additional quantities of it. Nothing that attracts any special attention here. Empty vials. Use remote control? Sure. Now I will. Okay. Quick and fast relief Atrophyl. In store now. Okay. Umbrella security system first class. Medical storage room security authorization. Current status locked. Please enter password. Request return key. Enter password. Is it Adravil? Did you fuckers name your... Is it seriously Adravil? Oh my gosh. You losers named your password as a commercial product? Stream says, would you trust pain relief drugs from Umbrella? No. Absolutely not. Well, actually, okay, I say that, but okay, I mentioned this in a previous stream, but from what I found out from Resident Evil lore, um, the whole Umbrella actually got its start, like it made its fortune off of these herbs that we've been finding, like these herbs, like the gerbs, rurbs, and blurbs that we keep finding around Raccoon City. They grow naturally in the Arclay Mountains, where Resident Evil 1 is, where the Spencer Mansion is. So, some Umbrella person, someone working for Umbrella, found a bunch of like these herbs, and found how we could heal people really quickly with these. And that's where they just got a lot of their fortune, was like with the one product they had, that the one product they made that actually worked well, and it's not even something they made, they just found it. So no, I would, but still, even regarding that, I would not trust pain relief drug from Umbrella. So it was they found 11 herbs and spices? That's right. Resident Evil was secretly warning us about KFC this whole time. Which is really not that big of a surprise when you consider all the connections between the two companies. That's what confirmed, room access confirmed. Watch the Nemesis just break down that door. I really hope he doesn't, but I'm expecting it at this point. High temperature steam pipes. Alright, what's back here? It's really quiet. You take the gunpowder at B. Yeah, you take the gunpowder B. Oh, they each. Dang it. Okay, hold on. Sorry. I'm gonna back up a little bit before I enter through here, and I'm gonna stow away some stuff. Where's the nearest save? Okay, the nearest save point is back through there. Yeah, I'm gonna go back and stow away some stuff. I need to grab all of that gunpowder. A shame that I can't. A shame that I can't. That the gunpowder doesn't stack like a lot of the other items. But oh well. Well, what are you gonna do? Oh, there's a zombie. Okay, there's a zombie behind that window. That fucker is gonna burst through that window at some point. Okay, yeah, save room's right over here. I will say overall, so far, I'm enjoying this more than Resident Evil 1, but not as much as Resident Evil 2. I think being stuck in it, I think for this style of game, being stuck in a more contained location, like like in the Spencer Mansion or the police station, works a bit better because it means that I don't get lost as much. However, I do like this setting of like you're in the back streets of Resident Evil. Slip says, for all the guff gung ho is getting over the Sky FC remake, I want to give them props. Estelle faces and the cutscenes are top tier. Really, I thought from all I've really just been seeing people praising I've really just been seeing people praise the Sky first chapter remake. Like from what I've seen, people have been really liking it. I guess let me take the time to go use this crank over there on that. Okay, since I used up the other crank, let me use this crank. Must be towards that place where I thought I should use the other crank earlier. So yeah, let me head down here through here and use this crank around there. Slim says Gung Ho is getting guff about translation changes, a few other things. It's mostly positive word of mouth though. Yeah, from what I've seen, it's like people highly praising. I mainly see people like praising this first Skies Trails in the Sky first chapter remake, and as well as like a lot of people who I've seen who haven't played. A lot of people I know who. I just heard some loud thunder outside. Darn it, that's not a good sign. But I've also like people I know, or who I follow online who haven't played Trails in the Sky, the Trail series, are getting interested because of the remake of First Chapter. And already from what it, I heard it reported that the remake of Trails in the Sky is like it's already the highest selling Trails game. Okay, nothing on them. Hopefully there's some stuff I can use here. Ooh! That is some stuff I can use here. I don't know why they had grenade rounds stocked here, but I ain't gonna complain. So that must mean I'm gonna get the grenade launcher soon, I'd assume. I'd assume so. Hmm. So it says, I mean, Sky FC Remake had the highest concurrent user count of Steam of any Falcom game, and about 3 weeks after release, they saw a spike in sales for a second chapter because of the way first chapter ends. Dang, that is a good sign. So he says, which also, Brawl, for Sandy's sake, I'm going to tell you can't watch the opening of Sky. For Sandy's sake, I'm going to tell you can't watch the opening movie of Sky first chapter. Did they just spoil a bunch of stuff in the first chapter in the opening movie? Here, I'm going back through here. Let me see if there's like his flesh was apparently bitten off or devoured. So it cold opens on spoilers. That's a heck of a way to. Well, my plan was anyway to play through the Trails in the Sky, the original version of Trails in the Sky, before I get to the remake. That's so funny, though. Okay, hold on. So, sorry, just a second. I can't switch between maps, unfortunately. So it's like so much that I'd tell you to watch it just after to see how much it spoils and laugh. Okay, let me stow away this. And I guess I'll put away the Magnum for now. I've got enough ammo for my other guns. Unless Nemesis comes. Okay, let me pass through here. And now I can grab stuff from that one station. The game is just outright pointing like, yep, they're going to be a problem when you go through here at some point. Okay, so when you get to the sales office, let me go to the sales office again. And now I can go in here and grab all this stuff. Although maybe I should have grabbed the reloading tool so I could just make ammo. Hmm. Wait, where was my last save? Okay, that's close enough. Wait, what happened to all the... What? Wait, I rewinded back to before I grabbed all the gunpowder, so... Where'd the gunpowder go? Game, don't do this to me. Okay, so it only loads up sometimes. That's weird. Okay, I know I just... Okay, sorry, I know I would just reload it, but I'm actually gonna go back and grab the reloading tool. I need all this... Listen, I need all this gunpowder. Let me grab that, and I'll stow away the Magnum. Hmm. Yeah, I'm stow away stow away the Magnum, because I've only got 4 bullets for it, and I just have to hope I don't run into Nemesis. Although it's really, it seems like the better idea has just been to like not even bother fighting Nemesis. Just run away from them. Hmm. Okay, now we'll try this again. Let me go in here again. And I'm gonna try to hopefully all the gunpowder is there. And I can use it to make more ammo. Hmm. Let me actually check. Okay, this ought to tell me the different combinations I can make with it. So A plus C equals grenade rounds. Or excuse me, A plus C equals grenade flame rounds. B plus C equals grenade acid rounds. C plus C equals grenade freeze rounds. C plus C plus C equals magnum bullets. So I need to make like 3 Cs in order to get magnum bullets. Which that would get me more magnum bullets. However, that would use up a lot of the. That could waste. Like, that could use up so much potential ammo. Oh, nope. That is really weird that, like, sometimes the gunpowder bee will be here, but sometimes it won't. Yeah, let me grab that. Okay. Let me combine. Combine these two. Make some grenade rounds. Um, let me combine these two again. Yeah, some more grenade rounds. And I guess let me, since I don't have the grenade launcher yet, I'll use these to, yeah, I'll make some shotgun shells and some pistol rounds. Do you take the oil additive? Yes. Okay, so that's something I need to mix with the oil. Or the machine oil. Liquid nitrogen pipes. Fuck. Oh, come on. Why are they all headed here? What, do they really are they just really interested in pain relief drugs? Zeus's Nemesis told them to. I mean, fuck me. Oh, wait, what? Oh, that was actually a lot more easily manageable than I thought. Okay, well, except for this fucker. Ah, that actually went a lot better than I thought. I thought I was gonna have to, like, explode the pipes. Ah, well, never mind. Okay. Ah, zombies! Hate zombies. Sir Straw Hat says that was something that was possible. What is with gosh darn all these zombies? Oh, okay. So I do need to find that grenade launcher since I'm building up quite a few grenades. Let's get out of here. I also need to find the fuse. Sir Straw Hat says the pipes. I mean, it was possible to shoot them. Ah, well, I guess I could have done that. Oh, well, I actually was trying to aim at them with the shotgun. I actually was trying to aim at the pipe that was like heating things up with the shotgun. It was just that I instead I aimed badly. Well, I aimed badly slash goodly, and I aimed poorly slash well, and and just ended up shooting a bunch of the zombies. Oh, fuck you! Well, not going back that way. Jill's not a fan of water or rushing water. Maybe she's part vampire. Right, no. So can't go that way. I'm gonna have to head. Well, that's the way to head to downtown. I guess I'm gonna have to find an alternate path to go to downtown. Hmm. Yeah, because he blocked off that path with. I guess for right now, let's just keep running. Okay, I'm down around here. That'll take me near the starting location. I need to find. I guess let me try to go back. That's the only way back into downtown I can think of. Which means I'm just gonna have to dodge around them. Unless Jill really can't go through water, like go through water, just can't walk through water. In which case, I'm just gonna have to find some other way around, I guess. Oh no, okay, she can just go through there. Okay, so that was just the thing. Just go through there. I thought him knocking away the water. I thought him breaking the water. Not that I couldn't go through there. Oh. Well, this is bad. Ow. Gosh dang it. Okay, let me go ahead and use this. So I need to go through there, and there's a save point up there I can go through. As soon as I leave this screen, he's going to break through that door. Yeah, as soon as it leaves the point where I don't see the door anymore, he breaks through and, like, starts chasing me. Burbs! Evil burbs! Shame that even the burbs turn evil. Oh, what now? What? How? Why? What? Um, jump off. Okay then. Where am I at now? I'm under here. Well, I do still need to go to that substation. I haven't been there yet. Alright, what sort of sewer monsters I'm gonna have to find here? I fucking hate it when I'm right. Great, now there's leeches. I guess maybe I could go this way again? I'm half expecting another hole to open up below Jill. No, okay. Yeah, I was half expecting another hole to open up below Jill. So I really need to find that grenade launcher, wherever it is, because I'm building up a lot of ammo for it. So let me actually grab this. I also need a fuse for these. I also need a fuse, but I'm gonna have to look for that. So let's mix these two. Mixed oil, okay. Let me not add that to my inventory just yet. There's a save point in between here and the trolley car, so I can use that. Yeah, okay, I need to check here to see if there's some way I can get down to that substation. But let me... I'm gonna take a short break for right now. And when I get back, we'll continue looking. Well, first priority is looking for that grenade launcher. So I'll be back in a little bit. Okay. Now that I've got some dinner, I guess first things first. Let me check. Let me see if I can replace this book. Let me see if I can replace this book, use this book to get that disc. It should be around near the restaurant, I think. Yeah, I'll need to head to around where the restaurant is. Hmm. And I guess also on here, let me see if I can activate this and maybe get to the substation. I should mention it is storming pretty heavily in my area. It's storming pretty heavily in my area, so if the stream cuts off, that might be due to just like a power outage. And if that happens, I'll try to bring things back as quickly as possible. But it might be a little bit of time just because I'll have to wait until my power returns. So on which a battery can be set. Oh, I need to get a battery. Okay, so I need to get a battery, and then if I get the once I get the battery, I could go to the substation. Well, let's go down here. Hmm. Okay, and I can go. Yeah, let me replace this disc with this book. And then I'll need to figure out where the book is, where I should use this disc. Future is in our hands. Take the bronze compass. Maybe I could try because there was like a red light on that statue. Because there was a red light at that statue when I replaced the when I took out the book. Maybe that means that I should actually replace the book with the compass. What do you mean I don't need to use this right now? Oh, I need to use it in the square space over there. There we go. Yeah, let me try replacing the let me try replacing that bronze compass where the bronze book was. That means I'm gonna have to head all the way back into. Well, no, that's just it's right up there. Okay, let's just see. Yeah. Okay, let me head back here. Gonna need to keep an eye out though. Let me check. So I've still got the reloading tool. Well, I can put that away. Yeah, I guess let me put that away. Hmm. And don't think there's anything else I need to grab just yet. We'll save those grenade rounds until I get the grenade launcher. And let's see. Yeah, okay, just straight through here. Ah, burbs! More evil birds. Why do the bird... Wait, how do the burbs keep... The evil birds keep getting into... Ow, 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 ow. Stop, stop, stop. How do they keep getting into... How do they keep getting into these buildings? Well, I'm gonna have to watch out for the evil... For the, angry burbs. There. Okay, let me use that. Oh, okay, so that was the right place to use that. Oh, the battery. So Straw Hat says, obviously people keep leaving the window. Obviously people keep leaving the windows open. I don't know. Does that mean that the crows have learned how to close windows? Because they broke through the window. Okay, that's probably the battery I need for the, That's the battery I need for the substation, so let me use that. How's my health looking? Okay, it's mostly fine right now. I'm not even gonna try fighting the burbs. I'm just gonna go, yeah, okay, we're just gonna go down around here. And, what is it? Wait, hold on, what did that say? Catholic Student Center. Where's it? I haven't been able to read, one of my interests when playing games is like when it's set in an area, when it's set in like a modern environment, if they have signs or like yeah, signs around, reading what the signs or advertisements are. I haven't been able to do that in this one because zombies. That was one fun thing I remember from the Resident Evil 3 remake. In the Resident Evil 3 remake, they added in a ton of fun little advertisements, like a ton of fun little advertisements or like references to other things in like in like movie posters. Let's go down here. So now let me put the battery here. Yay, let's go down. I hope let's see what horrible monsters wait for me here. Fuck. I hate it when I'm right. Damn it. Will you take the handgun bullets? Yes, I will. Thank you very much. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and make a save just right here. Nice vest on that zombie, though. The lady zombie, that is. Ah, so many zombies. Jeez. Okay, well, I'm about to use up all my shotgun shells. Now, of course, for those of you experienced Resident Evil players, you might be wondering, Brawl, the whole point is you're supposed to run away from the zombies. And yes, that is very true. However, in my opinion, a zombie killed now is a zombie killed now is one you don't have to kill tomorrow. Okay, can't get through. I'm guessing I can't get through here. It's locked from the other side. Yeah. Okay, so there's a herb. And another herb. Okay, there's a couple doors in here. Hmm. High voltage control room. The lock will be released at 115 V to 125 V. Low voltage control room. The lock will be released at 15 V to 25 V. Okay. Hmm. That's an angle. That's an interesting angle. Kind of the perfect angle for something to jump out of that room behind me. An old emergency exit. The rusty knob won't work. Of course. Wunderbar. Okay, and let me equip that just to be safe. I don't have a lot of ammo left for the shotgun. Okay, I guess I'm gonna need to... When operating the transformer, be sure to set this power transmitter to manual mode. The old system is prone to short-circuiting. Great. Be careful not to let it exceed maximum levels. Will you set this device on manual mode? I guess I will. It's set to manual mode. Okay, I'm guessing I need to... There's a transformer that supplies power to the facility. We push the switch? Yes. Oh. Switch. Okay, let's reset. No, okay, reset again. Okay, lower it down to 45. Okay, 20. Jeez, okay, nothing happened. Okay, so times 1. Times 1, that's 5 times 1. 5 times 2. No. Okay. Let's set this properly. So, that's 5 times 1. So, minus 5, that's going to equal... So, minus 5. Plus 5, that's going to equal 65. Wait. Okay, hold on. Wait, down it was 45, then it was 6, up it was 65. So, never mind. That's not the case. It's not 5 times 1. Okay, so... let's see. Blue and... No. I guess let me drop that down to 45. Boost up to 75. Okay. Drop down to 60. Okay. And then boost up to 65. Down to 55. Down to 40. Down to 20. Okay. That opens that room. What waits me in here? Okay, there's the fuse I need. Fucking hell. Ugh. Maybe I should have... Okay, you know, we're gonna go back for a second. Let me actually open up the high voltage room first. So it needs to be between 115 and 125. So I know that the fuse is in there. Let me check to see what's in the other room, because, well, it's going to be a little difficult to check that after the zombies start breaking through. It's 95, down to 80. Okay, that's not it. So, down to 45, up to 75, down to 120. Okay, no, that ain't it. Alright, so let me drop that down to 45, down to 35, up to 80. Nope. Okay, so let's keep going. Let me try this again. So, in that case, maybe up to 65, up to 95, down to 80. Nope. So that's down to 45, down to 35, up to 80. No, okay, that's too much. Okay, so up to 65, then 55, then 40, up to, okay, no. Here, let's try up to 65, up to 95, down to 80. No, it's not either. So up, down, up, up. No. Hmm. So that last one boosts it up by 60. So I actually need to severely lower it. So down to 45, down to 35. Yeah, down to 45, down to 35, up to 80. No, still too high. Okay, down 35 equals 20. That only goes up to 80. Okay. I'm probably going up to 65, down to 55, down to 100. No. Okay, so 65, 95, 140. That's going to drop it down to 180. Oh, no, okay, it dropped it down to 120. Okay, so it decreases it by 20. Okay. Ooh, there's a grenade launcher. Well, I put away all my grenades, though, unfortunately. Oh. Well, grenade launcher, gonna be needing to use you pretty soon. So it looks okay. I thought maybe that like it was because I activated the first door that happens, but no, it's because I activated every door. Seriously, what is with these zombies hating all buildings? Has the emergency exit increased electricity output? I hope that didn't fry the building. So that was going to happen regardless of which one I picked. I thought it would happen. I thought it happened because I picked up the fuse, which is what I need in order for the trolley. So drop down to 40, 70, down to 40. Oh, no. So let's boost up to 65, down to 45, up to 90. No. Okay, up to 95, down to 65. There we go. So what's going to break through this time? I almost makes me think there's something here, that something should be here. Because there's an entire other angle to this room. Oh, nothing there. I was half expecting more zombies to show up. Nope, nothing there. Nothing there. There's nothing more. Nothing more. Okay. Well, I don't know why they were keeping the grenade launcher at the electrical facility, but you know what? I'm okay. An old emergency exit rusting knob won't turn. Yeah, I don't know why they're keeping there, but well, it helps me out a lot. It's gonna help. I'm glad they did. It's gonna help me out. Meters seem to be out of order. Okay. Since I've done that, since I've gotten these things, let me save here. I guess the old emergency exit the rusting knob won't turn. Yeah, I guess I just can't go through there now. But I got the fuse and I got the grenade launcher. So let me go back to the trolley car. I'm guessing if I had used the emergency exit, I could have drawn the zombies over here and blown them up using that. Let's go. See, I got the fuse, I got the cable, and I have and I got the oil. So let's go. Oh, dang. Yeah, let me go back to this save room and grab everything I can carry. Hmm. So, yeah, okay, over here. Which should definitely, well, yeah, I should definitely bring all the grenades with me. I'm probably gonna need them. And let's... Yeah, this will be a good point to leave a save. You know what? Let me grab... Okay, let me leave an in-game save, because if the rain does cause my power to go off, it's not just going to shut off my computer, it's going to shut off the PS5. And the PS5 gets really angry at me whenever something that I can, whenever the power shuts off, whenever the power shuts off, especially when I have no influence over it. So now, yeah, let me drop these back in here. I'll keep Knifey on hand just in case I run into a situation where I can fight some dogs. Although, I might need space for some of this other stuff. Might need to... Okay, actually, let me also bring the reloading tool. Got no healing items, though. Okay, the Magnum I will save for right. Yeah, the Magnum I will save. Oh, there, because I don't have any, Magnum ammo. Because I've only got, like, 4 shots for the Magnum. Okay, it's combined. Nope. Nope. I guess I will... No, I'll keep Knifey. Just in case. Just in case. I feel like I'm gonna... With how many zombies I run into at once, it'd probably be a good idea to to keep Knifey. And I'm about to use all 3 of these things, so that will free up 3 spots. Yeah, let me bring I'm bringing the reloading tool with me in case I run into any gunpowder, so I can actually carry it with me. Okay, so... Oh shit, that's right. The crows are here. Hmm. I don't think there's anything else in there, so I can just run straight through here. Yeah, that leads around. Oh, fucking... Ah! This fucker, I swear. Well, can't go that way. Yeah, never mind about going that way. I'm gonna have to find... gonna have to go through here some other way. Oh my gosh. I went through that door at just the right moment. Jeez. Okay, so yeah, I need to head around here and then head for the trolley. Oh, what now? How many more explosions am I gonna have, is Jill gonna have to deal with? Oh, looks like at least one more. Really? Where am I now? Is that the fuck? Oh, whatever the hell that is. Okay. Okay. It's a switch for the elevator ladder. It seems that it's not functioning due to lack of power. Oh, great. Well, I guess I'm gonna need to use this. Okay, so... Okay, I'm gonna back up a little bit. So... Wait, no, okay. It's... Do you hear? Ah, damn it. Okay. Alright. Hmm. See, power generator, we push the switch, yes. So Sharice has got to go now. Good luck with the Gravedigger. Thank you! The switch for the elevator for ladder. It seems that it's not functioning due to lack of power. Okay. Oh my gosh. Emergency power supply, we turn on. Okay, yes. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I need to supply get power to this. Oh my gosh. Power supply will turn on, yes. Out. Okay. Alright. Power generator for switch, yes. Okay. So power get turn on, yeah, okay. That should be both of them. Oh my oh my gosh. Alright. So, yeah, turn on. Oh my gosh, it didn't turn the other one. Didn't turn it on. Wait, which one did I not turn on? Oh my gosh. Okay, so... Hmm. This feels like one of the sections that would that would make people think that tank controls are bad. Yeah, this feels like one of the sections that this is why people think like sections like this are why people think tank controls are inherently bad. It really doesn't work well to there, okay. It's that one. So there, we look. Yep, let's come on. Let's get out of here. Yay, I guess. Well, let me make a save after dealing with that. And okay, I still got everything. Okay, let's get this cable car running. Uh-oh. Oh wait, no, that's just the normal. I thought those were new blood stains. Those were just the regular. Those were the pre-existing blood stains. Mikhail appears to be in pain and suffering. So the parts seem to be out of order. Power cable is disconnected. The fuse is broken. Mixed oil has been used up. There's the fuse. And here's the oil. And here's the cable.
Carlos, I'm sorry about Murphy, but there was nothing you could have done.
Yeah, you're right, Jill. I'll operate the cable car.
Nikolai won't be joining us. Come on, let's go.
Okay, let's get out of here.
It's looking good.
There. And now we we get out of Raccoon City. Gosh dang it.
Mikhail!
Ah, okay, well. Yeah, I'm gonna put that save right here.
Mikhail!
Ah, you again. You know, I'm about to had it with you. Well, I had it from you from the very beginning. Okay, well, I can't really do anything. Okay, yeah, I can't really do anything there. Ow. Do we just...
Get out of the cable car now!
Oh, okay, so fighting him was pointless. Okay, then. In that case, let me not use that grenade ammo.
Get out of the cable car now!
Mikhail, wait, don't!
Get out of here! Hurry!
Uh-oh. I do think Nemesis looks... I do think... Ah, damn it. Oh, good. Okay, we got him out of there. Wait, I hope it didn't hurt our part of the train. It did. Damn it.
No, the brakes are out.
Jump out of the window, use the emergency brake. Use the emergency brake. Oh, I hope I just didn't doom. I hope I just didn't doom us. I do think the Nemesis looks creepier in this version of the game than in the remake. But I think that I feel like that's partially due to like this game's like lower resolution graphics, and so it kind of makes the skin of the Nemesis look grosser. Oh, Clock Tower. Well, you can't have a proper survival horror series without visiting a giant clock at some point. Also evil burbs. Lots of evil burbs. Let's get out of the way of the evil burbs. Clock from the other side. Wonderful. Simply wonderful. Yeah, this was actually okay. So from the complaints I remember hearing about the Resident Evil 3 remake, one of the biggest complaints I heard was that this entire clock tower section was not in the remake. So I'm very curious what I'm in for here. Well, besides a fight with Nemesis, of course that's gonna happen. Oh, and a piano. Okay. Clock tower, first floor, second floor, third floor. Alright. Oh, good, it's a save room. Okay, was this a church? You take the clock tower key? Sure. Take gunpowder B, yes. Okay, so let's combine. Oh, wait, no. And let me stow away some of this stuff. What? Are you telling me it can even the save rooms aren't safe? Okay, let me store away knifey. It looks like I won't be... Okay, there's a line you don't cross in these games, and that's violating the sanctity of the save room. You can't do that! Like, the whole, like, the save room theme stopping is one of the most violent... That is where the... most terrifying things you can do in one of these games. That is the "you are safe for now" theme. Okay, now I'll pick back up Knifey. And reloading tool, I'll have to put that away. Wait, nope. Oh my gosh. Ah, great. Well, can they break into this room? Okay, well, I'm gonna have to fight my way out of here anyway, so... Right. I've got plenty of pistol ammo, but still. Here, this time, let me switch over to the shotgun. How bad am I looking? Okay, our health's still doing fine. Alright, so... this one will work. Dang. You've used the clock tower key. Dang, that was a... that was such a good scare, and it's really just like, all that happened is a music theme cut off. Is like one sound and a music theme cut off. Carlos?
Carlos, I don't
You okay?
believe it. You're alive.
I'm not sure how we're gonna get out of this town.
What are you talking about? We made it.
You don't get it. They have no intention of letting us make it back alive. Do you really think we can trust their great evacuation plan? Huh, it's just a piece of paper.
But we don't have any other choice than to trust them right now.
No, if we're gonna die, then we should get to choose when it happens.
So that's it then, huh? You're giving up?
No. I can't handle it.
Okay. Hey, Jill, do you think maybe we could take some of these swords off the walls? I feel like we should. I feel like that'd be really useful. Like Knifey's been an all right. Okay, they've been an all right melee weapon. They've been doing their best. But I mean, it'd be really great if we can take it. Be really great. I could maybe, if I could get like, we could pick up that sword. We could start swinging around that sword. Right, so let me have a look at this again. Handgun, shotgun, grenade cell, grenade rounds. A plus C equals grenade flame rounds. B plus equals grenade acid rounds. C plus equals grenade freeze rounds. Okay. Well, if I get 2 C's, it's probably best if I just combine 2 C's to make 3 C's and get more magnum rounds. I have found very few magnum bullets so far. I'm getting the feeling. I'm starting to get the feeling that the only way I'm gonna find magnum rounds is if I craft them. Which is a pretty brilliant addition, because at first it's like, oh, okay, here's a couple more items to get more ammo. But really it's like, okay, well really it's actually, you need to decide, like, it's not just, oh, a couple more items to get more ammo. Oh, okay, great, sure, mine thrower. It's not just you need a couple more items to get more ammo. There's a couple more items to get more ammo. It's like you have to choose which ammo you want. Operation instruction. Order for Ubicus Echo Team. Wipe out the downtown area of the infestation and then evacuate the remaining citizens to the clock tower. Among the civilians, remember to give priority to the employees of Umbrella's affiliates. Fucking Umbrella. Remember to stay alert because the infected have a high endurance rate and will strike without hesitation. Evacuation procedure. Once the mission is complete or when it becomes too impossible to accomplish, evacuate immediately. We'll deploy a helicopter that is waiting in the suburbs to the yard in front of the clock tower. When you're ready for evacuation, ring the bell of the clock tower to signal the helicopter. It's the clock tower map. Okay, sweet. It's a pretty big clock tower area. Actually, wait, now that I think about it, this is gonna be, I guess, instead of like how in Resident Evil 1 and 2 you had like the really big contained area with the mansion and the police station, and then you had like a couple smaller areas you had to move through into the final area, which was a lab. This looks like it's gonna be, yeah, this looks almost like the reverse. Like there were a bunch of I mean, the big area was like the streets of Raccoon City and all the buildings interconnected between them. But it looks like the contained area is now here in the yeah, it looks like the contained area might be here in this clock tower. Mercenaries corpse, you might have died fighting. Oh wait, there's like some first aid spray. Let me grab that. And okay, there's some stairs up there. Okay, not that big really. It is so yeah, it's not really that big of a contained area. It's a lot smaller than I was expecting. Okay. This Nemesis is about to. It seems to be an old music box. Is that maybe something I need to play on the piano? Yeah, I guess maybe that's something I need to play on the piano. Um, you've opened the lock. That might have been a mistake, though, considering what's waiting for me out there. Considering how belligerent those burbs are, they might just now that the door's unlocked, they might just I don't know, pick the lock, open the door using their beaks. Oh wait, this is like a fireplace. So now there's nothing in the fireplace. Maybe I could actually light the fireplace and get something. Yeah, let me go grab the lighter and then see if I can maybe light up the fireplace to get something. It actually would be very funny if Carlos accompanied Jill. And gosh dang, now I'm already thinking of if this place was in the remake. How like we could have had like the remake version of Carlos accompanying Jill, and he's just like, where the heck do we go from here? And just like, oh, just give me a second. Just walks over to the piano, starts playing a tune, and opens up a trap door. He's like, what? Because that's how they always design these things. Like after we could have had a whole section where like Carlos, having just entered Raccoon City, is trying to be like think about this logically, but Jill having is trying to get through this place logically, but Jill having gone through like the weird Spencer mansion, like she already knows how to solve all the like she knows already knows how to solve all the puzzles in here. So she's been through something like this. That would have been there could have and that's just like the first idea off the top of my head. They could have done so many variations of it, and gosh, that could have been really funny. Looks like it's not been used for a long time. Dang, now I'm just thinking like Carlos and Jill. Carlos like, all right, we're safe. We're safe here. I was like, all right, we might be a little safe here for a little bit. Jill just immediately grabs some boards and starts boarding up the windows because, wait, you really think they're going to reach us all the way out here? Yes, trust me. Okay, now up there. Yeah. Okay, hit here. Hmm. Yeah, let me try using the lighter here and see what happens. Oh, I don't need to use this right now. Oh, okay. Well, then let me back up to taking out the lighter. Oh, I guess. I guess let me stow away the knife. Yeah, I need to free up a little bit of space, and I've got ammo for all my weapons except, well, even the Magnum, but not really that much ammo for the Magnum, but still. I get the feeling the mine thrower is going to be the least useful of these guns here. It's going to be the least useful of my guns, so let me try to use its ammo up first. And I get the feeling that that's the to be the case with the mine thrower because it's kind of the similar thing every time. Every time Resident Evil does like a weapon that shoots mines, it's kind of the case. Yeah, every time Resident Evil does a weapon that shoots mines, it almost always ends up being the least useful weapon. Although, well, definitely, I doubt it will be as bad as the original Resident Evil 2 flamethrower. That was a new level of low for a weapon. Wow. Oh, damn it. Okay. But that did actually kill her. Damn it. Okay. I'm restarting that again. So in this game, because of how Jill will automatically point and shoot, she will automatically aim at the closest zombie towards her. It's actually a lot simpler to like aim, and then after killing a zombie, drop, drop the aim and re-aim. She'll just snap to whatever character. Dang it! Hate it when they do that. Art picture postcard. Picture postcard of three antique clocks. The following verse is printed: "Give your soul to the goddess. Put your hands together to pray before her." No thanks. I saw what happened to that villain village. I saw what happened. I saw what happens when you do that to that one video. I saw what happens because of that in that one village in Europe. Suddenly, it seems nice at first. It seems nice at first, but then suddenly it's all cultists. It's all cultists in a castle and horrifying experiments being given cross automatic crossbows. So that door don't think I can go through there just yet. It's locked. The god of time is etched under the keyhole. Well, get out of there. Well, could you stop? Hmm. So the mine thrower is actually okay. So I'm already feel bad. So already I think I was wrong about the mine thrower, considering that it's considering that it doesn't like fire a mine to the ground. It actually will fire like a. It basically seems like a crossbow with like explosive bolts. This is another save room. I'm very worried. It happened just because it happened once. Just because it happened once, where where the roof started where the ceiling started shaking, and the save theme cut off. I am now not even the save rooms feel safe. Okay, there's an area out there. Yeah, I can't really go here. We'll go. I'll try going through here. Yeah, like that happening. We take the clock tower key. Yes, that's definitely still Nemesis. Hmm. Oh. Oh, that's right, because we drove the cable car right through here. Ah, yeah, that one's on us. Actually, wait, no, hold on a second. We didn't intend to do that. We didn't intend to shove. We didn't intend to shove a cable car through here. It was the Nemesis is doing. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Anyway, until it gets a little bit closer. Okay, think that's all of them. Yeah, it seems to be all of them. Okay, so I got the clock tower key. Let me drop the mine thrower down back in here. Wait, hold on. Wait, these are both clock. Well, hold on a second. These are both called clock tower key. Is a key ornamented with the clock part? It has a screw-shaped ornament to put a round-shaped object. Is a screw-shaped ornament to put a round-shaped object. Can I combine these two? No, okay. It's a key ornament with the clock part. Okay. That makes it look like I could combine that key with something else. Hold on. Okay, so... Let me check where I'm at. I guess let me try this key here in this other room. Hmm. Let's lock the god times action on the keyhole. I don't need to use this right now. Okay, so it's a different key. Alright, so maybe let me try scaling these stairs up here to the side. We got about 2.5 hours left, so looks like I won't be beating this game today. At least I don't think I will. Oh, fucking hell. But we'll just have to see how far I can get. And this will I have to decide what I plan on doing next week. Is it the fucking spiders? Damn you, game! Why the fucking spiders? Now they have baby spiders. Oh, okay, that works. Well, now I know why the game was giving me so many blur. Was had a Now I know why the game early had a room earlier where I could pick up so many blurbs. Okay, let me reload this. Okay, some verbs right there. Another verb. Unfortunately, I don't have any gerbs to combine these verbs with. There's a keyhole in the ornamental copper plate. We use the bezel key? The key? Okay. You no longer need this key. Sure. Will you push the switch? Okay. Oh, okay. Well, let me go stow away these verbs. Come on! Gosh dang it, fucker! Use the light. Try to fucking get him, Jill! Jill's just fucking had it with him. And I, for one, and I am, and I have two. Okay, there's no. Okay, no, we need to go. Yeah, let me put away these two verbs, and then I'll go climb then I'll go climb up to the third floor. It's like yeah. Let me go this way. Okay, it's down here this way. Hmm. I'm building up quite the selection of verbs. Yeah, I'm building up quite the selection of verbs and blurbs, but no gerbs yet. Also, yeah, it looks like my yeah, it's still raining pretty hard out here. So the stream, if if it does rain enough to get my power shut down, I'll try to bring the stream back as soon as possible. We'll just have to see. It's really gonna yeah, it's gonna heavily depend on like how long a power outage lasts. Okay, let's go. Well. Oh, okay. It just loads it completely with the grenade rounds. So grenade. So it's kind of like how the player's grenade launcher in RE2, but I could just constantly load it with more and more rounds. Just like load it with all the grenade rounds. That is very useful. Thank you. Still gonna save them though because I mean there's still a bunch more areas after this, and we're gonna have to go explore. I'm certain there's gonna be some Umbrella labs to clear out. We take the silver gear, sure. That's a typewriter there. The music box with elaborate ornamentation. There are switches marked A to F. Okay. Does that do anything? Move it up or down? Switch A, um, up. Switch A, down. Okay, up. Up. I guess up. 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 I guess there. Um. Oh, I actually got it right. Okay, that lightning is sounding really dangerously close to me. Or excuse me, that thunder is sounding very dangerously close to me. Um, Azal's my name. Welcome in. Hopefully the stream doesn't shut down. Welcome in. There's a lot of thunderstorm out here. Azal says when Brawley subscribed to Disney Plus, they don't get my money anymore. Also, Hazat, welcome in. Hope your stream went well. Jay Frost says when Brawley subscribed to Disney Plus. No, they lost out on my money. Will you take the mitt rounds? I don't know what oven mitt rounds are going to do against any of these monsters, but sure, fine, whatever. Simon says, you goddamn right, bro. No, that's the thing. See, I had Disney Plus, and I held on to it longer than I should have because my older brother, he wanted to show, like, my older brother was a, excuse me, my niece and nephew really liked Disney films and like watching different shows on Disney. But eventually, I was like, I'm sorry, I'm gonna. So I was really keeping Disney Plus for some time just so that my niece and nephew could watch any Disney movie or Bluey whenever they wanted. But eventually, I just had to be like, nah, I can't hold on to it any longer. Oh, being unemployed also doesn't help either. Sorry, site says them and Target are the same trash bin. Oh yeah, not buying at Target anymore. Gosh. Shadow Dancer Bob says JC is going to be on Disney Plus. What? Dang! Disney Plus gets the honor of working with JC. Who's JC? Ah, the good old man. What is it with Umbrella? Man, people at Umbrella really like. Shadow Dancer says JC Doodle. Oh, dang! Disney Plus gets to work with JC Doodle. Well, whatever they're working on, I look forward to watching whatever part Disney Plus thing JC Doodle is involved with through completely legal, definitely legal, non non method definitely legal methods that would not make me a true One Piece fan. There is actually Shadow Dancer says he got cast in Twisted Wonderland as the male Maleficent. Dang, that's awesome. Some of the people who watch here have actually been really interested in Wonderland because they played because they play the game the game that it's based off of. Nothing happened. Zymosite says top quality Maleficent Sage nod. Wait, why are you Zymosite? Shouldn't that be a Zymosite nod? Sage, you're not Sage the Omni Geek. I really wish he was watching right now so I could have annoyed him with that joke. But it is like almost 10 p.m. at night. Oh yeah, I just want to say, just to mention, and if you don't feel like donating, perfectly fine. Absolutely understand. Times are really tough right now. If you do donate, either through direct donations, subs, bits, or gift subs, make sure to let me know whether you want me to play Batman Arkham City or Metal Gear Solid 3. That's the donation duel we have going on down there. But again, You do not have to donate if you don't feel like doing so or if you're unable to. It is perfectly fine. Anyway, back to these things. Dang, who is someone in Raccoon City just fucking loves clock towers. Wait, now that I think about it, I wonder if all the clock towers are a reference to the actual game, Clock Tower, the Clock Tower series. That was one of like that was one of the horror series before Resident Evil. No, wait, they took a little. No, wait, Resident Evil took a little bit more influence from Alone in the Dark because that was like the first 3D horror series. Okay, no, but going back to Disney, it's a little funny. There was when I got enough money, when I got a full-time job and got enough money to like actually afford streaming services, at the time I was like, I like at the time I looked at my the site I use. We all have that one. The site I used to watch I used to watch shows on when I couldn't afford to pay for subscription services. I was like, ah, well, don't need this anymore. I was like, maybe just in case, I should save the link to this. Just in case I get to a point where I'm not able to afford, just in case I get to a point where I need this. And now looking back on it, I think that was one of the smartest decisions I ever did. So this didn't work earlier. Um, Combine Chronos Chain. That is Chronos Chain is the name. Chronos Chain is the name of some RPG item. You've go down the ladder. Yes. But yeah, Hazard, my name. Thank you again for the raid, and I hope you had a good stream. I bet. I really hope that Nemesis doesn't just start falling up here. At this point, I feel like it's gotten to the point where every time I walk through a door, I'm just expecting this guy on the other side of it. Let's see, so we're in here, and then okay, let me go to the next door over. I played through. So for those just tuning in who didn't see me do the earlier playthroughs, because Resident Evil's 30th anniversary is next year, and because I have a habit of playing through a Resident Evil game for the first time every every Brawlloween, decided to play through the original Resident Evil trilogy. So played through Resident Evil 1, the original one, earlier this month, and then Resident Evil 2, the original one, after it, and then now I'm on Resident Evil 3. I need to use right now. What do you mean? Explain. Oh wait, those are mine thrower rounds, so that means I could use it with the mine thrower. Check. A chain made to a door got a time. There's a small screw hole near the ornament. Okay. I don't know why I needed to combine a key with another key, but alright. I guess we're getting rid of it. Well, since I got a couple more mine thrower rounds, let me grab the mine thrower, I guess. Hmm. Let me grab the mine thrower. And I guess I'll equip it since I only have 5 shotgun rounds, but I do want to save the shotgun rounds. I will admit I was wrong as to how useful the mine thrower would be, but I still trust the shotgun more than the mine thrower. And I know that's a weird thing to say. I know it's a weird thing out of context to say that I trust a weapon, but in this, it makes sense in these games. I'm still gonna need some. Wait, is that cobwebs? There's some more fucking spiders around here, isn't it? Damn it! Ah! Okay, fine, we'll use a shotgun. Oh, great, it's got tiny spiders. Oh, okay. Well, let me just undo that. Ah! Fuck. Okay, then fine, fucker. Fuck you specifically. I'm still gonna need to take some... Okay, I'm gonna need some time to think about what I'm gonna do next week. I do kind of want to start Devil May Cry 4. Because it's been many years since I've played a Devil May Cry game, and 4 was the next one I wanted to play. Also, rip these two. Mercenaries Pocketbook. September 26th. It's only been 3 hours since the mission started, but the team is down to me and Campbell. The number of zombies was far greater than we expected. There is no hope left for the city. We've already injected the antibody for the virus, but I'm not sure that it will work. I don't know if I will survive. September 27th. We managed to reach the clock tower. Out of desperation, we robbed some wounded members of their weapons and used the surviving citizens as decoys. We were taught to do this in order to survive in the battlefield, but I never enjoyed it. However, a girl showed up at the clock tower before me. She's one of the survivors. She looks just like my sister before she starved to death. September 28th. I wanted to evacuate as soon as possible, but the girl didn't. Her father insisted that he wouldn't leave the city where his beloved wife rests in peace. I really wanted to save the girl, but Campbell said all I care about is our lives. That's how I felt before, but now the clock tower has become a dangerous place, and I don't want to make any more mistakes. Oh, so... Jeez. Oh, right, I'm still fucking poisoned. Well... Maybe I should head back down and cure this poison, because, this can't be good. This can't be good at all. Can I grab something from here? I guess I can. Okay. Wonderful. Hmm. Yeah, let me go through here and use one of these one of these blurbs on myself so I can heal up. And yeah, as for what I'll be doing next week, I don't think I'm gonna beat this game tonight. Yeah, I've got like a little over 2 hours. I don't think I'm gonna beat this game tonight. I'll try to. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna stream some of it next week. I also want to continue Portrait of Ruin, and oh, that's bad. I also want to continue Portrait of Ruin, and I kind of would like to celebrate Halloween either on Halloween night or on like the day after because I usually stream on Saturdays, not Fridays. I would like to celebrate that by starting Devil May Cry 4 because it's not really a spooky game. I know it's not really like a spooky game at all. However, there are spooky monsters in it, so I don't. It's close enough to work for me. But also, just I am checking. Uh, I am like checking every single. I'm checking my email every single hour just to see if I get something back from someone telling me that I've been accepted for a job. So depending on what not what I what in, depending on if I do get any emails back from anyone, or if I get any if I actually finally get an acceptance email back from anyone, I might have to start preparing for working a new job. Our picture postcard. Picture postcard of three antique clocks. The following verse is printed: Give your soul to the goddess, put your hands together to pray before her. Well, it is a clock tower, so it makes sense that it would be all about present goddess. There's a tray under the picture. I need to use this right now. Okay. Put your hand... A maiden statue holding a tray. An amber ball is on the tray. You take the amber ball? Yes. A maiden statue holding a tray. An obsidian ball is on the tray. Maiden statue holding a tray. A crystal ball is on the tray. Okay. What's over here, I wonder? A bell. Yeah, let me take those mine thrower rounds. Can I... Nope. A spare bell for the clock tower. It would take incredible strength to move it. The bell must have been here to shut out the invaders. Oh. Probably don't want to put... Okay, well... Probably not getting through there anyway. Okay, so the thing was put your hands together for the goddess. So I'm guessing because this statue... Hold on, let me check. Maybe I need to... Because the statue had that statue had the obsidian ball, the one that had its hands held together underneath the tray. Maybe I need to use this one. You put the obsidian ball in the tray? Yes. Present goddess, there's a trainer in the picture. Oh, okay, well, hold on. Past goddess, there's a trainer in the picture. Let me try maybe Amber Ball. And then I guess Crystal Ball here. And then, yeah, Obsidian here. No, that didn't work. Okay, I need to put the right ones in the right... I need to put the correct ones in the right order, so... Take that one. And you take that one. Oh, I was thinking it over, and depending on how things go, if I do end up having to... If I'm not able to get a job soon, I do end up needing to take a... Like, have to temporarily move back home with my parents. Or if I also get a job here, then instead of a job that will allow me to move out of town, what my plan will probably be is to, like, try to build up enough money where I can then just move to... And then decide on what town to move to, and then just move out to that town. And then look for jobs there. I know that will take a lot of work and a lot of money, but it's the main thing I felt. The main thing I found out from all these job applications is it seems like I'm 95% sure that for a lot of the jobs outside of the current town I'm in, why I haven't been accepted for them is because I'm not currently in that town. So they keep finding. So it's between me and someone who is closer to that town who can start sooner, and they choose that person. In which case, if I can build up enough money to where I can decide on a town to move to and move to that town, maybe I can then just. Oh, that's not the right one. Maybe it is the right one. If that's the case, maybe I can just, yeah, build up enough money to where I can actually just move out of state. There we go. You take the gold gear? Yes. But I might, if that is, if I get a job in the town I'm currently in, then I'll try to work that job and build up money that way. If I have to temporarily move back with my parents because I'm just unable to afford paying for bills here, I might try to start doing some other things to raise money. I I haven't been sure about this before, but maybe I'd see if I don't know if anybody would be interested in paying me for pixel art commissions. I can't really do like I can't really draw yeah, I can't really draw, but I can make pixel art, so I don't know if that's something people would be interested in. It'd be worth a shot. Okay, I got both of these gears, got all this ammunition, got a lot of ammunition. I guess let me stow away the shotgun, because I don't have any shells for it. So I'll need to make my... Okay, let me make my way up to the save right here. Let me make my way out of here. So, yeah, let me take these stairs up here. I think I've killed almost everything and almost all the enemies in this clock tower, but I'm still... I don't at it. I get the feeling at any point more could just jump out. This do be a Resident Evil after all, and this do be Resident Evil 3, the game with the enemy that just jumps to attack you out of nowhere. This work? Hmm. Nothing happened. Do I need to combine the two? What? Okay. I know I just saved, but let me... No, okay, I'd be fine. I don't need to save immediately right here. We're gonna get out of here. We're gonna get out. We finally activated the bell. Sorry, the clock tower bell. And we're gonna get out of here, only to find that Nemesis is waiting right near. We're gonna get out of here, and like the helicopter is gonna appear to come and pick us up and carry us out of here, only for us to find Nemesis is driving the helicopter. Or he just jumps in, or just as the helicopter is going near us, Nemesis just jumps in, just jumps out of nowhere.
Down here! It's finally over.
What?
Huh? No.
No. No, I knew that fucker would do something. Yeah.
Chill.
Oh, Carlos, you might want to run. I don't know how he survived that, but okay. Wait, what? Oh. Carlos? You okay? Oh my gosh. I half expected it to get up to say stars and also that guy. Ow. God damn it. Okay, well, I'm kind of fucked. Virus. Uh-oh. Okay, no, 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 no. Ow. God damn it. You know, now that I think, on the one hand, the Nemesis is a cool villain. But I don't know why I'm randomly thinking about this, but it is kind of crazy that the Nemesis got into Marvel vs. Capcom 3 over Jill, Leon, Claire. And now you're probably thinking, Brawl, is this really the time to be thinking about the roster of Marvel vs. Capcom 3? To which I say, I'm always thinking of the roster of Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Oh, okay. No, 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 no. Wait, it actually made a noise of pain there. Maybe it actually felt that one. Mm. Okay, nope. I really get the feeling I can't. I get the feeling I can't run away from this one. Fuck. Oh, damn it. Well, okay. Damn. Okay, let me... Dang it. I think the explosions hurt me more than it hurt that thing. Damn it. Okay, so... We go back here. Hmm. Dang it. Well, I'm nearly dead. Hmm. Okay, yeah, I'm nearly dead. I don't really think this is doing anything. Cause the unexploded mines to disappear. What? That's dumb. Wait, there were no unexploded mines. God damn it. Yeah, I'm dead. Okay, I gotta figure out a way to beat this thing. Maybe the grenade launcher? Dang it. Come on. Oh gosh, dang it. Okay, my best bet might be... Damn it. Yeah, I gotta figure out... Okay, maybe I can try... God dang it. Okay, no. Ah. I really don't know what I'm supposed to do here. Hmm. Damn it. I will say, as much as people have compared this to, as much as people have compared Resident Evil 3 remake to this, having played through the remake before this game, I will say the boss fights in the remake are much better than they are here. Playing through these original Resident Evils, it kind of gets a feeling that like in these more classic Resident Evil games, there was really only like one way they could do a boss fight, and more often than not, it doesn't exactly work. Fuck. Like if I were to make like a list of like all my favorite boss fights from the Resident Evil games, most of them would be probably I would say would probably be from the remakes rather than the original versions of the different games. Well, the mines are doing damage to him. Yeah, the mines are doing damage to him. However, I'm dying too quickly. And then there's also cases like this where I just get like locked into a corner. Hmm. Fuck. Well, I might be dead. Damn it. Yeah, I'm dead. Let me get to... Okay, let me rewind back to this point. Oh, come on. Come on. Like, I get what they're trying to do here by like you really don't want by making it like you really don't want to get caught by Nemesis. But like making me mash all the buttons in order to like escape, and then after he throws me to the ground, having to mash all the buttons again just to get out. It's not. It's kind of getting annoying. It's not really being scary or so annoying. Yeah, like yeah, I can. You can just do that. You can just do that where he kind of picks me up, then drops me, picks me up, drops me, and then just picks me up again. Mm. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I'm nearly dead. This ain't good. Yep. Okay. Well, that just kind of did damage to myself. I don't think I can run away. Yeah, okay, let me keep trying this out. Ah, all right. Damn it. Okay, well now I'm near death. Yeah. Damn it. Okay, no. Mm. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the problem with the mine launcher is that if the mines explode while he's too close to Jill, then it'll do damage to Jill. No. But it seems like it's the weapon that's doing the most damage to him. Hmm. Fuck. Well, she's dead now. Yeah. Huh. Um. Yeah, and now she can't really. Ow. Really? Okay, so yeah, if I just get grabbed one more time by him, then that's it, dead. Really? I'm blocked off by that. Okay. This is kind of reaching... It was a better... He was better than the previous times I encountered it, enemies like this in other Resident Evil games, but it is kind of reaching the point where Nemesis is kind of reaching the point where it's like I'm starting to dislike him as much as I did Mr. X. It was kind of working in the other boss fights where it's like, oh, I can escape. If I'm quick enough, I can escape out of the way. But here, where I kind of have to fight him, it's like... Yeah, it's kind of reaching those problems I had with Mr. X. Not nowhere near as egregiously as with Mr. X, not nowhere near as bad as Mr. X was in RE2 Remake, but... Hmm. Like, I do think it's an interesting feat. I do think it's an interesting thing that as you get low on health, Jill will start to move. Your character will start to move slower. That's something that was in Resident Evil 2, is the original Resident Evil 2 as well, and it worked to like oh shoot, if you get lower on health, it's going to really cause problems. But it's a little that's a little awkward to have in a boss fight where I'm supposed to try to find a way to win against this thing. Hmm. Maybe I should have brought the Magnum with me. Okay, can I go... How far back would I have to go? Or to... Hmm. Although I'm not sure... Yeah, I guess let me go in... I'm going to rewind all the way back to here and grab the Magnum. I think I'm going to need it for this. Okay, combine these two. I don't think I have any healing items in here, though. Yeah, I don't think so. Yep, none, unfortunately. The blurb, maybe the blurb can cure me of poison, but... Or it can cure me of the virus. Or herb that can neutralize poison. Several herbs can be mixed to enhance their effect. No, I don't think so. I think virus is like a specific, that's a unique condition. Okay, so yeah, let's use that, and yeah, now let me use this. Hmm. I don't think there's anything out of here, so... Or anything I can grab out of here. Don't think there's anything out of here I can grab. Nope, nothing here. Yeah, okay, let me equip that Magnum. I've only got 4 shots for it, but... Hopefully this will do a bit more damage. So, let's try this again.
We're saved. Down here! It's finally over. Huh? No!
Hmm.
Jill!
At least they were. At least Carlos was able to blow up that rocket launcher. However, this would have been a nightmare to fight with that rock if he had that rocket launcher. And Carlos. Okay, let's hope this works. Come on, up, Jill, please get up. I think that's all my magnum bullets. That's all my magnum bullets. I guess let me use the grenades. Damn it. Okay, let's rewind all the way back. Even with the magnum rounds, this is still going to be very difficult. Damn it. Mhm. Okay, so... Damn it. Okay, try this again. Well, I never tried going around back here. Is there like a place to go around back here? I can just go around back here. Okay, so I can kind of go around this way to escape them. Ow. Never mind. Well, it was worth... Okay. Ow. Yeah, still gonna have to run away from... Ow. See, if I get too far away from him, he'll just run after me. Okay, so there actually is an entire other part to this that can maybe I can help this out. Maybe I can use this to kind of run away from him. Ow. As best I can. Damn it. Wasn't expecting him to circle around. Yeah. Okay, so, yeah, I kind of need to take this path over here. If I... They unfortunately made him too intelligent for this. But if I could find some way... They unfortunately made him too intelligent for this, but if I could find some way to get him, like, stuck on some of the scenery, then I actually could... Ow. Then I can kind of do this. Unfortunately, though, yeah, they did too good a job. They did a good job when making the AI for this thing. Wait, what? Did I just dodge into it grabbing me? Hmm. Ow. Oh shit, I'm stuck. Okay. I... Hmm. Yeah, gosh, not again. Okay, so I used up all those ammunition for that. I think besides the Magnum, this is the thing that does the most damage to him. Ow. Oh my gosh, I got stuck on the damn light post. Hmm. Ah, I got stuck out there again. So I guess really not... Yeah, so I really need to avoid getting grabbed by him even once. Because if I get grabbed by him even once, then... I do appreciate them giving Jill a couple of, like, moves to help her, like, move faster, like with the quick dodge. And like with the auto aim. Ugh. Ah. Well, okay. No, okay, no. Yeah, I'm dead. I gotta find some way to get... Hmm. I gotta find some way to get... I gotta find some way to, like, get... to do damage to this guy. I'm trying to... What I'm trying to do for right now is trying to run a good distance away from him, aim, and then shoot at him. But this is tank control, so that's a little difficult to do. Yeah, I'm dead. No question about it. That grab will kill me. Maybe the problem with this is that he can run. That might actually be the issue with it. Is like it works when I'm out in like those big city streets and he can just and I have to book it because he's chasing after me. But maybe here in like a small contained boss area it doesn't work so well because I'm actually moving slower than him. Like even when I'm running at full health, still moving with tank control, so I'm still like he's actually moving faster than me. Alright, no. You only go this way. Ow. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh my gosh, it's already like 10:30. I hope I don't spend the rest of this night just fighting this guy. Fuck. Hmm. Damn it. Okay, so like, yeah, 2 grabs from him will kill me. Hmm. Okay, so... Hmm. Yeah, at least I should be thankful. I guess, yeah, at least he doesn't have that rocket launcher. That rocket launcher would be a big problem if he had that. Okay, it's all ammunition for that, so... Gosh damn it. Okay. Okay, let's try this again. Yeah, if I get to this low amount of health, it's basically over for me. I got no healing items, so... Alright, gonna try... Great. Oh gosh, am I dead? Okay, no. Not dead, but... Ah, it's blocked by the damn light post there. Oh my gosh. Oh, she already dead. Gosh dang it. Nope, okay, nope. Nope, dead. Nope. Not a good idea. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna take a short break. I need to think, I need to pause for a minute, because my gosh, this is... Yeah, this is a real pain to get through. I'll be back in just a little bit. I'm gonna keep trying this out. I've got a little over an hour left, so I'm gonna keep trying this out. Off to a great start already. Ow. Off to a great start already. Why? Oh my gosh. Oh my. Okay, wait. No. Wait, no. Oh, damn it. Yeah, I'm really not doing great. I. Oh my gosh. Okay, let me just rewind back here. Yeah, okay, he's got me. And he's grabbed me again. Okay. Wait, that's not what I wanted to do, but okay. Hmm. Well, that's... Yeah, okay. If he grabs me again, I'm dead. Yeah, okay, she's dead. Yep. Even the Magnum's not really... Well, it's clearly doing... It's clearly hurting him, because he actually stops and registers the hit, but... Oh, okay, again. Really not looking... Yeah, with how this fight is going, I'm a little worried. With how this fight is going, I'm a little worried. I'm starting to get worried about how the other fights in this game against this guy is going to go. I mean, I know I experienced like a couple of them, but again, those were all fights that I had the option to run away from. Let me just go and reset. I'm not... Yeah, let me just go and reset. Okay, swim around here. Ow. I might be able to find some stuff in that helicopter, but I don't know if I'm going to get the chance to check. No, okay, I'm not really getting the chance to check. Oh, okay. No, alright. Let's go back. Dang it, okay. Yeah, I'm already taking a lot of hits. I just... Yeah, he could just kind of rush up towards me and hit me and punch me. So... Yeah, I... Alright, let me try... I do have the option of restarting and restarting the entire game from easy mode if I'm just unable to beat this, but I'd rather avoid doing that. Well, for one thing, that means I'd have to redo every single thing, like all the progress I made in this game up to this point. Yeah, without many healing items, which I don't have any, I'm not really sure. Did those hits even get him? Yeah, without any healing items, I'm not really sure how I'm supposed to beat him. I mean, like, well, the strategy is simple, just dodge his moves, and then when you get the chance, shoot back at him. But he can catch up to me really quickly. And now she's on fire, and now he's blocking me in. I can't. Yeah, there wasn't really much I could do there. Ow. I hope that's not too close to the fire. Jeez. Okay, right. You try going. Okay. I'll try this now. Dang it, I actually managed to dodge that one, but I don't know how. Okay, she is in the fire, so... Damn it. Oh, I got caught on the light post. Okay, I'm dead. Gosh dang it. Okay. Well, I did better that time, but... Really? Oh, fuck. Dang it. Well... Okay, so I need to get in with a couple more of those mines. Ah, dang it. Oh, great. Oh my gosh. Ah, I can't. I can barely move. Ah! Okay, well, Sleep says, how goes the fight with your Nemesis? Kinda sucks, really. It turns out that it's hard to make a good boss fight in this sort of like, turns out it's hard to make a good boss fight in this sort of gameplay style where your character moves a bit slowly, where your character, like, has a kind of... like a very not fast or like um flow. What's the word I'm looking for? Where your character is kind of like this slow lumbering movement style to it. It's a little hard to make it design a good boss fight when you're in a game with that. Especially when the enemy can move faster than you, or especially when the boss can move faster than you. Uh, and you're in a game that's heavily dependent upon and you're in a game that's like it keeps track. You have to keep track of your resources from the very beginning of the game to the very end. So if you don't have the right resources, if you don't have the right resources, it could cause a lot of problems. Oh, and then you add on to then you add on to the fact that this game kind of takes some stuff from Resident Evil 2, where if your character's low on health, they'll like start moving even slower than they'll start moving even slower than if they basically they'll start moving really slow, and which will make it kind of really difficult to dodge the moves when this guy can just dodge the attacks of the boss, and they can just run up, grab you, throw you to the ground, grab you again, throw you to the ground again, grab you as you were trying to get up again, and then kill you. You know, like that. That I did not know that is literally a big problem I was having, and it just happened again as I was saying what it was happening. I might need, gosh. Visual presets aspect already. If the game had an option to turn it to easy mode, I would, but I'd have to, with how this game is set up, I'd have to restart the game from the very beginning. In easy mode to kind of like fix this, which that would mean kind of redoing like almost 12 hours of progress. So yeah, I'm kind of now realizing, after playing through all these games, I'm kind of realizing that, dang, Resident Evil 4 did a great job for the series, introduced it, like, Resident Evil, I didn't realize just, like, I knew Resident Evil 4 revolutionized the series in quite a few ways. I didn't realize that boss fights was one of them. Because, like, yeah, Resident Evil 4's boss fights also heavily depend, it also depend, the challenge also depends on, like, what weapons you have for a lot of them, or what resources you have for a lot of them. But I think kind of the switch to a mix between, like, action and horror really helped them to, like, redesign a lot of the boss fights. And also, I'm realizing after going through this that, like, yeah, I have some problems with Resident Evil 3 Remake, like a lot of other people say, but I think I would say that the boss fights in RE3 so far, I would say that the boss fights in RE3 Remake are so far I would say that the boss fights in RE3 Remake are definitely better than the boss fights here. In fact, this kind of makes me want to go back. This, in addition to replaying Resident Evil 1 Remake, Resident Evil 2 Remake, and this kind of makes me want to also replay through Resident Evil 3 Remake to see like how I feel about that game now that I've played through the original. Also, Sleepless, hope your call went well. Now, I will say, okay, I do have to admit, like, I was saying that I was complaining about, like, how Jill's movement doesn't really work for this game. You do have some stuff like a quick dodge. You do have some stuff like a quick dodge here, but the thing is that, well, the thing is that the quick dodge, like, even with the quick dodge, I'm still, like, right in his range. Seems as it did go well. Good. Gosh dang it. Okay, Damn it. Like, did those last two Magnum shots even hit? I don't know. Okay, and... Okay. Well, I'm dead. Again. So yeah, I've been like, I took a break a few minutes ago, but I've been fighting this guy for nearly an hour. I even, like, reset my save to, like, go and grab my Magnum, but that really hasn't helped a lot. Damn it. Hmm. Hey, Wolf raiding the channel to Party 3. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh. Ah. Ow. Oh no. Damn it. I'm dead. Yeah, he just threw me into the fire, so... And he grabbed me again. So, yeah. Okay, I'm dead. How's it going? Beowulf says, how's it going? Not well. Owie. Yeah, not well at all. Not well. I am honestly considering maybe if I were maybe switching this game. I'm honestly considering, like, maybe restarting this game on easy mode just so I can have a way of getting through this fight, because I've said it before. I said it before. I don't mind challenging boss fights. I don't mind challenging a video game. There's been a lot of other games I've played before where, like, it's been challenging and I've been having fun with them. Part of the reason I really like the Resident Evil series is, like, I like the challenge to them. But there's a difference between challenging there's a difference between difficult. I feel like I'm difficult because I feel like I'm being challenged, and difficult because I feel like the game is I feel like the game is fumbling, and it's fumbling down a hill, and I'm being caught in the rock slide. I think that honestly, just like one change that could be done to fix this is just stop Nemesis from running. I think that's just like, yeah, I mean, it works really well. Like him being able to run even just as fast as Jill it works in, like, the chase scenes, but, like, around here, it's like, oh, this is a kind of a problem because he can just do this. Yeah, that he can just do that. He can him being able to move faster than Jill. It causes a problem where he'll be able to react and, like, hit me before I'm able to react. I mean, like, basically combo me before I'm able to react. So, like, for example, one thing that's happened a couple of times is, like, he's grabbed me, like he's doing here, then throws me to the ground. I try to get back up. As I'm getting back up, he grabs me again. I have to, like, break out of his grip. He throws me to the ground. He grabs me again. And that kills me. Yep, okay. Very well, so it's like there's a difference between Souls-like difficulty when where it's the entire point and something like original Mortal Kombat in the arcade. Yes. Yes, very much so. Hmm. Okay. Gosh. Okay, I got him with all 4 Magnum shots there. Let me switch to the Mind Thrower. Hmm. Ow. Oh, dang it. Yeah, I'm dead. Oh, wait, no, I broke out. I shot the lamppost. I shot the lamppost, damn it. Okay, let's go. I really think it's like a combination of a lot of smaller things instead of like one big glaring issue with it. Like if you were to take out just one of his moves, like if you were to like if he could either just not run that fast or if he could just if he didn't have the opportunity if he could not do that run and like that heavy run and heavy punch. I think it'd be like I think it would still have that amount of challenge, but it'd just be I think it would still have that amount of challenge, but it'd be a lot more like fair. Okay, no. And oh jeez. And they do some things to like kind of make this better, like Jill's auto aiming and like her ability to dodge, but it's so yeah, it's damn it. Yeah, okay. Slip says, can you use the quick dodge to avoid the tendril attack? That seems like the easiest one to judge the wind up and get a shot off. Or can you not use it while injured? I can still use it while I can still use it while injured. The timing is a bit particular though. I also have to be able to judge what attack he's well. Right, okay, there. Hmm. Okay, let me try. I'll try this again. Oh. I forgot that the Mind Thrower actually also damages me as well, so that's... That thing also does a lot of damage to him, but it's kind of a problem. Alright. Wait, what? What? Ah, okay. Oh, okay. Hmm. Now, the save point actually right before this, now I will say the save point right before this is pretty lenient because the nearest save point is like right before uh you hop down here and start the boss fight. So that is merciful of them. I am appreciative of that, but oh my gosh. Hmm. Oh my gosh dang it. Okay, wait. Wait, hold on. Let me back up a second there. Was he stuck? Damn it. Wait, he could dodge. This fucker could dodge too? There was like a half second there where it looked like he was actually stuck on something. If I can get that to work. Yeah, if I could get that to work. Oh, I'm dead. Yeah, if I could somehow get that to work, get him stuck on something, then that actually that there I would have a chance. Yep. Okay. Hmm. Dang it. Yeah, that's a problem. So yeah, basically, if I get down to like critical health, then I'm kind of if I get down to critical health, I'm basically dead. Is oh my gosh, no. If I get down to critical health, I'm basically dead because I can't really move that fast to avoid him. Yeah, I can't really move that fast to avoid him, and he's got a bunch of attacks that can hit me at range. So, hmm. All right. Let me actually. Oh, I'm gonna. Okay, I'm dead. Yeah, I'm dead. Hmm. Yeah, Oh, there's also the fact that, okay, he can do that 2-hit combo. He can do that 2-hit combo where he hits me with the, where he, like, launches a tentacle at me and then uses it to whip. Oh my gosh. Ugh. Yeah, like a single hit and I'm down 2, so I can't really take a single hit. Oh my fucking god, that is fucking annoying. That he can just dodge. He's got better movement tech. You can't. He's got better movement tech than me. Oh my gosh. I'm dead. No, wait, no, not yet. Okay, now I'm dead. Yeah, I might have to consider restarting this whole game in easy mode just to have a chance at this. That will erase like hours of progress, but that'll erase like hours of progress, but yeah, that'll be So Straw Hat says, "Wait, you're on hard?" No, actually, I've been playing this entire game. Actually, I've been playing this entire game without using my hands. Not really. You see, the hands you see here are really just an optical illusion. This isn't even actually. This isn't even actually being live streamed. This isn't even actually being live streamed. I'm actually. This is a pre-recorded. This is a pre-recorded gameplay. Yes, I'm playing this on hard. That's the. That's the set Resident Evil difficulty. So I checked before starting this game, and that's the set Resident Evil difficulty. So. Okay, I'm gonna go back here. Also, I have these time warping functions thanks to like the playing this on the this version on PS5. So Straw Hat says, I assume this was normal. Uh, Straw Hat, have you played this game? There isn't a normal mode. There's an easy mode. This game has easy mode and hard mode. And hard mode basically plays like Resident Evils. Hard mode plays like Hard mode plays like the difficulty of previous Resident Evil games. So no. So Shaw says, yes, I have actually. I just forgot there wasn't one. No, okay, that's not working. Okay. Um. Okay, so. Ow. Damn it. Okay, so... Now, if I do restart this game from easy mode, I will stream the entire playthrough of going through this on easy mode, but... Yeah, I'm getting a little worried because this isn't even like... I don't know, this is only about like halfway through the game? There's still a lot to the game after this. And I've spent nearly an hour and a half on this one, and I've spent nearly an hour and a half on this one boss fight, so... So Shry says, well, at least you'll know where everything is if you do. True. Okay, so... Well, that's not great. Huh. I'll have to think about if I can't beat this guy by the end of the night, I might have to consider restarting this game on easy mode. Cause I feel like without I'm not really sure how I'm gonna. It feels like I'm gonna need a lot. I feels like I maybe need a lot more like. Yeah, it feels like maybe I need a lot more like healing items in order to get either a lot more healing items or at least something else in order to get past him. Owie. So Straw Hat says you could try planting mines all over the place with the mine gun. That's not how the mine gun works. Like, the mine gun... Like, the mine gun... The mine gun basically fires darts that then explode after a little bit of time. So I could end up so that could end up like... I'm better off just aiming at him and firing the darts. The mine thrower doesn't actually throw mines, it throws darts with mines. Oh, I just unequipped all weapons there. God damn it. That also, okay, that could work if, like, well, yeah, if it was a mine thrower that actually throwed mines that he could step on, then that could work, but I feel like that could also, depending on how the game, if I could get damaged by the mines, I could just end up walking into the mines myself. Oh. Oh, I'm dead. So Shah says maybe shoot him with the mine gun, then when it goes off, blast him with a grenade. I don't think that'll work either. Just because of how quickly I need to switch out my weapons. I'm dead. Yeah, but the timing of like, okay, shooting with the mine gun and then shooting a grenade right after that, the timing of that would have to be really particular. Also, if he's too close when I shoot the mines, then that could end up damaging her as well, so. Fuck. Okay, so. I do wonder, hold on a second. This is, I don't know if I could be able to properly implement this. I don't know if I could properly implement this, but could I try... I wonder if his attack animations reset whenever I switch camera angle. Yeah, okay, let me just not bother using the mine gun. He gets close... That actually hurts me more. Like, it does damage to him. However, because he'll just run up to me, I'm gonna get caught in the mine explosion. Oh my god, okay. Hmm. Yeah, see, I was kind of caught in those two mine explosions, so I need to not use the mine thrower. Okay, nope. Hmm. Now, I'll have to also think, since I've gotten... Since if I restart this game on Thursday, I'll really have to think about what I do with the, about what I do next week, because, well... I was hoping to start, celebrate Halloween night, but... I was hoping to either, like, stream on Halloween night to celebrate Halloween, or, like, stream the day after to celebrate Halloween. But I was hoping to maybe start Devil May Cry 4, but I really would like to beat this game, and yeah, I really would like to beat this game before the end of Brawlloween. Let's see here. Oh, we did. Hmm. Nope. Dang, it's already 11:30. Yeah, I might have to consider restarting this game on easy mode. I am not sure how I'm gonna survive this. This Yeah. Now, of course, I will admit that, like, part of the reason I'm failing here is because I just don't have any healing items. Which, that's on me for not using. That's on me for, using all mine up. But... I feel like the healing items really wouldn't matter. Like, even if I did have plenty of healing items, I'd have to have the chance to use them. And when he's got stuff like he can just hit me with the tentacle spear, then use the tentacle whip immediately afterwards, or he can just grab me, throw me, grab me, grab me while I'm trying to get up, throw me again, grab me while I'm trying to get up again, and then kill me. That's that really wouldn't be effective even if I had healing items. That would still be really difficult even if I had a bunch of healing items. Damn it. Yeah, I'm dead. Hmm. Once again, the Resident Evil tyrants continue to be the bane of my existence. First, there was Mr. X in the Resident Evil 2 remake, and now there is specifically this one fight against Nemesis in the original Resident Evil 3. Dang it. Okay, I'm dead. Yep. I'm dead. Oh. Hmm. Well. Wow. Yeah, I was... Oh, right. To also add to difficulty, this they're also just because of the way the map is because of the way the area map is designed. Because of the way the area map is designed. There's just places where you can get stuck. I mean, that's the case with a lot of area maps in Resident Evil. They're kind of designed like that, where if you're not careful, you can get stuck on things. Which that's fine and understandable, but specifically the issue when it comes to this boss fight is there's places where you can get stuck on things, and then like Nemesis will come right up to you, and you'll get stuck on those things again, and you'll just be stuck there. Yep, okay. I'm dead. Hmm. Oh, jeez. You know, this makes me curious. Out of all the Resident Evils I have left to play, probably the one I'm least interested in playing is actually probably Resident Evil 7. Like I know that game's responsible for bringing back Resident Evil, and I do appreciate it for that, but it just doesn't look like it'd be that interesting to me. And also, after what's happened, after how much I dislike enemies like Mr. X from RE2 Remake, I feel like some of the enemy, considering that Resident Evil 7 has like at least one, maybe more than one enemies who are like this, who will chase you around the entire map and you can't really kill them. I feel like that might end up being like that's actually kind of a reason I'm just not interested in playing it. I do kind of want to play Resident Evil 8 at some point, just because that whole game having like an anime villain, that game having like an anime villain group of monsters based around different, that game having like an anime villain group of like of characters based around different horror movie monsters. That sounds so silly, yet exactly what I'd want to see in a Resident Evil game. Although I'm definitely sure I wouldn't. Although I'm pretty sure I would really hate. I'm pretty sure that I would really hate the evil baby section from Resident Evil 8. That whole thing where you lose all your weapons. Oh jeez. Hmm. Damn it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm right. It's already 11:40. I've been almost. Okay, I did take a bit of time to take a break, but I've almost spent 2 hours on this boss. And I have no clue how I'm supposed to beat it. I've gotten, like, no closer to beating it. Oh my gosh. I might have to consider restarting this in easy mode. So Strauss says, okay, looked up, this mine launcher can't stick to mine surfaces. Okay. That still doesn't really help much in this scenario. Yeah, that still doesn't help me much in this scenario because, well, there's a couple of things. One is that Jill actually has, and this is one of the things she has that I think was done to mitigate how difficult fighting Nemesis, dealing with Nemesis can be. Jill is almost like a form of an auto target, where like she will, where if she has the upper, where she can, when you target an enemy, when you when you hold the aiming button, she will automatically lock on to the nearest enemy. And this includes bosses, so I could try aiming it at surface. I could try aiming this at surfaces. Yeah, I could try aiming the mine thrower at surfaces and try to like lay a trap for Nemesis. However, between Jill's auto aiming and Nemesis barreling down towards me, like a cable car that's been set on fire and is about to crash into a clock tower. It's about to crash into a clock tower. It's a little difficult too. No, no. It it'd be a little difficult. It's much easier to just aim the mines at him, and it's more likely to succeed. So Hot Straw says, can't you turn auto aim off? But why would I? But why would I? Auto aim allows me that when I'm rushing away from an enemy, when I can get far enough away from them, if I'm far enough away from them to where I'm not under threat, I can just have her hold aim. I can like turn on aim. I can start aiming, and she will automatically lock on to the enemy. So I don't have to worry about her. I don't have to like slowly turn around. So I don't have to slowly turn around to position her to aim at the enemy. As again, this boss is barreling towards me like a cable car on fire, like a cable car that's on fire, about to barrel into a clock tower. See video colors, brightness. Nope. Nope. Like in a game where you can be easily surrounded by a bunch of zombies. The auto aim really helps. There's also a case where when he's rushing towards me, I don't know exactly, like, if he's rushing towards me and we're like he's rushing towards me from a separate screen, I might not know which side of the like which exactly his position, but the auto aim can help me target him. Hmm. So Shai says, well, either way, good luck. I'm turning for that. Good night. Yeah, I think I'll have to restart this game on easy just in order to get past this. Because even with the time, even with my my cheating, even with me cheating, it's I'm not sure how I'm supposed to do this. Oh my gosh. Oh, there's also okay. There's another thing I'm just realizing. Some of my attacks, due to how my Jill aims weapons, some of my attacks, some of my attacks will just hit onto the scenery, while some of Mr. X's will just pass over it. And the real shame about this, because I mean, I did get pretty far in this game, and I was really enjoying it, but I don't know how I don't really know how I'm gonna get past this. I think I will have to like restart this in easy mode just because I'm not sure I'm gonna. Hmm. Dang it. Okay, no. Yeah, it is already almost midnight. I've been fighting this guy. It's already almost midnight. I've been fighting this guy since 10 p.m. Hmm. Okay. And yeah, considering how this fight is going, I'm a little worried about any other boss fights, or about the other boss fights in this game. Hmm. Ow. Hmm. Okay, so ow. Oh my gosh. My gosh, the fact that he can slide into that punch is crazy. Fuck, I was hoping he was stuck there. Okay. Damn it. Hmm. Ow. Yeah, we got about 10 minutes left, so... I'll keep trying, but... I'll keep trying at it, but... I think I'm gonna have to restart the whole game. And yeah, if I get to like danger health, I'm basically dead, because I really can't do much to avoid his attacks. Hmm. Nope. Ow. I fucking hate that. I fucking hate that he can just dodge out of the way. That is so fucking stupid. He's faster. He's faster than me. He could just rush up and punch. He could just rush up and punch me. And he could just rush up and punch me. And he could dodge my attacks. What the fuck? Thank you for resub, Tristegorex. Welcome in. We're coming to the end of the stream though. Tristegorex, would you like me to play Batman Arkham City or Metal Gear Solid 3? That's the current donation duel we have. And it's the last donation duel we're gonna have for October. Tricerebrus says Batman? Okay then. Batman it is. Yeah, for those just joining in, I've been basically slamming my head against a brick wall for the past couple of hours. I might have to the point where I might have to restart the whole game in easy mode. Basically, I'm running into a problem that since I don't have any healing items left because I've used them all up, you know, because that's what happens when you play, depending on how you play Resident Evil. I'm kind of running into a problem where I'm dealing with a boss who can move faster than me, who can casually dodge my attacks in a game where you have limited ammo. As in, like, in a game where you have limited ammo across the entire game. He has attacks that can reach you at range that he can do repeatedly. And he has a grab that he can do, where he'll grab you, throw you to the ground, then while you're trying to get up, he'll just grab you again, and then and then throw you to the ground, and then just while you're trying to get up, he'll grab you again and kill you. So, yeah, I might have to switch this to. I might have to restart the whole game in easy mode just to even like have a chance of beating this because I've been fighting him for almost 2 hours straight. I've been fighting him for almost 2 hours straight, and it's going exactly it's going exactly as poorly as you think it is. Hmm. Yep. Oh, there it is. Yep. For those wondering why I'm just lying on the ground there after he throws me, it's basically you. What you have to do is when Nemesis grabs you, you have to. When Nemesis grabs you, you have to rapid fire press all the buttons in order to break his grip, and then after you do that, he'll throw you to the ground. And once he throws you to the ground, you then need to rapid fire press all the buttons to get up. So what can happen, and what happens often, especially in this fight, is he'll grab me. He'll grab me. Then I'll break free. He'll throw me to the ground. Um, then while I'm trying to get up, he'll grab me again, and and then he'll just kill me while I'm trying to break free. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to. I hate to do this. I really hate to do this, but I do want to play through. I do want to continue and beat this game. So I might have to restart it all the way through from the beginning in easy mode. Which basically means all progress I have goes away. I'll have to think about what I'm gonna do for Halloween then, because yeah, I'll have to think about what I'm gonna do for Halloween then. Next week is kind of my last week, is kind of my last chance week. I mean, I'm gonna wait to give a I'm gonna wait to give a definitive like saying on like if I on what my situation will be until after I hear back from all the jobs I recently interviewed for. And I mean, I'm gonna spend tomorrow applying to as many jobs as possible. But I'm still trying to decide if I want to stream on Halloween night, which is a Friday, and not on Saturday, or if I want to finish Brawlloween by streaming on November 1st. I'm not certain. On the one hand, I would like to stream on October 31st, because I mean, and I can. Be, however, I'd also like to stream on I would also like to stream. Well, however, I'd also like to use some time, use October 31st to celebrate Halloween with some friends. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to restart. I think I'm gonna have to restart. Let me just. Yeah, let me go back to the main menu. So that basically means all the progress I made in this on Tuesday and Thursday will have to go away. Fuck. I would stream like multiple days next week in order to make up for lost time, but I can't. I can't. Oh, I would need to stream more than 3 days to make up for lost time, but I can't because I really need to apply for jobs. I guess I know it's really late, but would y'all be okay if I took? But would y'all be okay if I took an extra hour just to get started on easy mode in this game, so I can make at least a little bit of progress in this game before the end of the night? I mean, I made a lot of progress with as far as I got, but I'm now gonna have to undo all that progress. Yeah, if y'all are okay with it, then I'm willing to play about enough. play another hour and see just how far I can get. Slater said, I'm okay with it, but I'm not the one who has to play it. Alright then, let's get started on easy mode. Let me get started on easy mode and see just how far I can get. Slater says, besides, I've got Sky for first chapter I'm playing, lol. Well, that's a different situation. That game's like... Yeah, let me start easy mode. 3.
It all began as an ordinary day in September. An ordinary
We'll
day
still watch through all the cuts. We'll still watch through all the cutscenes since I am effectively restarting the game.
No one dared to oppose them. And that lack of strength
Also, just want to say again, any donations at all...
I suppose they had to suffer the consequences.
also, just want to say again, any donations are really appreciated right now, as they'll help me stay financially stable. Whilst I'm currently unemployed and trying to find a job.
Justice begin to turn, nothing can stop them. Nothing.
I was also saying earlier, depending on how things go.
Last chance. And my last chance. My last escape.
I was saying earlier, depending on how things go, if I'm able to get a job soon. Basically, if I end up getting a job in the town that I'm currently in, or if I moved out, or if I have to move back home to live with my parents, what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to slowly build. I'm going to try to build up enough money. Decide on what town I'd like to live in, and then I'm just going to move out to that town. I think I was talking with this over with my older brother earlier about like the problems he faced when he was trying to about like the problems we both faced in applying for jobs, and he was also trying to apply for jobs outside of Texas and wasn't meeting any luck. And we kind of hit the realization that probably the big reason why we weren't accepted for any jobs outside of Texas is because we weren't currently located in the towns for the jobs we applied for. So we would get interviewed for these jobs and have like really good interviews, but it would get to the point where, it came down to an option of, like who the job would pick between us or other people who were actually located in the town, they would pick people who were located in the town. So I'd have to slowly build up enough money to where I could and decide what town I'd want to live in. But I think that, and then as soon as I moved to that town, I would immediately start looking for jobs, of course. But the reason I'm bringing this up now is, if I were to do that, if I end up getting a job that keeps me in town, that forces me to stay in the town I'm currently in, or I end up having to move home to live with my parents. What a crazy start to the game. Jill is just blown out of the freaking... Yeah, Jill is just blown out of a dang, building. Sorry, what I was about to say is... Okay, let me just pause it for a second whilst I say this. If that's what I have to do is work a job here or end up living with my parents, I'm not sure if this would be something y'all would be interested in. I might consider opening up pixel art commissions. That is something I've considered doing for money before, but I was hoping to like wait until I got a bit more skilled before I were to do something like that. Or, well, I was hoping to get a full-time job. I was hoping to get a full-time job before I did something like that. Yeah, I was hoping to get a full-time job before I ended up doing something like that, because that's a much more stable form of income. But if I need to find a way to build up money so that I can actually move out of Texas before the end of next year. And if y'all would be interested in commissioning me for pixel art, then that might be might be something I do.
I'm sorry about your daughter, but there isn't gonna be any rescue. We have to get out of here.
No!
anywhere. I'd rather starve to death in here than be eaten by one of those undead monsters! Now leave me alone!
So yeah, we're gonna go, but back to this. I'm gonna go for an extra hour to try to make up for lost time for basically having to restart my entire playthrough of this game. Oh, we start. So check M4A1 assault rifle. The gun is set in auto mode. It uses five. Okay. Fire gun is set in manual mode. Uses in manual rounds. Okay, what is this? Fade box. Okay. It explains about various actions, operations, maps, and event scenes. Okay, let me read through this because this will take it out of my inventory. Hmm. That is interesting. I didn't realize that starting easy mode would actually give me like an assault rifle. Instead of the pistol, I get an assault rifle. Sleep says totally it is the polar opposite of Resident Evil. I mean, I don't know if there are any evil corporate. Well, if there are no evil corporations in Trails in the Sky, then yes. There are, as we have learned, there are evil corporations in Trails to Azure, but there might not be any in Trails in the Sky. All right, so let me grab some stuff from here. Oh, wait, the Magnum's here? And it got Magnum bullets. Oh. Okay, this is gonna be okay, well hold on a second. AR bullets. That's assault rifle bullets. Gosh, dang it. Okay, I've already got everything here. Wow. Okay, easy mode is already like a lot different than easy mode's already a lot different than this really, yeah, easy mode's correct. Yeah. Jeez. I kind of feel bad for starting off in easy mode. It's just yeah, I kind of feel bad for starting off in easy mode. It's just that this is well, here, let me grab knifey. Sorry. Let me think. Let me say what I was about to say. I already kind of feel bad for starting in easy mode, but I'll keep my save data. Okay, I'll keep my save data in the hard mode playthrough up to the point I was at. I was like, let's see, it was yeah, I was right there. I'll keep that save data in case I decide it's worth trying to return to that. But I fought that version of Nemesis for like 2 hours. I really had no clue. Like, let me actually save this gunpowder. Let me save the gunpowder until I get more of it. Yeah, I really could not figure out like what I needed to do in order to I couldn't figure out what I needed to do. You can't combine anymore. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I really couldn't figure out what I needed to do in order to beat that guy. In order to beat him. Also, it looks like I already have the 10 inventory spots. So, jeez. A delivery voucher book. Yeah, we'll see how far I get. Oh, wait. We'll see how far I can get. I'll go for an extra hour to see how far I get in easy mode version of this. Yeah, let me start up with the... You've used the warehouse key. You no longer need this. Will you discard it? Yes. Alright, so... Oh, wait. There was a map. There was like a map right there, I think. I'm gonna go back here and check the map. I do want to say I thank you for all the donations that all the donations that have already been made. They really do help me out a lot as I'm dealing with this right now. Nothing useful. I thought the map was. Oh well. I'll find the map somewhere. Hmm. I remember that those zombies appear. Dang it. Okay. Oh. Okay. Let me continue on. They're dead. All right. Yep. Let me actually also still try to save some ammo. Yeah, I should still try to save some ammo. Okay, I'm around here. Yeah, unfortunately, this does mean I... Gosh. I already feel bad for restarting and undoing all my progress. Okay, so there's right there. Hmm. Oh, can I not combine? Oh. I'll have to leave that gerb there for now. Wait, I might not be... If I'm playing in easy mode, I might not just be able to beat... If I'm playing in easy mode now, I might not just be able to beat Nemesis on that time I was unable to... Basically, that game quitting fight that I was having with him just a few moments ago. I might be able to beat him every time he appears. Not sure if that's fully possible, but... Okay, so she still auto-aims. Alright, where... Oh, that sounds like a certain helicopter pilot, I know. The door to the boutique is locked. Oh. Okay, got the uptown map. Yeah, okay, we need to go around there. There's that bar over there, so... Oh, okay. I don't think that is a certain helicopter pilot I know. Dang it. Okay, let me combine these two again. Fill up on ammo. Yeah. If you are still sticking around to watch this late, thank you. I appreciate it. Especially if you're from one of the raids earlier. But yeah, let's. I'm basically gonna try to rush through here and see how far I can get. Hmm. Okay, they did. So I still will have to find the grenade launcher, but and I could start. And now that I know a bit more about like combining ammo, I could start doing it.
Get away!
I could start making grenade rounds and magnum rounds earlier.
Brad, hang in there. Why isn't someone doing something about this?
I didn't know you were still alive, Jill. The police aren't trained for this kind of situation. What could they do? Listen, he's coming for us.
If only we could have guessed that Umbrella Pharmaceuticals, the company who controls half the city, would be responsible for something evil.
He's after
Well,
STARS members. There's no escape.
well, I say that, but actually, Brad is a member of STARS, so he did know about the. Yes, Brad is a member of STARS, so he did know about the about what happened to Umbrella. Oh, I can't carry more rounds. Okay. I guess let me. Yeah, I guess I'll use that right now. I guess I shouldn't carry as many weapons. Yeah, I guess I should let uh stow away some of these weapons I have. I probably don't need this many weapons, I guess. Clock tower postcard. Picture postcard of a clock tower. The following explanation is printed on the backside. A landmark spot, St. Michael Clock Tower. Definitely doesn't have giant spiders. Brashikari says, I know nothing, lol. Well, Brashikari, that's not exactly true, Brashikari, because you know that you know nothing. And by knowing that you know nothing, that is something that you know. Okay, I'm about right here. Should probably stop by. So he says, Brawl, I'm sorry to say that I have bad news to report. Oh gosh, what is it? Pause the broken line of shells. I guess that's all that's in here. So he says, the Hi-Fi Rush sequel is dead and Tango's been shuttered again. What the fuck? I mean, I knew that Crafton was like I know that Crafton was screwing things up by I knew that Crafton just was screwing things up by announcing they were going to be an AI first company, which of course, yeah, that's going to kill them. That's going to I knew that was basically like the I knew that was basically the death knells for poor Tango Gameworks, but are they seriously already dead again? Like they gosh dang it. Poor Tango Game. Gosh, I feel sorry for the people who worked at Tango GameWorks. They were close. They made they made a cult classic survival horror game, Which reminds me, I should get to playing Evil Within 2 on the channel at some point. But they made a cult classic horror game, an Evil Within 2. They try to make some other game, like they try to make some other games as well. Finally were getting like some attention. They were finally getting some attention thanks to Hi-Fi Rush, which was like one of the highest praised games released by Microsoft in many years. Only for Microsoft to decide randomly to shut them down. Only for Microsoft to randomly decide to shut them down. Then they get bought out by Kraft and it looks like they've been saved, only for this to happen because of the damned generative AI. Okay, I really do need to stow away some of the stuff I have, because... Yeah, let me stow away some of the stuff I have, because I'm carrying a bit too much right here. Sleep says, yeah, I'm seeing reports from Yosuke Ishikawa and Kazuya Matsurame. It's just wildly unfortunate. Damn, it's things like this happening is why I completely get, like, it's bullshit like this happening. Why I would not be why I would understand if if the developers from Tango just get into another field after this, if they don't even want to return to video game design. That is so sad. And again, I kind of already figured it would happen. I kind of already figured it would happen at some point because of Krafton like announcing that they would become an AI first company, but still, it happening so soon is just... They didn't... The whole AI for them saying that they were AI first had already basically been like... Them saying that they were AI first was basically already... I can get a second shotgun? Okay. Well, okay, I'm gonna have to... Yeah, I'm really gonna have to stow away some stuff. Yeah, them announcing that they were going to become an AI first company was already basically just like, yeah, that's dooming themselves. But if this announcement is true, then that's like no one's gonna buy anything from them. Okay, I need to go back here. I guess let me stow away. Well, let me keep Knifey on hand. Damn it. Okay. She's dead. Okay. Yeah, let me keep Knifey on hand. And, well, let me get back to here and then I'll decide what to keep on hand. Oh, there's a first aid spray over there. That I do need to grab. Okay, let me stow away. I'll stow away this for now. I'll stow away the reloading tool. I'll wait until I have a bunch more gunpowders built up. I guess I'll stow away the... I guess I'll stow away the handgun for right now, because I've got plenty of assault rifle ammunition. Dang. I'm probably, if I end up really, like, Hi-Fi Rush is one of the games I was planning on playing, like I'm scheduled to play soon because of because it won the donation one of the donation duels. So yeah, if that's gosh, if I end up really liking Hi-Fi Rush, I'm just gonna feel even more sad. But in addition to Hi-Fi Rush, which that's the thing like people mostly know Tango Gameworks for now. There was other stuff that like showed that they were like really good at making games. Like one thing I didn't really have any interest in Evil Within 1, but Evil Within 2 really interested me because from what I'd heard, Evil Within 2 was like they had successfully made from what I'd heard, they successfully made like an open world horror game, which I can't think of anyone else having done that before. I couldn't even think that's a sort of like combination of genres that I would have never expected to happen. Sleepless Detective played Evil Within 1 last year, and I think she liked it. From what I've heard, Evil Within 1 was basically like a sad like occasion. From what I heard, like Evil Within was kind of a sad Evil Within 1 happening was kind of sad because it was like Shinji Mikami and like other people who had worked on Resident Evil 4 left they left to make new things, and then as soon as Tango Gameworks started working on games, they were told, okay, now make Resident Evil 4 again. Sleepless says, and I also did that Ghostwire Tokyo game, I think too. That is also a game. Okay, that is also a game I wanted to try out. That looks interesting. Yeah, that is also a game I wanted to try out because it looked interesting. Okay, so let me combine these two. So for those just joining, normally I would have ended. For those just joining, normally I would have ended at midnight. However, because I ran into a boss that was just impossible for me to defeat on hard mode, I'm restarting the game over in easy mode because I do really want to play through this game, and I was having a lot. Overall, I was having quite a bit of fun playing this game. It's just that I could not figure out a way to beat that boss fight with what I had. So we're restarting. Yeah, gosh, we might have to gosh, that whole thing I had, that whole like that countdown to see who dies first, what dies first. I might have to add a new contender that. Well, I might have to add a new contender that the competition to see who dies first was between Fire Emblem Shadows and Final Fantasy and Dissidia Duodecimum to see which of those not great ideas for which of those bad ideas for mobile games die first. But we might have to add a new contender for there. We might have to add a new contender to that with Crafton Games because oh, I have two shotguns. Yeah, I have two shotguns now. Okay, I guess I'll keep this first aid spray on me with me for right now. Yeah, I'll just keep the assault rifle and knifey for right now, and I'll start stockpiling ammo for my other weapons. All right, so let's keep making our way back. Yeah, we're gonna see how far I can make it in an hour, and then I'll pick this back up next week. Let me actually. Okay, hold on. Let me make a save. Not over here. Let me save over this one. Actually, hold on. Let me just to make sure I don't. Mm, just to make sure I remember which is which. Let me actually Yeah, I'm saving that in save slot 3, so I can remember that that's the easy mode playthrough. And I'm keeping my difficult, and I'm keeping my hard mode playthrough, just in case I decide to return to it. Okay, so I've got this. Let's make our way around. You know, make my way around here. Hmm. Uh-oh. The red car is blocking the way. It's locked from the other side. Okay, not going that way. I'm gonna have to go. Yeah, okay, back through here. What the heck? How's it already 12:30? That's crazy. Okay, make my way. Yeah, okay, make my way back here. Pick up this gerb. I would like to, because I am like resetting my playthrough. I would like, gosh, I would like to like stream an extra day next week just to make sure to catch up, but I really can't between all the job applications I need to do. Yeah, because of all the job applications I need to do, and if one of the jobs I've interviewed for does actually message me back, that's going to really fundamentally change things. That's going to fundamentally change things for me. What time I have available. I really can't, unfortunately. And if I oh should have paid better attention. That's on me. Well, it's also it's on. Well, it's still an umbrella, really. Everything is on umbrella. This is all still on umbrella. Hmm. So we need to go. Okay, yeah, up there into this way. That's right, because this is where that barricade with all the zombies around it are. So Mount Tide was excuse me, soaked with oil. Okay, wait. Patience. Patience. Fuck. Okay, now. That's better. Thank you for your sacrifice, Noble Barrel. Okay, it's... There we go. Hmm. Okay, they're fully dead. Well, they were already... Okay, you know what I mean. They're re-dead. And not like the re-dead from Zelda, they're... You know what I mean. Okay, so... Now, when I first tried playing... When I played through this on hard mode, it did take me like a couple hours to figure that out. That's what I needed to do. Alright, I think there's where the zombie dogs are. Okay, so I can't cross through there. There's a save room right through there. Let me grab that. So yeah, because I have already a bunch of weapons with a bunch of ammo, unlike in the hard mode playthrough, let me just store away this gunpowder for now, and then once I have enough, I'll start combining them to make more ammunition. Let me put that away. I don't think I've used that for some time, so I'll put that away. And there's not really any other items I need with me right now. Then let me save down here. And okay, is that all the dogs? I think that's all the dogs. So let me go. That's right. Okay, that's right next to the. Next is to go to the police station. Can't go that way. And this is where we run into Nemesis for the first time. So let me actually see if I can try. This time, let me see if I can try and if I can actually fight Nemesis. I'm still expecting him to be really difficult, but
Jill,
Brad!
we've gotta. Jill, help!
man, poor Brad. Okay. So let's try this out. Fight with the monster. Okay, there's something else because I'm a lot better at the dodging this time. Yeah, I'm doing a lot better with the dodging this time. I don't know how, but I am. Damn it. Okay, no. Ah. So it's still really difficult to deal with him. Hooray! Fuck you! What? Oh. Take the card case, yes. Damn it. Hmm. Damn it. Okay. Hmm. Let me actually. Okay. I beat him once. Does that. Okay. I'll just grab that from Brad. And then I'll just run in here. Yeah. I'll just grab that from Brad and I'll just run in here. I did hear that if you beat Nemesis, you could get something. But I guess maybe I need to do something else. It might just be that the thing you can get from him isn't available on easy mode, which is fair. I've already got a bunch of advantages already, so And let me check. Okay, let's check this. Okay, I got Brad's case. Straw Hat says you do, but not uneasy. That's really fair. That's understandable. He's still tough to fight. He's still tough to fight, but it's not as he's still tough to fight, but it's nowhere near as really difficult as it is on as it is on hard mode. Use the stars card. Yes. As the stars personnel due to the emergency, the key to the stars office has been moved to the evidence room. His password is 4011. Okay, I'll have to remember which way I went to get around here. Okay, can't go that way. So it's really still best if I just run away from Nemesis and conserve as much ammo as I can. Hmm. Oh. Yeah, I'll get rid of you. That one's still, I think, active. Someone has made quite a mess in here. Oh, that's right. Jill doesn't. As far as I know, or at least as far as I know, in this game, Jill doesn't have to deal with any of the liquors. Okay, that's about 56. It's RPD Officer Marvin Branagh. He's been fatally wounded by zombies. He appears to be holding something in his hand. Marvin's report. Report September 24th. There are reports of a theft in the municipal building before dawn. A jewel and decorated clock at the main gate was damaged. Two of the 12 gems that are installed on the face of the clock are missing. Due to the lack of available officers at the time, I've just to suspend the research of this case. Signed, Marvin Branagh. Report September 26th. Based upon an autopsy report of a 42-year-old restaurant owner, I discovered that he has one of the missing gems. He apparently took shelter in the police department about 10 a.m. He was shot to death within 10 minutes of having developed the symptoms. Since the city is currently under martial law, we are forced to suspend this case. At this time, we'll keep the gem as evidence. Signed, Marvin Branagh. Doesn't look like there's anything else I can grab here. Fatally wounded by zombies. Okay, let's leave here. Okay, there's the gem. And this should be... Gosh, okay. Oh, come on. It's locked the number base lock. First digit. Okay, 4. Let me start that again. 4 0 1 1. Okay, that's the emblem key. Probably yeah, zombies out here. I guess let me go and combine this. Okay, they're fully dead. Okay. Damn it. Okay, let's go in here. See if there's anything else I can pick up in here. And then I'll need to visit the starter's office. You can't carry more items. Oh. I just imagine because these are items that I can find in the same locations that Leon and Claire could check, but they can't, but they couldn't find them. I'm just imagining like Leon and Claire opening up his office and goes, "The heck is this? Powder? Useless." Okay, let's stow this away. I guess let me bring this first aid spray with me. And then I guess I will start, no, I won't start bringing the, I won't bring the pistol with me just yet. I guess I could say, well, I guess I can already say I'll definitely be playing more of this on next Tuesday. Actually, hold on. I could go ahead and make some. No, no, no. No. I was gonna go ahead and start making some, combining some gunpowder, but I'll just wait. I'll just wait. We've got like a little less than 15 minutes left. Let me just go ahead. Let me keep going. See how far I can get. I remember that Nemesis is going to break through that window at some point, but I was half expecting him to do it right now, but... Okay, that first Zambi's fully been de-Zambied. Neutralized, I guess you could say. I hear some more Zambies around here. Yep. Yep, okay, they're dead. Don't need to worry about them. He's empty, no longer needs this key. Yep. Let's see what's in here. Ah, there we go. There's the Magnum. Well, I've already got the Magnum, but there's another Magnum. Now I can have 2 Magnums. Take a lockpick. Yep. Take that fate. Let me take that first aid spray. Desk of Rebecca. It's a desk of Rebecca, rookie member of Stars. Facts from Kendo Gun Shop. To the boys of Stars, I have some good news for you from my brother Joe. He has finalized a new handgun for official use. It is the M92F Stars Special, but he calls it the Samurai Edge. It's the most balanced of the Kendo custom guns. Joe said if you miss the targets with this, you should carry a teething ring instead of a gun in your holster. The goods will be delivered along with the proper documentation. I'm sure you'll be surprised when you see what kind of excellent parts are used for the M92F. And that you'll want to thank the good people who developed it. Sincerely, Robert Kendo, Kendo Gun Shop. Honestly, after the events of Spencer Mansion, I'm a little surprised After the events of Spencer Mansion, I'm a little surprised everyone did. I'm surprised, a little surprised Chris and Jill didn't put in a request to Kendo Gun Shop. Send us the biggest Magnum and all the Magnum ammo we can afford. Marksman contest winner Chris Redfield. It's the desk of Wesker, Captain of Stars. It's the desk of Wesker, Captain of Stars. Inside one of the desk drawers are 13 copies of the Matrix. It's the desk of Barry, a Stars team member. A pair of replica guns are on the surface. So that's Barry's desk. I think that's Chris's desk. Is this? It's the desk of Chris, Stars team member. Its disorganization probably reflects the owner's personality. So that's Rebecca's desk. I wonder if this is Jill's desk. Did she not comment on this? Okay, so whose guitar is that? Jill, is that your guitar? And if it is your guitar, why aren't we bringing it? Oh.
No! Come, anyone! Our platoon is cut off! No survivors found! This is Carlos! Send in support immediately!
Alright. Wait, can I not? There we go. Okay. Hmm. Let me see. I've got the lockpick. Okay, I can use that to pick different locks. Actually, let me go back through here. There might be some other place I can go through here. So yeah, I'll figure out what I'm going to do next week. We'll definitely be playing more Portrait of Ruin at some point, because I want to continue with that. The solid barricade has been set up here. I guess I'll leave that room behind. And then I'll do like one, maybe two streams of this next week. I'll see how far if I can beat. I'm gonna try. I do really want to beat this by the end of next week. I have to finish off Brawlloween. Well, we got about like only 8 minutes left, so I'll be. Fuck. Yeah, time to escape from here. Where did he get that rocket launcher so quickly? Jill, have y'all kept that? Did y'all just leave that lying around here after y'all picked it up at the Spencer Mansion? Okay, let's drop that here. We drop my second Magnum here. And then let me only carry one of these right now. Oh, and I guess I don't need this anymore. In which case, since I am using up a ton of bullets, let me actually, okay, I'll bring the pistol with me as well. So, a little safe in here. Let me escape out of here, and then I'll try to find a good place to a good stopping point. Pardon me. And I don't need to head to that one room to get Jill's ID because I was able to use Brad's, so I should be fine. The main thing I was after in here, I think, was the lockpick. Yeah, I think the main thing I need to find here was the lockpick, and now that I've gotten that, I can leave here. So let's leave here, and then let me check to see where I need to go next. I think there might be... Okay, there's like 2 locked doors. Yeah, let me try to open those 2 locked doors. First off, there's that one down there. I'll start with that one down there. That's opened, and then I'll head back through here to use that to unlock that other door. Actually, no, on second thought, I'll just go through there on my way back. For now, let's just head back this way. I remember some enemy breaking through here. Yep. Okay, they broke through here, but they didn't? That's creepy. He's holding something. Mercenary's Diary. September 1st, following 6 months of intensive training, my body's edge to return. I was a good soldier, but they ordered my execution with no reason given. I was tortured and forced to give a false confession. On the morning of my execution, a miracle happened. The company had helped me out, giving me a second lease on life. September 15th. I ended my vacation short and returned to the HQ office. It looks like my Ubix unit's been called into action. Umbrella maintains Umbrella maintains its own paramilitary unit to counter corporate terrorism and VIP abduction. In addition, they have nightmen who specialize in handling problems caused by illegal products. I'm currently a member of the latter. September 28th. Dawn's here, but we're still slogging through this nightmare. There are no provisions of any kind here. The undead walk through the streets feeding upon the flesh of the living. Given the choice again, I would rather have been executed. Death row is a heavenly asylum compared to this place. I've chosen to pull the trigger myself in the hope that my dead body won't come back to life. So they do break out of there, but... Yeah, those bug monsters do break out of there, but for some reason, it stopped. Okay, and I can't really do anything with that until I... Yeah, I can't really do anything with that until I get the wrench. And there's some blurbs right here. I'll go ahead and take the blurbs. So I'm already making my way down. So... Oh, doggy. I think the dodge window is actually a little bit larger in this, because I'm dodging more easily. But I'm already about an hour into this version of playthrough, and I'm already pretty close to making my way downtown. I forgot the rest of the song there, so the rest of the joke won't work. I forgot the rest. I just immediately forgot the rest of the song, so the rest of that joke I was going to make won't work. You can't carry more amps. Ah, beans. Okay, let's go through here. I'll need to stop back here and get by that gunpowder. Okay. Yeah, I'll need to drop off these blurbs, and there's a couple more blurbs right here. Oh, well, those are just constantly respawning blurbs. Okay, restore that. No, let me actually take this out and yeah, store these. There's some handgun ammo over here. Then just the assault rifle alone just the assault rifle alone because the big thing with this game because I don't really think I'm gonna find any more ammunition for the assault rifle. Like out there, I think this is like the only ammunition I'm gonna get for it is the kind I have here. But it gives me a big leg up because of how many shots it has, and the fact that the game starts me off how powerful it is, how many shots it has, that it can stun lock the enemies. It can stun lock enemies with its attacks. And because how it comes with a lot of ammo for it. I'm basically, by the time I've reached this point in the game, been stockpiling a bunch of ammo. Okay, there's a power cable. Let's go back out here. Let me check. Okay, so there's all the way through here. Okay, the sales office. I haven't been there yet, but I don't have what I need to get there yet because I'll need the fire hose. I haven't been in there. I never figured out how to get to that boutique. There's that door, but I'll need a lockpick in order to get to that door, and that kind of opens a shortcut to there. Okay, let me stow away these things. Let me stow away these things, and then I'll that'll be a good stopping point for the night. I'm already like I wasn't sure about like restarting the game after how far I'd gotten in the hard mode playthrough, but I've already gotten pretty close to where I was by the end of this past Tuesday stream in like an hour. So I'm still not fully happy that I restarted on easy mode, but I think we'll see how things get when I get to the rematch versus Nemesis, but it might depending on how things get when I get to the rematch versus Nemesis, it might be the case that this was necessary in order for me to get through this because gosh, that was just a seemingly impossible kind of fight. And also I built up enough stuff, so next time I'm live with this, it'll be crafting time. So yeah, that'll be it for tonight. Thank y'all for tuning in. Thank y'all for the donations. And appreciate and really loved getting to talk to y'all so much whilst playing this. I was overall really enjoying this game. It was just my problems with that one boss fight. So yeah, it was just that problems with that one boss fight that just felt almost impossible to get through. So hope y'all have a good rest of the night, and let's see who we could raid. See, Daver Boy's live. I haven't raided Daver Boy in a long time. Yeah, we'll raid Daver Boy. I haven't raided them in a long time. So yeah, everyone. And as soon as I figure out what I'm gonna do, how the schedule will work this week, I'll let y'all know. But have a good rest of the night.